Get up here. We need some lulls.
Put me back in the queue. Put me back in the queue, huh? Is this my roast or is this your roast?
Oh man, that's a great idea. We should get like a bunch of people, have the clubhouse roast of John Kitover. That would be cool.
How many mental ill jokes are gonna be during that fucking thing?
Well, I was watching the Reiner roast, the guy who was just murdered by his son, and you could look it up on Comedy Central. It's on YouTube. Anyways, one of the comedians who was roasting him said he invited him over to F his son. Hello? 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 Hello?
Oh my god, dude, how mentally fucking...
Hello? Hello?
Okay, Amin is back.
Hello?
Alright, move this fucking...
Amin.
John,
you're either taking your shahada right now.
Take my shahada right now.
Teaching people in a cave.
What? Oh. Amin led a seance while we read the Quran.
Someone is accusing Amin of being a teacher, of teaching a man something in a cave.
Amin, when you left, they said this room turned into like when the teacher leaves the classroom.
And what are you doing with that man in the garden? Like, what's going on? I mean, what are you teaching this man?
Oh my god, is that a picture of John, dude? Wow.
I don't know what's the subject. But, Sam, what did you spoke?
We're trying to get John some professional help, but he won't. I told him to either accept Allah and Muhammad as his messenger, or seek professional help.
That's true. That's okay. Get up here. Or up the dosage. That was the third option.
Oh man. At this point, I don't know if they make horse tranquilizers strong enough. He needs elephant tranquilizers.
The irony is that you find it entertaining, that you think I'm being funny, and you can just keep muting me as if it's like some kind of game. But this is just a waste of time. You're stroking your own ego and projecting. That's okay. I'm here for your entertainment. I'm here to enlighten you. I'm here to give you the joy that you're missing in your life, the fun that you've never had, the pussy you'll never get, the money you'll never earn, the home you'll never own.
Oh, what a folk to get the mouth nutcase. God.
You're the one ad hominem a musician and calling him a nutcase. It's projection, Daniel. You're the nutcase you're describing. I'm just sitting here live streaming myself on YouTube, and you're ad hominem me, and it's you, Daniel. You're projecting, and so are you, CM. It's not a me problem. It's a you problem. Hello? Hello? Stop projecting on me. Do you know how projection works? You've just projected on me for about 30 minutes, about 40 minutes of projection on me. You can watch the replays on my YouTube Live where you can reanalyze what you've been saying about me. It's all a projection about you.
I think Fatima was online. Why don't you go bother her?
Why don't you go bother Fatima?
Bro, I was telling her, if you really talk to her enough, think of this. You could have her like stripping naked with a hijab on, burning Qurans on your YouTube channel.
That sounds awesome.
Hard into it.
That's a great idea, Sia. Maybe I'll suggest that to her in my next hypnosis protocol that I distribute. By the way, this communication is all proprietary. This psychology is proprietary. And, even muting me, it does nothing to stop my proprietary communications.
Boring than someone preaching, and that's what you do. Sing.
I'm preaching. You got Jesus Christ on your PTR, and you argue with an eBay seller who's a schizophrenic homeless Asian man who's got a YouTube channel with Tom Rabbit. And you're telling me I'm preaching? I'm sitting here trying to regurgitate the books that I read that you don't read. I'm giving you the cliff notes, the shortcuts, Daniel. Stop projecting on me. You're preaching. Just stop with the opinions and everything will be all right. I promise you. It's in the sacred texts. Just shut the fuck up. Hello?
I mean, what do you suggest we do with Kitover?
You said with who?
With John, musician here.
Oh, his name is John.
I don't know, man.
I'm a musician. This is my music. It's not the greatest music in the world. People don't know, but I'm singing over here. This is how I sing. This is my poetry. It's my roast. It's my party. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to.
What art do you want to present us?
Right?
Mental illness, bitch. I'm about to play the bongos, bitch.
Bro, imagine he's onto something. We don't know.
He needs to be on drugs. That's what we told you.
Wait, it was your name. Honestly, what do we do with him?
Allahu Akbar. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Allah.
I mean, help us, bro.
I don't know. Do you guys have more peace in mind right now?
Yo, let's try and zoom in on his bald head, like as close as we can get. Let me see if I can get a real close up.
Yeah. I just want to say something real quick. Like, let me just say something real quick. What's up with you guys?
Yo, what's up, Matt?
I need to know what the basis of this conversation is, because at the end of the day, it sounded like you guys were onto something, but it also sounded like unnecessary. And really, I don't have a place to say what's necessary or not, because I'm not God, but I really just want to understand why there was some dude in the back playing. He's a clubhouse clown with like mental illness that trying to rehabilitate his image, but he's not helping. Okay, well that's really cool. Well, that's dope. But what are we doing to help him with the mental illness? Are we praying for dude? Like, what's up? I'll jump in that. I want to pray for all you guys.
Yo, let's do it, man. I love this.
Whoa, no, you don't. Everyone be quiet, because there's only one answer. We hold space, we hold them, we hold the conversation. If you have mental illness, they must be held, usually by a parent, loved one, friend, therapist, professional.
Fucking deleted my link.
Absolutely needs to be held, probably in prison for custody. But if you have mental illness, please be held.
It's the roast of John Kitover.
At this point, no amount of Allah can't save him. I mean, and he needs pharmaceutical intervention. Like we all meant to do. I think everyone's mentally ill. Real quick, so what is John Kitover's significance in everything going on in your guys' minds? Like, what is John Kitover's? I'll explain it to you. It's like a collection of crazies in here. So you see the Tom, me and Bart. Right.
Did you hear me? John Kitover is a real politician on a real ballot in the primary. When John, these are the type of people who are to be the most very low down.
So they're competing.
Muhammad is going to win. But all the crazy is going to come out the rest of our lives, and we will be voting for him.
This
So you got cuckoo jobs.
with Cynic and John
for Cuckoo Puff competing with one another. So that's what it is. It's just Barth and Daniel and CM literally competing for who's going to be the craziest with John Kitover. Like, it's just a bunch of fucking retarded morons.
All right, and another quick question.
CM must fly to do anytime in the day.
Was
Bend
actually
over and
John
fucking
Kitover?
pull your pants.
Cynic, do you want to go have a room about? You can tell us about your metaphysics.
Oh, yeah, but right now you.
Materialism.
Hello?
Just loves to get insulted.
Hello?
Just don't talk.
Oh my God, John.
Oh, there you go, John.
Same stage is crazy.
CM, you're a fucking retard. Everybody knows it, bro.
There's
You're
not
you're
enough
as crazy as this one.
Yeah.
You're as crazy as John Kitover, bro. You're literally on the same level with Barth and John Kitover. We should have
Bart, thank God Bart's not here. Seriously, this app would have crashed.
We should have a poll. We should have a poll. Make a voting poll right now between CM, Barth, and John. Who's crazier?
It's all just projection, Cynic. It's ad hominem to make up for your own lack of self-esteem and your own mental illness, Cynic. I've got thousands of recordings of you, Cynic, saying the N-word, screaming out all kinds of terroristic threats, jihadist, terrorist promotion, terrorist supporter. You go fix your laptop, Cynic. Get back to your laptop repair shop and get back to work over there.
You fucking retard yelling at 4 a.m. You fucking moron.
Get back to fixing laptops. Leave the philosophy to the highly trained and educated academics like Daniel and Megatron.
Daniel yelling so softly, like he's quietly
The
yelling.
fact that both of these guys
He's
are
always
just
yelling, bro. All these fucking retards.
He's yelling at a low volume.
belong in an asylum, bro.
It's projection. That's where you're going.
Daniel, do something.
Y'all niggers belong.
Oh shit! Hard R coming out. Oh, you're gonna go to the
Y'all not
goo.
even worth my time. Y'all dumb niggers are. Adios.
Oh shit! No.
Smart nigga for leaving before I get your IP. He's smart. But yeah, back to some stuff in here I was trying to figure out. And I was just asking who Kitover was. But I kind of got that answered. I just wanted to know if he was in the chat. Because I'm like, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, he keeps deleting my YouTube links.
We had that one inbred just like going off on people.
Bro.
So he probably went to go fuck with his cousin or like his mom or something. So that's everything's good. Alright, John
Kitover, relax. He's actually a famous musician.
He's mentally ill and we're trying to help him.
It's the name of my band, bro. My band is called Mentally Ill. Stop ad hominem me. Stop ad hominem me. The band is called. I'm putting the band back together, and I need a bass player.
Alright, John, I got you on bass, man. But I need you to get some help, though. We're gonna get you some help. I'm gonna lay down some sick bass lines on any track you got.
A portion of me.
Very much proportionally, yeah. I'll lay down bass on any track, but just yeah, dude. It seems like you have a big support system.
I do. The haters are actually the support group.
Like that's actually a good thing, man. It might look like something else, but honestly, bro, it seems like a support system here. So you should always be thankful for that.
Thankful I come here to record retards. I thought this was an autistic Down syndrome holding psychiatric facility for schizophrenics like CM.
What if I was schizophrenic too? Would I be justified to say, wait, man?
What if Nugget jumped on stage and started singing? Would that make us all schizophrenic? Necessary on stage.
Yeah, I think Kanye West is on.
So I talked to two.
What about you guys?
Doing financial services.
It's not. It's just something that ain't easy.
Hey, it's Wifey.
So I look at it like everybody in the world who ever played basketball.
John, you can talk.
Hey, Fatima, CM was insulting you and said you're going to strip like a hooker and burn the Quran. He's a piece of shit, and he's a schizophrenic mathematician who's got no PhDs, and all he does is do blow and play music. He's a fucking loser.
Yeah, it's not that I'm going to I never said that, but bro, if you keep going like that, I will burn the fucking Quran.
Oh my god.
Oh, so you actually were about that. That's crazy. I think we should all take a second and convene with our spiritual higher selves and ask God to.
Oh shit. I'm saying something completely fucking mentally. Go ahead. We're bored.
Listen, Fatima, you're a beautiful, wonderful young woman. You don't want to waste your life talking to these fucking losers about nothing. Go get married, read a book, go to the gym, cook a nice dinner, and make a lot of money, and be happy. And stop with all this bullshit. Because we know what you're doing, and we know what Daniel's doing, we know what Megatron is doing, we know what CM is doing. They're wasting their fucking vital life essence, their juices, their fluids, their thoughts, their time. They are practicing self-hypnosis and self-mind control, self-time control, wasting all their time. It's pathetic.
Doug, you said thoughts again.
Thoughts. True for the earth. It's pathetic. Looney Tunes, dude, you're the one selling me car insurance. You're the one selling car insurance to illegal aliens committing crimes. You have a lot of repentance to do. You have to ask Jesus for forgiveness, Daniel. Stop muting me, Daniel. This is ridiculous, Daniel. Go apologize to all the victims of all your crimes. Seek forgiveness through the Lord Christ Jesus, Daniel. Why do you think you have that PTR? Because you have a guilty conscience. You know what you did, and there will be hell to be paid for it. Repentance now, Daniel, or vengeance of the Lord will come, and the police will show up at your house and kick your door in, and the Attorney General will prosecute you for fraud. You have sinned, Daniel. You are a sinner.
That was funny.
See, Fatima likes my comedy. See, Fatima knew early on that I am a performative actor. Oh, our good friend Abby Eba is here. She just got out of the grocery store with her coupons. Hi, Abby.
Yo, Abby.
Abby Eba. So, Abby, what was all the deal? What was the deal with the friction with what's his face, Badusi, about Rod Corey, my banking associate? Hello.
Turning into Special Olympics in here, bro.
Oh, you didn't know that this was a Down syndrome psychiatric facility? You're just a guest here, CM. You'll be lucky if you can check out. You're on a 72-hour hold. I just 5150'd you digitally. You just got a digital 5150, CM. Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Are you there?
Hello?
Cave monkey. Yeah, his cave mama is about calling him.
So Daniel's just holding down the fort for Megatron. Megatron moved on to bigger, better things like his family, as opposed to talking to Muslims for 800 hours a month. It's pathetic, Barth. How can you call yourself a contractor, an engineer, or anybody that does anything by holding nonstop conversations with fucking Muslims on this fucking app? 20 hours a day. The guy doesn't even sleep. He's up all night. And I love it because I'm recording it. And Barth is giving me great content because these are conversations that you will never have in the real world because they're so stupid. And it's a waste of fucking time. And therefore, they're very unique and rare because no one has this much time to waste. Because life is so short that these stupid questions will never be posed again. Because no one here could be that stupid to want to listen to it again. No one could possibly want to waste their time listening to my videos. Therefore, I have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that this app and everyone here is fucking retarded.
No, why you put him down?
You don't want to aggravate him to the point where he's getting a little weird. We don't want to aggravate his mental illness that much.
I think he's so funny, bro. Come on.
Alright, well, do you want to talk to him? Do you want to bring him up?
Yeah, Cave Monkey, are you there? I mean, not particularly. I like listening to him, though.
Would you ever date John Kitover?
Yes, I would prefer John Kitover over DM anytime.
Wow.
Woohoo!
At least he's funny.
He and the FBI director were overly concerned about it. They spent their time focusing on.
Well, I need to speak to this Cave Monkey actually.
I think he fell asleep at this point.
His mommy called him. Anyway, how are you doing, Daniel?
I have quite a flu. So I have to stay in bed.
Also, everybody's fucking sick, bro. What's
I
going on?
know, man. It's fucking horrible. It sucks.
I hope you get well.
Well, thank you.
And Carlo,
Hi, Kitover, do you want to come on up? We're gonna have a heart-to-heart.
Hello? It's getting late. I gotta go to bed pretty soon. Hello? Hello?
How you doing, man?
I gotta get to bed pretty soon. This medication is starting to make me feel a little sleepy.
Oh, it's not funny.
It's not easy having a mental health syndrome that you have to take medication for all day long to drool. Hello? Well, I just want to thank Megatron for providing me with at least 2 weeks of content. He has gone harder than he's ever gone hard before. Barth, I salute you, sir, for wasting more time than any man should legally be allowed to waste, let alone ethically, morally, consciously. It's a complete waste of time, but I salute you. It's actually teaching people how to speak English as opposed to actually teaching them anything about the deeper intelligence embedded within the sacred text. Congratulations. You've wasted your time helping people speak English, but that's okay because you're a nice guy and people like you. Look, I'm getting some laughs. Getting some laughs from the audience. But we're just getting started with this comedy routine. Up next, we have Daniel, a car insurance salesman who can't beat Geico prices, but somehow still manages to make a commission. But only because of the illegal alien Venezuelan invaders did this guy manage to pay his rent. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question is not, is Kitover mentally ill and a clown? The question is, who is Daniel Nero and when will he pay for his crimes? It's only a matter of time before the law catches up with him and he's got to go on the run and jump inside his Ford Escort and get to the next state to continue the insurance scam. So, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, more fraud is conducted in auto insurance than in any other form of insurance. And that's a fact. Just ask Grok. So, my final submission packet is rather proprietary, and I just want to say, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will get. And Clownhouse is proof that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Stop thinking and end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. And that's the truth of the earth. And there's a reason why the ear is in front of earth. Because the earth demands you listen. Stop speaking. Stop thinking. And just listen. And meditate and focus and concentrate and be in the now. I am complete. This was my proprietary submission packet. Thank you very little for muting me. You might call that Down syndrome or autism. I don't know anymore, Daniel, but that's a you.
Sorry, it's too boring. It's just it's not entertaining.
Well, I really needed to speak to. I came back for the cave monkey, but he's gone now.
Wanted to go to the NBA, bro.
There's no reason.
It's been a heartbreaking day watching students from Sterling High School stand out here for hours protesting against their school district and the school district leaders. They say in their minds Andrew Meismer did not have to die, but now that he is dead, he deserves justice. Justice for Andrew!
The particular problem in the Islamic world, which people don't really talk about very much, but with this, that the Quran is meant to be the final revelation of God to man, the final revelation. There's none after it. And all the revelations that come before in the Abrahamic religions are part of Islam. If you are the recipients of the final word, and you are the followers of that word, and the followers of that prophet and that God, why is your society not working?
What the fuck?
And why are other societies working? I think it's a deep psychological problem within much of the Muslim world, which is we thought we were the winners theologically. We're the ones who got the final revelation. And I think, by the way, that much of the anti-Americanism, the anti-Zionism, and anti-Westernism in much of the Muslim world falls down to this fact.
Parker, what are you doing?
Which is how come they're doing better than us when we were told that we were best.
Nargis and Fatima, I'm starting a science room right now if you guys want to come. Okay? Where did Daniel go?
You left, cave monkey.
Don't talk to your future ex-husband like that.
And also a sexual assault
right
allegation
now.
from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you
We're
a
gonna
chance to respond
discuss.
to that.
Muslim does a boom boom or pew pew act, and every Muslim's
We're
reaction.
discussing the many ones too.
He's not Muslim. Washer
It's in the House of
reaction
Reason.
might be to say, well, that's good, right? It's better that they say that than to support such a thing, God forbid. But here's what I think, ultimately, that's actually not the right sentiment. It's a little bit like saying you're colorblind when it comes to race. Sure, I prefer that you say that than to say I'm a racist, but ultimately you're kind of not getting what we really need to do, which is address the issue. So whenever Muslims say this person doesn't represent us XYZ, it kind of doesn't work anymore because it's happened so often that it does represent us in a way. If the Mormon or a Jain or a follower of some religion where they truly don't do this type of stuff went out and did something, like for example the guy who shot Charlie Kirk, I think he was Mormon. If Mormons say he doesn't represent us, I think everyone would say yeah, that sounds about right. He doesn't represent you. But when the whole world has massive airport security and there are alerts and European streets everywhere because people were running you over with a car, and when Christmas markets are getting canceled or shut down or curtailed, or when there's all kinds of security to get into subway stations or go all over the world, where everywhere in the world people are accustomed to this security rigmarole, these random checks, because there are so many acts perpetrated by people of Muslim backgrounds, it no longer convinces anyone or gets anywhere or gets anything done to say, oh, he doesn't represent us, I wash my hands of him. At some point we have to say, actually that person does represent us, he represents the worst of us, he represents something reprehensible in us, something that we despise. But when you just say, oh, he doesn't represent us, he's not one of us, that doesn't really represent us, no one really believes that anymore. It's time for us to say, actually, unfortunately, these people do represent us, and we need to have some serious internal dialogue, some serious internal policing to prevent these types of things. Those two cowards who did that act in Australia, they have family members, they have neighbors, they have community members. You're telling me that they drifted into the abyss of extremism and no one around them noticed anything or felt anything was off or noticed any weird behaviors like joining a pew pew club and becoming an expert all of a sudden? You know, at some point we have to look in the mirror and say there's something wrong with us. Too much extremism, too much rhetoric that leads to awful events in normal life. Too much of this stuff just gets a pass, gets a blind eye. There are too many extremists running among us in our communities that we enable or we ignore or we turn away from. We can no longer turn a blind eye. When we say they don't represent us, no one really believes that.
We have 40 breakout sessions.
Is the American-Israel public affair?
I'm gonna be blunt. If we finally be able to Medicare, I have seen.
There are 100 U.S. senators. Last year, 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were people whose campaigns had been funded by Israel, AIPAC, and the Israel lobby.
Excuse me, I said no pickles. Are you deaf or just stupid?
This is the know-it-all, aggressive, rude, entitled, and never satisfied customer known as the Karen.
Okay, did you catch that? I'll show you in slow motion. The security guy in the blue and Charlie's bodyguard in the tent looked at their watch simultaneously, which my guess would be they received some...
Here's how I'm going to help you. We've got to fix Obamacare. We've got to get healthcare costs down. We're going to drive down the
Drive down the cost, but not the spending.
cost of government. We're going to
Imagine a warship so massive, so grand, it was meant to be the pride of Sweden's navy, yet it sank less than a mile into its very first voyage. This is the Vasa. Built in 1628, it was armed with 64 bronze cannons, richly decorated with hundreds of carved statues, and towering over 150 feet tall. It was supposed to terrify enemies on sight, but the Vasa was too heavy, too unstable, and within minutes of setting sail, a sudden gust of wind tipped it onto its side. Seawater poured through the open gun ports, and the mighty flagship sank in full view of the horrified crowds of Stockholm. For over 300 years, it lay preserved in the cold, dark mud of the harbour, until it was raised in 1961, astonishingly intact. Today, the Vasa is the world's only surviving 17th century warship, more than 98% original, and standing as a time capsule of ambition, tragedy, and history, frozen in wood. Imagine a warship.
In the whole world that people pick up and use it to slander and oppose and accuse others. What is the name of that book? You already know. Shalom.
Alright, so before
It doesn't taste good. You know, if you just drink it, just to me, you add a little bit of taste to that, it a little bit better, especially for black folk. If it tastes horrible, they're not it. Drink it, whatever. And they might talk about you. So we always wanted to make sure stuff tasted good at our house.
all you gotta do is get some weed. When people smoke weed, they eat anything. When they get some liquor in their system. If they get some liquor in their system, weed, boy, they be...
Stuff do be tasting better. You right about that, though.
Probably true. I'm not sure about that, but I'm sure it's probably good.
She said some eggnog, some Hennessy, and some egg.
But from an outsider looking from here over there, it doesn't, they're not displaying genocide. I don't see that on TV. I don't see that on the news.
90% of Gaza has been flattened out, cool man. Imagine Manhattan, 90% of Manhattan just flat.
What's happened, said Andrew, how's everybody? Albedo, my brother Aman, you good, bro? Has collective stupidity increased that level where people are actually, this is like a genuinely sincere question, but like you being for real, like.
It breaks my heart, Irish. It really breaks my heart. Like, it brings me, like, spiritually to my knees when people give these type of responses. I can't wrap my head around that. I can't.
Can we do like a vote in the room? Like, how many people in this room have like a library card? Like, how many people is there here? There's like.
I'm a librarian, so.
Oh yeah, so you're good. So there's like, what is it? There's like 3, 6, 9, 12. It's like 50. How many people have a library card? Like, this is actually a question. Like, is it genocide really? Anyways, Andrew, how are you, bro? Albedo, bro, you good, man?
It's okay, cool, man. I know you're a good person. I just want you to try to do a little bit more research. If you can, please and see what you can.
Oh my days, that is weird because I don't know, like this is the type of thing that like it goes beyond religion, it goes beyond like people are really asking like, oh man.
We're all fed different information, you know, they intentionally take it different.
What's the common sense man, like,
Yeah, but inshallah, he'll go look into it and come back with a different.
That's a saloon. Only you can't come in.
Mr. Gilbert, don't let me stop you from moving
Go ahead, man, shoot me. What's talking to these days, man?
No, I'm older than this.
Wait, Trent Diaz. No, the person down in the chat with the name one song. I just love that name.
Allow
I
me
mean,
to
it's
introduce
very
the
clunky, but I like it.
This here.
But no, Irish. Question for you. Yeah.
That's right. Business block, Gilbert. No matter he
Do you think that the inheritance problem has worked out?
Johnny Madrid.
Who's Johnny Madrid?
Yeah, the whole.
I missed the last episode.
He ain't from
Oh,
around.
I don't know. This whole thing Albedo and all them and Rob and whatnot know about. Basically,
Smart enough,
something
Jughead.
about math and it doesn't turn out to make sense. It's like dividing up an inheritance and the math is wrong. And it like can't really be.
It's not making inheritance.
Yeah, what is it? I thought you would know. I thought you would know Irish.
Yeah, there is. It's basically the inheritance, but yeah, like Andrew, like just do ChatGPT for any arguments before you bring it to the forum.
No.
These are like minor things also.
Well, but when you say it's minor, I mean I don't know that.
I have an argument against this one.
Go ahead, call it number one. Go ahead. What is it?
Well, Andrew, can I give my argument?
Well, before you go though, what are you, money?
Don't say something like don't be overly offensive.
Are you atheist? Are you atheist? Are you?
I'm agnostic.
Oh, mate, I have a lot of respect for agnostics. I think it's a very honest position. But go ahead, yeah. What's I mean, not these answers, but it's not what it is.
It's like Muhammad was immoral. He sex with Aisha and she was 9.
Oh, Jesus, man. This is also, everyone that was born before the 19th century was immoral. We all have pedophile fathers and granddads, basically. We ignore anthropology, we ignore anthropology, sociology, all the scientific evidence. Like, can you give me one, has any scientist you said?
Scientists Hey, shut up. Scientists don't deal with morality. So, I don't know why it would matter whether they
then give me your defense morally, why it's wrong. Morally, from a moral argument. Why it's wrong. Go ahead.
Children aren't capable of properly consenting to sexual acts.
This is a moral argument?
I'm starting with one of the premises of the argument.
The premise is that they're speaking with what's the actual argument?
Well, just like if you shut the fuck up, I'll just wait. The argument is gonna be a set, right? Like the argument is gonna be a set of premises and a conclusion.
Okay,
right, so like if you start shifting out at the first premise, I'm not gonna get it.
Okay, so make the premise so not a claim though. You know the difference between a claim and an evidence-based argument? Let's start with the claim. We're not with a claim, man. You start giving your argument, yeah? What is your moral argument?
I'm starting with premises.
But your premise has to be based on an argument, not on a claim. You know the difference between a claim and an argument?
Well,
you can't just say it's wrong, bro. This is more in philosophy.
I'm not just saying it's wrong, but just like premises are gonna be.
I'm asking you why.
And you
have to say why.
Shut the fuck up. You
don't answer.
Yeah.
No. Irish, if Rice Cooker can't engage with you in a respectful way, I ask you to not.
Do you mean respectful way?
All this shut the fuck up, Moses. Dumb. All this. You're off to a really aggressive start. It's not gonna be a.
Because she started interrupting one premise in.
We'll just say please don't interrupt.
Yeah, I apologize. Go ahead. I apologize, bro. Go ahead.
But just to be clear, premises will be claims, and you can ask for support for those claims. Right? But like the idea is, I'm giving you claims which I think you might be inclined to accept. Now, maybe you won't be inclined to accept them, and then we can discuss them. But if you're inclined to accept them, then I guess the conclusion is also something you should accept.
Yeah, no, this is good. And
That's what I think arguments are doing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to actually ask you about, Sasha, because I actually was thinking about this, and I think this would be helpful for everybody. Isn't an argument just a series of claims that actually are just supposed to be, well, I'll hear your response, Irish, but isn't it actually, obviously they can ask for support of those, that's fine, but doesn't it come down to ultimately trying to find something that you'll share as being intuitive? So I
can tell you two things about arguments I think are good to realize. One is that just structurally what arguments are sets of premises and a conclusion.
Right.
Okay, that's what arguments are. And so you're supposed to have a set of sentences and a special sentence called the conclusion. And the premises in some way are supposed to support the conclusion.
Okay.
And there are different ways of specifying that support relation.
Okay.
Right? So, maybe you think it's evidential or entailment or something. And those will correspond to different varieties.
Offers to us a screenshot
so that's what arguments are structured.
of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I think the point of it is to change people's minds, right? It's to give people reason to accept the conclusion of the argument. Okay, so how do I decide what to put in the premises of my argument? Well, I think I should go with what I think my interlocutor will accept.
That's right.
And maybe he won't accept it, right? And then we can discuss that.
Right. And so, and if they don't accept it, right? Say they don't accept one of the, I don't know, the premises, then you could be like, well, okay, then I'm going to make an argument to support that premise.
But you have something that actually has evidence base, like you base on evidence, or it's logical. The logical entailments make it like a logical contradiction, or it's based on empirical evidence, not just I don't like this, therefore it's wrong. Like who?
No. I agree. Well, I think that's true, but that's fine.
He's not even engaging the point. Like, are you saying that the premises themselves have to be supported?
Well, unless it's a logical contradiction, then they don't have to be.
No, just listen to that. Just listen to the question. Are you saying the premises have to be supported, or that they have to support the conclusion?
I'm saying that if you're just giving me a syllogism, then the contradiction should be in the premises. If not, then it has to come from outside the premises.
You're just not getting the question. You were saying
it's the
something
same show every time.
Evidential.
No.
What is the thing that means evidential support?
No. I'm not
you did say this.
No. Well, okay, let me correct myself. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if there's a logical contradiction in the logic, in the premises, like if there's a contradiction within the logic itself, like a syllogism, then it's okay. If there's not, then it has to come from outside of the logic, their premises. Then you're appealing to something outside of the logical statements itself.
Okay, look, maybe I'll just ask you this. How do you think I should select the premises of my argument?
Either make a logical syllogism, either make a syllogism.
No, I'm not. No, you're not asking. Syllogism is already the whole argument. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
So no, just listen. Look, the syllogism is going to have premises no matter what. Right? So I can give you a syllogism that says, like, if the sky is blue, then Muhammad is a pedophile. The sky is blue, therefore Muhammad is a pedophile.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a valid syllogism. Right? It's like a valid argument. Right? But what also matters is, are the premises true? Right? So I'm asking.
Exactly. How do you know they're true?
Right. So. Right. So I'm saying what I look with premises is things that I think my audience is likely to accept as true. Right, so I'll give you premises, and then you might say, oh, I think that's true, and then that leads to the conclusion. So that's what I'm doing. And so there is no question of what evidence I have for the premises if you just accept it.
Okay. So basically, I'm still asking you, like, give me your argument, bro. Like, why is something wrong? That what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Is wrong
So so I'll just tell you the premises, and you can tell me if you disagree with any of them, and we go from there. Right, so the premises are sex that's without proper consent is rape. Rape is wrong. A child is not able to give proper consent So, if you have sex with a child, you thereby commit rape, and Muhammad had sex with a child, so thereby Muhammad did something wrong.
Okay.
That's roughly the argument.
Okay, so where did you get your evidence Muhammad had sex with a child?
So that's the premise you want to contest. You want to contest
I'll
that
contest
Muhammad
everything one by one, but we'll start off one. Where do you get the evidence that Muhammad had sex with a child?
That's right.
Where are you getting this information
I thought
from?
we agreed that the point is, do you accept it?
I'm asking you where you get
do you accept that Muhammad had sex with a child or no?
I'm asking, what's it based on? Where are you basing this on?
Regardless of what I'm basing it on, do you think it's true or not?
Well, I'm not. If you want to make claims that have no grounding in any historical evidence, then I'm not going to accept it.
Look, I'll tell you why I think it in a second. Now I'm just asking.
Well, then, bro, I'm asking you. Why are you so?
I'm just asking you. True?
I'm asking you where. Well, if I'm asking you where did you get the information from, obviously I don't think it's true.
Well, that's not true.
I don't think that. I don't actually. It's not actually obvious. A lot of people would try to be difficult and contest premises, even if they accept.
Right. It might be that you might just think that Sasha can't demonstrate where she, adequately to everyone. And by asking her that.
He's basically saying that he's basically asking me, did Muhammad have sexual interest in a child? And I'm asking him, where did you get this information from?
Well, but that's just kind of a move, though. That's not really.
We have background information that Irish knows that I've spoken to before.
Tim, hold on. That's just a move, though, Irish, to try to. All you're doing there is you're just trying to get Sasha to.
No, because I know for definite.
No, but he's saying no, he doesn't accept it. Maybe you don't accept it.
And if you don't, then that's right. That's what Sasha's trying to get explicitly out of you, is that you don't accept it or you do. And I think that's a fair question.
Okay. He wants me just to say it simply, man. No, I don't accept that they had sex with.
Okay, great. Okay, I mean, just here's the first reason to think it's true. The dominant majority position in Islam is that it's true. So just the experts in your religious tradition have come to basically a consensus that it is so.
Okay, so why then is it forbidden in Islam to have sex with a prepubescent child? And why do you not have to have the consent of the wali, of the parents, of the family, and you can't have sex with a prepubescent? Explain that to me.
I didn't say prepubescent.
You said a child.
I'm fine. Right. I don't think child means prepubescent. I think the 9-year-old girl. I don't know why it has to be scientific.
Well, what common ground do you want to work on then? Where are you basing child on then?
Just morality and common usage of terms.
Where morality in the sky, we just pull it out of the air. What's the grounds you're basing child on? You can do what you can define as you want, but let's get common ground.
Maybe this will be helpful. There's a moral question of what a person is, right? So once we agree that this person has a brain, a body, everything, right? There's still a question of okay, is this enough for personhood or no? And it's not that question is resolved by science, by looking really deeply under the microscope and figuring out, oh yeah, does it say in their DNA code they're a person? It's a conceptual question of what makes someone a person, right? So there are a lot of questions like that, which just aren't answered scientifically, but which nonetheless give you substantive information about the meaning of terms. I mean, another classic example is knowledge, right? There's no scientific definition of knowledge. There's just a philosophical analysis of the concept. And so similarly here, I'm saying that what's relevant to my argument is just such an analysis of the concept child.
You there, Irish?
Yeah, sorry, bro. How are we defining child again? On what basis?
I'm not sure what you mean basis, but just
common sense.
I think basis.
On common sense. So what? On common sense.
That was.
So if we look at all,
that wasn't me speaking. Shut up.
So if we look at all antiquity.
Shut up.
Man, you've been talking for 5 minutes, man.
Shut up. No, you asked me.
You're making claims and you're being aggressive.
Someone else answered. Someone else answered. I want to give my answer.
Okay. Well,
why did you ask the question and then go with someone else's answer? What's wrong with you?
I apologize. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I'll just go with this. It's sufficient for you to be a child that you're a 9-year-old with about standard mental development of a 9-year-old or less mental development. I think that's a sufficient condition for you being a child.
All right, so let's write off all pre-antiquity and the age of marriage and still in the tribes around this world today and all European history before the 17th century, okay? Because you say so. All right, let's do that then. You're making claims. You're making claims. You've literally not given me one moral or scientific argument yet, bro. I'm here an hour speaking to you, bro. Is this the level of your intellect?
It hasn't been an hour.
Is this the level of your intellect, bro? 45 minutes. You've not given me one solid argument yet. Just what you say and what you claim. Really, you want me to engage in this, bro? I've got better things to be doing, man. Make your argument strong, man. Ground it, and don't say to me, I think, I believe, I feel. Bro, this is like the level of a 5-year-old, bro. Like, make your argument strong, bro. I can argue for you if you want. You want me to argue for you? I can do that, no problem.
I don't know why you're just posturing. Just shut the fuck up if you have nothing to say.
No, but what's your argument, bro? You're just making a claim for the last hour, right? You're not actually grounding anything.
I told you the argument.
Why you feel it? I feel for the 8 what? So that there's a person of 7? That's an argument?
Shush. I gave you my argument. Then you challenged one of the premises. We're talking about the premises. And I gave you support for that premise. The counter argument. And you asked me for my definition. Right? I gave you like a definition that will suffice for this conversation. Like it conveys enough of the meaning to get the conversation going. Right? So now you know what I mean by child, at least in this case. Okay? And you still actually haven't, like, in any substantive way, replied to my argument, which is just like the consensus of your religious tradition is that Muhammad had sex with a child in the sense I said.
I'm defining a child as a prepubescent person. And there's no evidence.
Okay, so I'll just modify the premise.
Which is great, which is based in science.
Yeah, so I'll just modify the premise. Yeah, I'll just modify the premise so it's easier. So the premise is Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old that wasn't mentally developed beyond the standard 9-year-old.
Okay, so what's your evidence that they weren't mentally developed? Where are you getting this from?
Mentally developed beyond a standard 9-year-old.
Where are you getting this evidence from? Why are you saying that they weren't developed beyond the mental capacity of a normal 9-year-old? Where did you get this from?
No, he keeps on asserting it.
I can give you. Umar, shut up. I mean, like the first line of evidence is just that she was 9, right? So most 9-year-olds aren't like far beyond mental development of a 9-year-old. And so that's one reason to saying she wasn't.
Okay, so most this, that, man, this is all general claims, man. You need to give me the evidence of what you're basing your argument on.
No, that is evidence, right? I'm giving you a proposition which counts in favor of what you're disagreeing. That is evidence.
No, evidence isn't making claims, bro. It's giving me the source material, what you're saying, man.
So just let me ask you this. Do you disagree that most 9-year-olds aren't like mentally developed far beyond the average 9-year-old?
I'm not making any claims, bro. I mean, you're making an argument against the
specific... That's a premise, and you're contesting it.
Yeah, but you're arguing...
You need to have some attitude. You need to have some attitude to that premise. I'm asking you, what is your attitude to my premise?
No,
do you think it's
you're making an argument. You're making an argument.
Just stop that. Just stop that. Shush. Okay. I'm asking you.
Oh, you're sweating here, bro, man. You've been sweating for an hour and more, man. Do You haven't actually refuted me at all, man, in an hour, bro.
To be fair, Irish, I don't think Sasha's doing
Irish,
it
shut
all.
the fuck
I just
up
don't
for a
think you
second.
understand
Look,
what Sasha's doing.
Bro, he's
But
bringing up an
to be
argument
fair
against a
with you.
specific
Can you shut
individual.
down this fucking dumb...
He's making an argument
Irish
against
is a friend.
Can you just mute him for a second?
Irish is a friend.
Andrew,
Irish.
he's making...
Yeah.
Andrew,
Let's talk with Andrew. Engage with Andrew. Just leave this.
Hey, Omar, shut up.
No. Sasha's going to engage with Irish, but I'm just saying, Irish, listen. Sasha's being very meticulous, and I think you just need to go along with her. I really do. But you can do what you want, but I just think you should really just try to...
Just fucking interrupting, you worthless cunt. Look, I'm giving you a premise in support of another premise you contested. Now I'm just asking you, what's your attitude towards that premise? And again, so just your attitude can be, oh, I think it's false. I think it's true. Or I don't know. Okay, that could be your attitude towards it. And the premise is just this. Most 9-year-olds aren't mentally far superior to the average 9-year-old. So just like, if you pick a 9-year-old at random, they're not gonna be like, far and beyond.
a 9-year-old when? In the 7th century, in the 21st century, in 2025?
Yeah, let's say in the 7th century.
Okay, so the average 9-year-old... Okay, what was the average age of marriage in the 7th century? In the globe?
You're still not answering the question.
No, I'm asking you, what was the... You're asking me averages now. You want to go beyond the specific...
I'm asking you, do you accept it?
I'm asking you the average age of marriage in the 7th century in the globe. What was it?
What does that matter to your attitude?
Because you're talking to me about averages now. Now I'm going to you with averages. I'm asking you a question. What was the average age of marriage in the 7th century in the world?
What does it matter what I think the average marriage was?
It's not what you think, man. Anthropology, sociology. What was the average age of marriage in the 7th century?
You dumb fucking stuff.
That's not what Sasha's saying, though, Irish. So
I'm just asking you.
No, because Andrew, he's asking Andrew. Basically, what he's done
I'm
is...
just asking you if the average 9-year-old...
just be quiet a minute.
random 9-year-old...
Man, just get back in your box, man. Andrew, he's speaking about generalities in 2025. We're talking about a specific person.
I understand.
So I'm saying to him...
I got you. You want to know what the average marriage
Don't speak generally. Speak specifically about the person making claims against.
You got to understand the dialectic. So hold on, Sasha, please give me 1 second. Sasha is trying to get you to understand the motivation for different premises, okay? You're on a premise right now where you're talking about her being a child, and then talking about what constitutes being a child, and then you what is the evidence that she wasn't mature to be able to engage in this relationship? And Sasha is citing the fact that she was 9, and then she's trying to see if you agree, which I think is a completely legitimate move, Irish, to say, do you agree that the average 9-year-old, and if you're even able to take an average...
I disagree, man, because the average age of marriage because the average age of marriage in 7th century in the globe, what was the average age of marriage in the globe in the 7th century?
That's not what's being said. That's not what's being said. You're going to a different point. Irish. I promise you, this isn't has any motivation to do it on my behalf, anti-Islam, nothing like that, okay? I'm simply just trying to talk to you about reason and logic right now. What Sasha is doing right now, Sasha's saying, please, Umar, please. What Sasha's doing is Sasha is citing the evidence that she's going to use to say that it is the case that Aisha was not mentally mature enough to engage in that relationship. And the first evidence that she's put forward is the fact that Aisha is 9. And generally, 9-year-olds are going to be generally in lockstep with generally, it doesn't mean... Please hear this. You got to hear this. It doesn't mean that she's not developed. It doesn't mean she's not developed. Just listen.
Okay.
She's just asking, is it the case that generally a 9-year-old is going to be in lockstep with the rest of the 9-year-olds?
No, it's not generally, no.
No. Generally the case. It doesn't have to be specifically.
Generally, man, use your anthropology, use your sociology, use scientific evidence from that time period. It's not, you're assuming generally. Show me generally. Show me generally any anthropologist who says in the 7th century this isn't the age of capacity for marriage at the time. You have to say things, bro.
We're not talking about if they're actually...
Andrew, that's...
No,
Irish,
I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying. I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying. I promise you, please. Brother, please, I beg you. I don't think you're tracking me. Okay, so just listen. You have to have a sample. There has to be, if you're going to say an average, okay, there has to be like a fair enough pool to say that there's an average. You can't just be like everybody's so radically different from one another that you can't even take it. You can't even make a generalization.
Bro, I'm not saying average, bro.
Okay, I know. No.
I'm saying, Andrew, show me a Christian, show me a Jew, show me any religion, any people, any group in the 7th century. Anyone.
I understand.
I'm only asking for one. Ask me any
I
anthropologist.
understand what you're saying.
No, wait, Andrew, listen. Show me any anthropologist, any sociologist, one today, a 2025 one, that says what you're saying.
Okay. I don't know if you understand.
Subhuman. Like, it's immoral. Like, what's wrong with you?
And look, if you mean the average point, Irish, like the development is going to be, there's an average, right? There's going to be like a bell curve or something like that, right? Where you're going to be looking at the averages of people's maturity at the age of 9 if they're female. Okay, I don't think that's a weird thing that Sasha's putting forward here. I think it should be non-controversial for you to say. I think, unless you have a good reason to disagree with this, that, look, on average, it's probably the case that a 9-year-old, anyone plucked out of anywhere, right, at that time, are going to be similar to just the average of 9-year-olds. And I think that's a fair thing to say.
The average of 9-year-olds when, bro?
At the time of, we already established that.
Okay, then tell me about the average of a 9-year-old at that time, not today.
I'm saying...
And based it on something that's grounded in science, man, not grounded on my emotions and my feelings, man, which we've been getting from him for the last hour, bro.
Fucking subhuman.
It's not emotions or feelings. Go ahead.
Look, the average
You've not cited one scientist. You've not cited one anthropologist.
All I can say is Sasha has done nothing illicit, Irish. As apart from being
speaking.
No. But Andrew, this is the problem.
Nothing illicit. She's done nothing illicit logically. That's all I'm saying. Everything that she's done is logical. I understand by that. Okay.
What are you saying, she, bro? Who's she?
Now you guys are just.
Come on, you guys. Subhumans to just ruin the discussion. Like, if you don't moderate them, like, they're just gonna keep fucking doing this.
Well, you have been rude, Sasha. I know.
Yeah, because no. I actually started the discussion by just giving him the argument, and this fucking subhuman jumps in, one premise in, and says, "Oh, give me the evidence with logic." Like, so that's how he's been fucking conducting himself, like a fucking dumb subhuman.
I know, because you've been making claims, bro, because I feel it.
Shut up, subhuman.
Because I feel it isn't an argument.
Andrew, Andrew, it's like having people over for dinner and Sasha pimp slapping them around.
Yeah, it's like because I feel it isn't an argument, man.
Look, I just want to finish speaking to Andrew without this fucking subhuman.
But I want to know what's going on with you lately. That you like anybody that gets on your nerves.
I'll get to that. Just let me finish. Just fucking dumb subhuman interrupts me one premise there. It's like, you're not giving an argument. You need to give a study. You need to give evidence. Okay, look, he's behaving fucking ridiculous, and you would do fucking nothing to curb it, right? Like, the right approach is just, if he starts fucking doing this, you mute him until I'm done. Right? But because you won't do this, you won't do shit to facilitate an honest engagement, then I think I'm fine just being mean to him. Right? Like, we're just doing like anarchy zoo, monkey poop throwing discussion.
I got you. Let me respond.
That's the rules I'm going to play by.
I got you, Sasha. Let me respond to you real quick. Okay, so the problem is you say, since we're not going to do anything about it, the best that I'm going to do is try to talk to him because he's my friend. I'm not going to start muting him. So I'm not going to mute him and move him down. Now, if he got crazy, yes, I would do something. And I have said things to him. You've heard me multiple times say, dude, just bow back. Just let Sasha talk. Sasha's doing nothing illicit. I've made multiple appeals, so it is not the case that I've done nothing. But no, I'm not going to mute him and move him down. He's my friend. He's trying to dialogue.
No,
I think he's completely wrong, and I've already said that.
Look. You step in. You try to direct it. And then he fucking does the same thing again.
I understand. That's the nature of it.
Okay, so if you understand that, and you think, oh, because he's your friend, this is like the appropriate move engagement. That's fine. You want to have fucking shit throwing monkeys?
No, I'm trying to fix it right now.
Sorry, look.
Andrew, you actually taking this guy serious, boy. You've been insulting me for an hour now.
Irish, don't talk to this bastard here. You can spam out. We can cremate Andrew or any other Christian who wants, like,
no. Listen. I'm trying to be fair to both you guys, and I like both you guys. You guys are definitely butting heads right now. I understand what Sasha's saying saying logically, reasonably, as far as the argument
Bro,
stuff goes,
he's just
I agree
making
with it.
claims, bro. He's not actually evident in logic or anything else, bro.
When you start to like anything that you
Just
say,
look, man. Stop doing this shit. Like, I was in the middle of the point with you. And these fucking subhumans come in, interrupt, and you fucking let them.
Andrew, you just like
That's exactly my fucking point.
because you're trying to well, you said the gender thing. You did do a gender. You did do a gender. So you said, "Is this a girl?" You said something like that.
Thank you, Sailor, for everybody get it off the chest.
Let Sasha finish.
Oh yeah, for a change. Let him speak for a change.
Today for a little snack for dinner.
The discussion you want for these fucking dishonest cunts get to be as dishonest as they fucking want. And you want to
Andrew, you being serious, bro. This guy's calling me CUNT, buddy.
Yeah, I understand. So, Sasha, you know that you're inciting anger from them, and you also know that you're telling me I'm doing nothing when I'm literally in the middle of talking to you, trying to persuade you.
No. Because the fucking sun might be interrupted, I wasn't able to make the point. So it wasn't, you do nothing. You do nothing. Actually,
If somebody says something you don't like, you can't start calling them a cunt.
it's not about saying something I don't
Can you
like.
actually formulate your argument without crying, though? Can you
Shut
just
up,
make your argument, please?
Taylor, I'm happy to get to you. I just want to finish what I was
No, but
saying.
now you're just crying. No, now you're pissing me off as well because you're just crying, dude. Are you like, how? No, I'm not gonna shut up. Are you crazy? What is this? He's been crying on me for like the past 2 minutes.
Yeah, but the Irish won't let. I've already said the
say anything.
I
Grown
think
ass
trying to
man.
get the point out for like 10 or 10 minutes.
Yes. Go ahead, Rex,
Yeah.
finish up.
Can you get rid of this fucking supplement?
I'm not gonna get rid of them. I'm not gonna get rid of Irish.
So this is the perfect example, right? Yeah, that's great. So that's perfect. That makes my point, right? You allow these people to be fucking dishonest and disruptive to like a ridiculous extent. Okay? That's like the way you want, that's the way you allow the room to be conducted. And you do nothing that substantively changes it. Your interventions are fucking worthless because like these people just ignore you, right? Like you come and say, let's such a thing, and they don't fucking do it. Right? They don't get
Sasha,
it.
this is his room. Just grow up and let him moderate his room. Calm down.
Just hey,
It's
wait
the best Andrew can do.
He's so rash. Anyway.
Sasha, I hear what you're saying.
Shut the fuck off.
Well, you need to finish what you're saying so I can respond because I hear what you're saying.
I've been trying to get to a point which would take me a minute without these fucking supplements interrupting. So if you actually want me to get through it, just fucking get rid of them.
Well, if you actually want to get through it, quit calling them subhuman. You think they might want to speak when you're speaking, Sasha?
I actually didn't. I actually didn't just now, and he still fucking interrupted. And you didn't do shit.
I'm saying but I'm saying you let these worthless etceteras and you're pluralizing and you're just throwing it out there.
My point is, they interrupt, even if I don't fucking do it.
I know you're saying that, but I'm saying how would you know if they were going to stop this time?
A $10 banger too.
He just fucking interrupted without me doing it.
That was a different person, and he's taking offense because you're broad.
So the point is, you want to shit with people doing this.
Okay, when you say I won't do, the only thing that would satisfy you is if I remove them or move them down.
No, I already told you. Can I just fucking finish the point?
Yes, finish your point.
Okay, great. The point is, like, the way you want to have the way you permit this discussion, endless disruption is allowed. Endless dishonesty is allowed. You won't do shit to actually perfect. You will do, like, kind of push-jury, on-the-surface interventions that don't actually do shit to change their behavior. Okay, so that's the way, like, you're fine with the conversation goes. Okay, well, I'm happy to engage in those discussions, but I think if that's the norms you want to have, then I don't think I'm bound up by any fucking norms of politeness, courtesy, any of that, right? I don't feel like that if the culture of the room is to fucking be as destructive as you want, and you'll get a slap of the wrist to tell them to shit. So that's why I mean.
Okay, well, let me respond to you. You come in with a PTR that's already offensive, okay? So Irish and people you haven't really engaged with yet, who see that, you're already offended. Right off the okay, fine, then you have. But he didn't. That's odd because he's saying that he didn't know what your preferred pronouns are, and then he's acting like there's some kind
I have interacted with Irish before.
Fine,
You can ask him, I think.
but you're still being offensive right when you come in. That's indisputable, okay? That's indisputable. You're being offensive right when you come in. Then you're engaging in a conversation with them, and you're saying, because I don't step in and say, Irish, stop doing what you're doing, or I'm moving you down. And you're saying I'm posturing. No, my intent is sincere. I'm definitely trying to have the conversation. You say that I'm allowing for, like it's something that I'm like, yeah, just do it. No, I'm just letting you.
No, you're allowing for it.
Yeah,
I'm not. You won't take substantive action.
Yeah, when you say substantive,
substantive means ones that actually do something.
Yeah, and something has happened. He's not talking right now. I'm talking to you. We're having a one-on-one. Something has happened. So don't say nothing has happened.
I think it was me calling him stuff here.
Well, no, that's only instigated more problems. That's actually a lot of the reason that
I think he's quiet. I think he's quiet because I called him stuff here.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Right. No, but it's like, how is it less plausible than your fucking pseudo intervention?
Because he actually cares.
I think the reason he's quiet, to be clear, is because like he disrupted it so many times that now there isn't really anything to it. And I'm actually not engaging. Right? I'm engaging you. So that's why I think it's not being disruptive. I think it has nothing to do. I think it has nothing to do with your fucking shit ass pretend interventions.
Yeah, you can say pretend intervention, but Sasha, anything you level towards me is going to be leveled at any other mod here, any other person that's taking control of the room, insofar as they don't do. Insofar. Yeah. And I'm telling you that you are just completely missing it on this point. I think everything you're saying to him logically, that's completely fine, but I think what you're doing right here is completely off base. You come in with the PTR such as you have, you're engaging with a Muslim, he's sitting there trying to talk to you now. Obviously, he doesn't like you go straight to the heart, you go to the hardest, the most explicitly concerning point that you can go to, and that's fine, okay? But you guys are talking about it. He interrupts you because he doesn't understand what you're saying, or maybe he does to some degree. I don't know. No. I said either he does or he doesn't understand everything that you're trying to do. He may, and maybe he's doing some kind of dishonest dodge. Maybe that's the case. I'm not trying to call him out because you guys are talking. Now, if it's the case that he wants to say, hey, I want to talk or I want to intervene, and he does, he starts to overtalk you, which he does. I did say several times, hey, please just let her finish because I think
Are you disagreeing with anything I'm saying?
Yes, I'm disagreeing with you.
Not on the framing bullshit. I don't care about not on the framing bullshit. Do you think on the substance I said anything false? If so, what did I say is false?
Yeah, that you think you're warranted to violate. Hold on, Gunnar, I have to move down. That it's okay to violate moral norms of this sort. Just because moral beats. Yeah, that's fine. By my lights, they're going to be moral norms. But to say that it's okay to violate the norms because you think that nobody's going to do, namely me in this case, do anything about these interventions or these interjections.
Because nobody is going to do anything that actually accomplishes anything.
Yeah, when you say accomplishes anything, that's very vague.
No, accomplishes as in it curbs, it lowers the dishonesty and the disruptiveness.
I think it definitely has. I think
you're completely fucking insane.
No, that's going to be patently true. It's going to be patently true that it has because I have stepped in and he stopped talking midway a few times and let you finish. So it certainly has curbed it. Certainly. So it is not the case that there are... Sasha, if somebody is in the middle of bloviating or interjecting in a way of the thing that you're saying is the very thing that you want to see reduced, and I interject and he stops talking to let me talk and then lets you talk, that clearly is an instance of me curbing it. Clearly. And that happened several times. So don't say that I haven't...
No. That he stops fucking interrupting. Given a piece. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that we carry on the conversation. And he's still just as fucking disruptive and just as dishonest.
Okay, well then you're just saying something. Now it's just saying, well, If it's the case that he continues to do the same kind of thing, that I didn't curb it at all by me stepping in and doing what I'm doing, I can't change his overall dishonesty or shiftiness. If that's how he is, then that's how he is.
You can for the context of the discussion. Because you can be like, hey, stop interrupting or this consequence. And maybe he wants to engage.
But Sasha, I think if you ask Irish to stop interrupting, if you're like, hey man, I'm talking, I think Irish will comply.
That would go a long way. It would go a long way. You put a massive burden on us by calling them simple.
Now that we know
You don't think that would work? Wait. Rice Sugar, you don't think that would work?
No, obviously not.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, you're fucking insane.
He apologized and modified
The reason why he's interrupting, he's fucking dishonest, and he's trying to divert from the point.
Well, then is it worth it? Let me ask you this. Hold on, I'm gonna move you down here. Stop that. Sasha, is it the case that you want to even dialogue with him? Do you want to dialogue with him if he's dishonest? Do you want to dialogue with him if he's dishonest? Do you want to?
Yeah, just I'm fine with it. Just that's like if the norms are like you can't just do the disruptive and dishonest bullshit, and we want substantively to just like next fucking point in discussion, you can just do the same shit. Okay, I'm fine with engaging in that. I just also think then like how I get my entertainment is by being me.
Okay, but I understand. But listen, you're kind of in a cursed position, Sasha, because unfortunately most people that you dialogue with, because of the fact that they're not thinking the way that you are, and I think you're a very clear thinker, you've been blessed, but you're also been cursed, because when you put them in certain positions, it's almost inevitably because of the way people are, it's just a human condition, they are just prone to, dishonesty module engaged. And maybe to whatever degree that they're aware of that, I don't know. I'm just saying it is happening. I do think it's sometimes very volitional because they're just like their pride's invested, they're on stage, they got people watching, etc. So I think you bring that out of people, and I think it's going to happen a lot. And I understand why you're frustrated, and I try to share. I share the sympathy. I sympathize. I empathize with you on that, absolutely. But I'm just saying it is something that you've got to recognize that as mods, you're putting us in a tough situation, particularly when it's our friends. I'm not going to just move Irish down. I want you to talk, obviously. I kept over and over, I kept saying, look, Sasha's not being illicit. Sasha's being...
What is my concern with putting you in a difficult position? I don't think... I think...
What's the best fungus treatment?
Shit at modern, right?
Well, that's fine. I know everybody is.
Right. So it's like, so to that extent, I don't think like I always have fucking respect as a moderator of discussion.
Well, then what are we doing here? Well, I'm doing it. Yeah, but why am I opening a room?
I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm fine with it.
Okay, but why am I opening a room? If you would say, hey, let's open a room, I'm like, okay, let's do it.
My opinion on it is clearly not like, what causally drives you to open the room.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, what is the motivation for me to want to do this? If it's all it is you're going to berate me and tell me how bad of a mod I am. And then I'm going to get people telling me back channel left and right. Sasha's very rude, very...
Well, I think the value for you is you want to hear these discussions.
I do, but it becomes to the point where the value of that is really reduced when we have to go through this kind of stuff where I can't... I'm trying to say to you that you're putting me in a spot to where I have a friend who's getting berated by you called subhuman, etc., okay? And then he's doing things that I don't think are logically fair. They're not reasonable in the dialogue, maybe even dishonest.
So you want me to change my behavior. I want you to change your behavior.
And I want you to change his, and I want you to change yours.
No, irrelevant. You want me to change my behavior. I want you to change your behavior. And we are both saying to each other, well, this is the reason why I don't want to do it. And I don't feel like I particularly owe you the courtesy, right? You don't feel like you owe me the courtesy of moderating a discussion in a way where like people aren't just endlessly fucking allowed to be disruptive. And
Sasha, why do you think it's the case that they're not? Okay, I hear it. I hear it.
You think that's okay? That's fine. Then I'm saying I don't think I owe you like I'm gonna be nice to people in your room in discussions.
Okay, well, why do you think it's the case? Well, first of all, Sasha, let me just ask you this. Why do you think it's the case that there's not a mod here that you can appeal to that would be able to navigate in the way that you're going to do without them feeling, I think, somewhat similar to the way that I feel, which is if they're friends with somebody that you're berating and you're like, hey, do something about it. Do something about these subhuman blah, 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 blah. Do you think there's a mod up here that's going to navigate that much differently? They're going to be like, oh, yeah, that's fine. Just
if they're friends with the person?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay,
I'm just gonna make the same point to them. It's like,
okay, but
you wanted to change something, I wanted to change something. We both feel like we don't want to do it, so we don't do it. I understand.
I kind of imagine it like if we were in person and we were at a dinner table and there's a Muslim person at the table and they're giving you answers that you don't like, you just disengage. You don't start ruining the dinner and be like, you effing
giving me answers. It's not about giving me answers I don't like.
Knocking on doors.
Just him interrupting. It has nothing to do with the content of what he's saying, right? You're just interjecting and disrupting the fucking conversation.
But every time you said you're interrupting me, he goes, I apologize, and he stopped, and then he would allow you.
It's not every time, and he hasn't stopped.
Sayla, that's not true. He did keep interrupting if you were paying attention.
No, I wasn't.
No, he was asking for evidence. I think he had the right. He can ask for the evidence.
No. You didn't understand what Sasha was doing. You don't understand what Sasha's doing. And so that's why this is where I'm saying.
No, but Andrew, like,
I want to say one more thing to say. Like, I don't really buy into this way of thinking as like, well, if we were in a different situation, then here's what we would do. Like, yeah, maybe, but we're not in that situation. Yeah?
No, I think she's just saying.
If we were in medieval times, and you spoke up, like then I don't know, Andrew would beat the shit out of us. Okay. Is that a reason for you?
That's not. Yeah. Sasha, that's
but
not.
It still feels like we have company.
Running the digital dinner.
Yeah, it's like we're having company over, and then you're like,
it's obviously not like that in many ways.
Sure. I mean, in the ways that it's analogous, though, I think the point. There's a point.
I mean, there's I don't know, like 5 significant disanalogies I can list up the top of my head.
What we're saying is that we don't want Irish or other people to be like, I never want to go back to that effing room. Like, they just let people talk to us any kind of way, treat us kind of way. Like, if we're trying to have conversations and draw people, like, you might be trying to deter people, but, I think there's value in relationships.
Why don't you guys set up rules then?
I'm just going to make the same point to you that I made to Andrew, which is
it's that simple.
I come in, I want to have discussions with people. If the moderators just don't really do shit to curb this disruptiveness and dishonesty, that's fine. So the moderators think these are the rules for conversations they want to facilitate. Okay, for me it's that's fine, you can have it. But then, I don't really feel compelled to uphold some standard of niceness. And I get that the most don't like it because they care way more about not being rude than being honest, having a spine, not being
that doesn't follow. No, it's not spine. It's not spine. It's not spine. You just got that one wrong. Yes, being rude. More than being rude, yes. Okay, because it's not always about being right or forcing somebody to tell you what is true. I listen. It bothers me, and part of me wants to rip some heads off when I see it, Sasha. I'm with you on that. Okay, I hate that.
I'll just take the spineless comment. I mean, that was a bit of rhetoric.
I know. I got you. That's fine. Let me just say this.
You are way more invested in standards of niceness than of honesty and disruptiveness. The point really, those are the primary ones you really want to put emphasis on.
Yes, because I'm going to be a lot more lenient. But let me say, no, it is fine, and I understand you're doing your thing, and bygones, we just have to understand each other. That's fine. But let me just say this real quick. You are, I think, because of the blessing and the curse that you have, Sasha, because of the blessing and the curse that you have, I think that the compliance trajectory that you expect is a little bit rigid. Because the people that you're going to be engaging in,
it can be a bit quid pro quo, I see some goodwill, I give some back,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying.
That's like, for example, that was, for example, more or less my...
Can you stop doing that? I've asked you multiple times. This is the kind of thing I'm just, can you please stop? We're obviously going to get through what
we just never meant to listen to this the entire time.
Bro. Sometimes there's things that
if you don't like it, there's just like little
that's not what's going on, Don. You just don't even understand what's going on right now, obviously. I'm trying to hash out something that's been ongoing. We're trying to have a dialogue. We can move forward after this. We're almost done. If you keep interjecting like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing it? We're going to do it. Okay? We're almost done. We are almost done. Okay. So geez, bro. Okay. So, yeah, Sasha, I hear you. That's fine. I'm just saying, like, obviously, you're going to be dredging up a lot of dodginess and dishonesty out of people. And so you're going to just, and so like I said, I think it's a curse on your behalf because you're in a position of just hearing a lot of dishonesty.
I feel like I was making a point and then this fucking thing interrupted and now you're making your point.
No, that's fine. Can we, I think that...
No, I do want to get back to my point. Just give me a second to... Sorry, what were you saying? What were you saying before?
Oh, I said the trajectory, compliance, quid pro quo.
Oh, yeah, sorry, no, I was saying that, like, you know, like, look, I think it can be quid pro quo, like, just, like, you obviously don't need to moderate, like, fucking, you know, the way I would instantly. It's just, like, I think of the relationship I had with Timothy, where it's just, like, I think Timothy is actually fucking willing to do something to make these discussions a bit better. I just, like, fucking words sometimes.
I agree.
And so, if he asked me, be nicer, I'm like, more responsive to that. Because I feel like, okay, he's willing to help me out do what I want. So I'll, like, you know, kind of, like, help him get
it's you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and that kind of thing. I'm with you on that, and I need to step in. That's where Timothy shines. I actually reached out to him. We'll see if he comes back. But I think that I have said it over and over that Timothy is supreme on these issues. And
so you got like my expectation.
Yeah, I do.
Like ridiculous Nazi regime. Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I got it.
So then, the second point is just like, I think like a lot of people are thinking of this discussion.
Hello, everyone. This
it's
is
like
James Mendrick,
me forcing your hand, even though I don't really have the power in this room. I don't think it's like that. I think like if you bug me, that's fair enough. Right? Like you know, it's your room. And like, you know, I'm kind of like thinking, okay, these are the rules, but it seems like people are just like infinitely lenient on the rules of conduct.
Yeah.
So other people are bending them. I'm happy to bend them too. But like, you know, ultimately, if you ban me, like, you know, that's fine. I guess like, you know, just you have your idea of what content you like, what's too far.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, obviously, you're my friend, but I also think you bring massive value to the table. You are a huge liability by my standards and by the things that I would like to do in the rooms. So it is a double-edged sword. But, I mean, you know, insofar as I want to accommodate you to see what it is that I want to see, you know, not just being nice and having people in the room, but also having you participate. You know, I mean, I need to do something different, is what you're telling me. And I'm
happy to participate in this one. Just, if you want me to change, I'm just telling you, like, I'm not on her consent request just because you say it. Okay? Like, but basically, that's it. And, you know, if that's fine.
Thought they were headed from the
that's
U.S.
fine.
back to Venezuela.
I think we understand. I think there's an understanding.
I
don't know where Irish went. It's kind of weird. Irish, come back up here. Can you guys try again?
Like, rape some 5-year-old.
You can't say that, Sasha. Go on. Come up, Irish, if you would, buddy. And try again. I don't, well, okay. Umer, if you want to go, you can. Or, actually, yeah, Umer, why don't you engage the point? And Kim, please be logical as well.
Yeah, Andrew, I think it's okay. You can ask for the evidence. Like, why are you, like, saying, okay, Irish cannot ask for the evidence?
That's not what I said.
Clearly you're saying, I know you're saying, like, no, that's not what you're saying, but that's how the conversation was, like, right? He said, like, she was a child. Then Irish said, I don't believe, like, prove that she was a child. He said, okay, she was 9 years old. That's how the conversation went.
Yeah. Hold on. Sasha said Aisha was 9, okay? And then Sasha said...
So justification was like, okay, 9 years old. Then he said, okay.
No, they agree. Hold on. They agree that she's 9. That's not the issue. The question was she mentally mature? Now, Sasha said, hold on. Sasha was defending the case that Sasha does not think that Aisha was mentally mature. The first point of evidence evidence that Sasha put forward, or the first, evidence to motivate that was the idea that I think is just a reasonable idea, which is that, hey, it's probably the case that the average 9-year-old is going to have the mental maturity of the average 9-year-old.
Andrew, bro.
Right?
Andrew.
That point right there shouldn't be.
No, but Andrew, can I dialogue with you?
That's not the case.
No, but Andrew.
There is a step like this is the problem. The conversation went from keep asserting she was a child. He married a child. I just said I don't believe she was a child. Right? Then he said, no, she was child because he was 9. Then I said, okay, because he went from like 9 years old in the 7th century or the 20th century. Then the conversation went, he said, the Sasha went and said, okay, the 9-year-old, whatever. That's how the discussion went. Yeah, so the discussion was like...
Everything was fine until you didn't hear it. So listen, forget about everything else but this point. The 9-year-olds are on average going to be like other 9-year-olds. That's just a simple point. I don't think that has to be.
Andrew,
it doesn't mean it has to apply to.
No, but Andrew, can I dialogue with you? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, look, I'm just trying to tell you guys that it doesn't have to go to the specific of Aisha. That's not what it. Sasha will make that connection later. Okay, she's starting. She's starting with this. Look, a 9-year-old is probably, if you take any 9-year-old and just pluck them out of society at that time, they're probably going to be like any other 9-year-old that you pluck out of society. They're just going to probably be similar.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what we will
If anything, they were less developed at the time. They had less.
Yeah, so show me one. Andrew.
Less developed would still be an average.
Andrew.
I'm talking
You guys are being unscientific.
We're not comparing them to now. Go ahead, Irish. We're not comparing them to now.
No, but Andrew, bro, I'm hearing what you're saying, bro, okay? Okay, I'm not interrupting, I'm asking you a question. I'm saying to you, okay, I'm asking you a question, that's all. I'm only asking you a question, bro. I'm saying in Judaism, in Christianity, in Islam, in the secular sciences, in anthropology, in sociology, show me one, I'm only asking for one person who says that in 1,400 years of human reproduction and human survival and family life in 7th century Arabia, 8th century Europe, 9th century Europe, 16th century Europe, that says, because you can't just say, oh, they're 11-year-old, 9-year-olds. You can't say that, bro. Give me some evidence, bro. Is it crazy?
Wait, Irish, what is exactly your point? Are you saying that in the 7th century 9-year-olds were like different?
Yes, that's our whole point. Okay, that's the whole point.
That's even different.
That's not scientific.
Wait a second, gone, bro.
Gone.
Don't ask me, gone.
I'm just sorry to say, though.
No, gone. Don't ask me what I'm okay. Gone. Don't ask me what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, tell me what anthropologists say. I'm not asking. I'm not here to win a debate.
Scientists will tell you that
okay.
girls today are actually developing faster.
Okay, so tell me this, bro. Give us the name of one scientist.
Okay, you find the name.
No, gone. No, let me clarify. But gone. Let me clarify the question.
Can I finish what my answer is?
No, let me show. Let me show.
I can't finish my answer. Or you want to? All right, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, but I apologize, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you. If anything, if there was something to be said, it is that scientists will actually show you that girls today are developing faster than before because they have more access to food, nutrients, and so on, calories. Back in the days, they had less of this. They were not developing faster. Development happens faster when you have access to more food.
Okay, so give us one Christian scholar or scientist that says what you just said.
What Christian scholar is going to tell you this?
Give us one Christian scholar, bro. I'm asking for one name, bro. One person who says what you're saying, bro.
So as long as I show you one scientific paper that shows you this, it's satisfactory.
One scientific paper that says that a 12-year-old or a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old getting married in 7th century anywhere in Europe, in Arabia, was wrong. Tell me one.
No. Okay, don't worry.
No, because you can't, bro. I know you can't. You know you can't.
I can show you. It's really easy. But once I show you, Irish, do you promise?
Yeah, you
find it. You'll beat around the bush. Do you promise that?
No, you go find it and then we will argument of it during the justification.
No, you can find it. I want to see the consistency.
Notice that even when other people engage these disgusting fucking subhumans, the same thing happens. They're disruptive and dishonest.
If you ask someone to give you a hug or something, man, you're being whining like a baby for the last hour, bro. Like Andrew's been cuddling you for an hour, man. Just go and be a man or a woman or whatever you are, bro, will you? So, boy, you've been whinging like a baby for an hour, man. We've been putting up with you, man. Like,
Notice like how
to sleep, bro.
dishonest fucking stuff.
Oh, man, you've been calling me subhuman, man, for the last hour. Why are you a nasty, bro? Why you been calling people Why you been calling people subhuman, bro? We're having a discussion, man, yeah?
He missed his medicine or something. I don't know.
Yeah, bro, you've been calling people subhuman, man, for an hour, bro. We've been listening to you, bro. Just go back to sleep, man. Yeah. Calling people subhuman. What kind of human being are you, bro? Like, you can't have a disagreement with someone without calling them subhuman? Do you know, like, dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking... You're a filthy human being, bro. Calling people subhuman, man. You're like an Israeli Zionist, bro. Calling people subhuman, bro. We disagree with me, man. You don't have to degrade my whole existence, man. Go back to sleep, bro, man. And get your period pad, man. And go back to sleep, bro.
Morning for me.
Oh, man. Go back to sleep, bro, man. No, Andrew's been putting up with you for an hour, bro. You've been calling people subhuman, bro. If I met you in real life, bro, I'd have your head on a plate, man. Calling people subhuman, bro. What are you talking about? Yeah, bro, No, Andrew, bro, this guy is... Andrew, why are you doing this to this guy?
Pedophile worshipping son.
Andrew, bro, is this the level of respect that you tolerate in your rooms, Andrew? And tell me now how God is love, bro. Tell me this.
I think you heard my position, Irish.
He's been, bro, move him down, bro. What are you talking about? Do you think
you said you would have my head on the plate.
Andrew, you think if you came to a Muslim room and someone said this about you or lead them on stage, are you mad, bro? I would never tolerate this kind of level of insult, man.
Well, no,
I don't. Bro, really?
Yeah. Look, this is a difficult situation to navigate.
There's nothing difficult about it, bro.
Sasha's saying you're being dishonest. Sasha's saying you're being dishonest.
Okay.
But he's saying he's subhuman. Andrew, he's saying he's subhuman. You think like Irish and others are like subhuman.
Look. I'm very sympathetic to somebody lying right to my face. I don't like it, okay? I'm just telling you, I don't like it. So I can actually very much sympathize with that aspect of what Sasha's doing. Now, I don't agree with what she's saying to you, Irish. I don't. But I do think that when she's saying stuff that's just got absolute clarity,
bro,
to me, it
when
just
you say she, would you marry her, bro? Would you?
I mean,
no, but that's
what do you mean she, bro? What are you talking about, bro? Like you're bad.
It's a pronoun.
People are gonna come on stage, right? Like Sasha's probably had these conversations like 432 times, and she knows what's coming down the pipeline in the argument. So we're gonna have people come on stage. They're gonna we're going to be talking about, genocide in the Old Testament. They're not going to know how to answer. Sometimes they're going to make up some stupid shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we got to figure out how to navigate people when they say things that we don't like or we don't agree with.
You can't tolerate this level of disrespect.
Well, I would say just throw all the pedophile worshipping son monkeys.
Because...
I mean, Irish, I'm not going to lie, just being deceptive.
Hold on a second. The reason why it is complicated is because we do care about her. That's why it's complicated. Like, I realize, she's a nuisance to you all, but we also have...
I accept that.
Yeah, it's really a difficult situation, and we're trying to navigate it, but we do have affections, for her. Sometimes I wonder why, but we do. So we have
it's very simple. Can you guys hear me? It's simple. You can navigate this by picking up another champion. Let him talk to us, or you can pick me or Irish.
I agree with that.
You can pick another guy.
If it makes you too angry, if you feel like they're being dishonest, and you feel like that makes you too angry to the point that it's gonna make you upset, then let somebody else dialogue with them.
I don't want to do that. I mean, you can again, I don't want to do it per your request. You cannot just kick me off stage and ban me from the room. So because again, you don't do me a courtesy of facilitating an actual discussion. I don't feel like doing you the courtesy of pedophile worshipping stuff.
We're going to get an answer on that, actually, Sasha. What you have become increasingly...
Yeah, there's a point that you're trying to prove. You fixated on something. You've become fixated
sorry, what time period do you mean?
I mean, I'm just saying that usually it took you like, you know, maybe 50 times before you lost it. Now we're at like 2 in fraction.
It's like you're talking, Sasha, you're giving your first premise, and they're like, but can I get clear? You're like, you can get off of the planet.
I mean, look, that's not true.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
So, as long as you know that's not true, that's good. But I mean, I don't know exactly why. I can give you some guesses.
Are you on Adderall? Matterall? What's going on?
Yeah, but I have been. Well, sorry, it's not Adderall. I think it's the same active substance, but it's some other name of it's some other drug. I've been on that for the past 6 months, I think.
I have a question for you, Sasha. What monetary level would need to be met for you to be Sasha the Nice? Pretentiously nice. Hold on, Gon. Pretentiously nice for a month.
Hold on.
For a month, but how often do you have to be in the room?
No, just whenever you're in the room, you have to be. You have to be. You don't have to be there at all. But insofar as you are there,
maybe I don't know, 100, 150.
That might be worth it. That might be worth it. Let's talk about that, because that actually may be worth it.
Maybe we can start.
It might be. It might honestly be a better. It might honestly be a better way forward than what we have to deal with, like the stress level and everything that's involved. It might actually be a better way forward. I actually might be able. I'm gonna think about a fundraiser. So we're gonna figure something out. Okay.
I think that might actually be a good idea.
No, for real.
No, seriously.
Okay. No, for real. Okay, so I don't mind doing this. This is something I'm willing to buy out of. Okay, Bob, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Why so good? Probably just okay. Gon, where do you want to go, bro? You've been
Yeah, so Irish first really requested anything that indicates that.
Yeah, but basically, Gon, hold on, a second. I think you didn't notice that he kind of switched it up, because what was under contention is the 9-year-old in that period. What was their mental maturity?
Not to this one, not to our day. Yeah.
Right, but he switched it up to find me a source where someone says it's immoral. Right, so he's asking you, hey, find me a scientific study which comments on the morality of the issue. Is that completely ridiculous?
Yeah, I agree. And so isn't it almost the case though? I mean, they might, if it's a political science and moral philosophy.
They might kind of implicitly or by accident, but just they know that just methodologically.
Guys, can I say something? When you guys do your little your social little social gatherings every 5 minutes, it does get kind of boring.
Well, that's not what we're doing right now. That's not what we're doing right now. Right now, we're actually talking about music.
It's come on, bro.
But no, Gon, we aren't doing that right now. We were just talking about the actual issue of what scientists would say. And it
gets to a point, though. It just gets to a point.
That's not what we were just talking about. Okay, but hold on.
90% of the stage has been Andrew, Bryce, and Irish.
Yes,
there's 20 other people.
Yes, because they were friends. And we
had it's not about friendship, it's a discussion.
Me and Irish and Andrew, we're all friends.
You're completely
Irish is my best friend.
I get that you're friends, but it's about discussion, dude.
Don, just move on, Don.
Sometimes you have to deal with issues, okay? Sometimes you have to deal with issues.
All right, can we move on?
Yeah, we can, but you're a rather unreasonable person, but go ahead. Go ahead and say what.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you just did this. You interjected 50 times while I was talking to other people. You're like, oh,
50 times?
I'm exaggerating since you are, okay? And I'm saying since you want to come in and say all that, just now that I'm talking with Sasha literally about the very point that we are the whole thing at issue, the maturity levels and all this stuff. Sasha just said that Irish wanted Sasha to produce a scientific study or whatever that would talk about the maturity of
Irish is dishonest. We know this. Yes, we know. We get that. He's deceptive. He's dishonest. He's running. Yes, we know that, dude. We can see that. I get it. I agree.
Well, the point was more specific, but yeah, I'm just.
You do agree with that?
What the study is supposed to show.
Yes, fine. I can see that. That's fine.
What do you really want to get out, God? Okay.
Of course he agrees because he's a Christian. He doesn't like Muslims.
No, it's not, dude. Actually, I was defending Irish. I was getting pissed off at Rice, but I agree. Ultimately, I agree.
Don, can you just focus on what the issue is that you want to speak about,
agree with Rice, but anyway.
What's your issue that you want to bring up, Don? Because I want to hear it.
Yeah, please, Don.
So I gave a paper, like Irish requested anything that would go against the history. So I posted a paper. It's in the chat. It's basically tells you how puberty, the age of puberty didn't really change like much, if at all, from around 1,400 years ago. I didn't need to really show it. It's in the chat, but anyway, it's well known. Like it's not like people back then were maturing faster because they had to do labor. That's a myth. That's not scientific. It's just a myth that Muslims use, right? Now, primarily, Irish, he shouldn't seek something external to his Quran, like external to his sources when it comes to proving whether Aisha was pubescent or not. He should stick to his scholars.
The claim isn't pubescent, it's mentally mature. I'm happy to grant you that.
Even then, what did the hadith, what did the scholars say regarding her maturity? If you read, so we know the hadith of her age, right, that she married at 6 and consummated at 9. That's an authentic hadith. He can't really reject. If he rejects it, he's not a Sunni. I'm not talking to a Sunni. Then you have the hadith showing you that Aisha was playing with dolls when she was married. Even though she wasn't meant to, but she was still allowed to. There was an exception because she was a prepubescent girl. Then you have Salaf, like the scholars, like the Salaf are people whom Sunnis take from. Like this is highly authoritative. I'm not going to go into the details, right? But Sunnis, they follow the first 3 generations, and the Salaf are part of that. If you read Imam al-Shafi, he's the founder, by the way. Imam al-Shafi is the founder of the Shafi school of thought. In his works, he clearly says in Kitover, the Book of the Woman, chapter 7, page 156, he says that if somebody asks you, why do you allow the prepubescent girls to be married? And then he says, because the Prophet, I'm just paraphrasing, he says, Aisha married the Prophet when she was 6 and consummated at 9. In both cases, Aisha was a prepubescent girl who had no control over herself. He literally specifies that she had no control over herself. And there's other hadith that clarify that. Like Aisha, there's no way to say Aisha was a woman at 9. It doesn't exist. And scholars, they don't argue this. It's never really, nobody said, hey, yeah, she was pubescent. Like, no. The best they will do is say, oh, Aisha had her first period by then. But the first period doesn't mean a girl is now pubescent. So it doesn't save her. And when somebody tries to be like, oh, show me in history where this was an issue, sure, I can grant you that there's basically nobody in history that really went against child marriage like that, like from what we know, what we can see until like recently, like past couple 100 years. But the thing is, that doesn't make it any better. That doesn't mean anything. Like he's talking about sociology. Show me a sociology. That doesn't matter. Like slavery was also accepted.
He cut out for me.
He has. No, I think those really both good points. Like basically just like, we don't take cues for what is moral, what's right and what's wrong. Just from like what people did historically. Like people historically did fucked up shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like even slavery, like you.
No, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing just because you cut out.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
You mentioned Shafi, right? You say Shafi says that if somebody comes and tells you why you married this and that, that same Shafi reports that the ladies at the Yemen, he went and learned from Yemen, right? Are you aware of that?
Sure.
Yeah, he said like the ladies at Yemen were getting pregnant and giving birth at the age of 9 and 10. Do you take that to be true as well, or like what?
What is that? So is that what does that have to do with anything? How is that okay?
Yeah, so when Shafi also
said that they were pregnant at 8 years old. What's the point?
Yeah, no, again, you brought Shafi, you were saying like he can marry. By the way, there are two things, right? You can arrange a marriage.
What is the point of
if your child is very good.
Well, what is your point? There's people that can get married at 8 years old too. So what does that mean? They're not children?
Yeah, so what's the point of you bringing Shafi?
To show that Shafi believed that Aisha was also prepubescent both at 6 and 9. I'm actually reading you the exact book.
So if I may real quick, Don.
No, before you go there,
Umar, you know why he brought, Umar, you know why he brought Shafi? It's because it's one of the 4 madhabs, and it's one of the 4, it's one of the rare fiqh books and madhabs that have been translated into English.
He's the founder. The founder of the madhab.
Yeah.
So that's why he brought it. You know that's why he brought it.
What madhabs have to do with Islam? Like what? Are you aware there were like more than 4 madhabs?
Well, that's what Muslims believe.
Madhabs have to do with Islam. What?
Wait, more than 4 madhabs that are like, what are you talking about? Jabari? Are you talking about like Shiism? Like okay, I'm not even gonna engage with that because that's retarded. But
no, you were trying to engage that. You said like you were trying to boost the Shafi madhab, right?
You just.
So when I
know the reason the counter was why would you say it? Because you know that, like, what is it? 20% of the Muslims across the world are essentially Shafi.
But all the madhabs agree on this. It's not just
it's like he did that on purpose. That's a complete
reflection. Shafi specifically because it's in English. I can read to you what he says. It's not an issue. He says this. This is in Kitab al-Um, right? Chapter 7. He says, if someone says, why did you claim that the fathers can marry after prepubescent ones? Say this. Abu Bakr gave Aisha in marriage to the Messenger of Allah at the age of 6 or 7, and the Prophet consummated the marriage at 9 years of age. Both the cases of marriage and consummation took place when Aisha was prepubescent and had no command over herself. That's it. That's a Salaf. He's the founder of the Shafi school.
We also have Al-Muwatta from Al-Maliki. He also mentioned...
Yes, so the answer is that in the hadith, the Shafi is saying, I can arrange a marriage for a prepubescent girl, right? He is using the hadith of Aisha as evidence. We can do that. I.e., when she will come of age, she will have a mental capacity, then you consummate and do the marriage. That's what the hadith is. He arranged marriage at the age of 6 and 7, waited 3 years. 3 years for what?
Lie. So if anybody, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You guys need to pick one. Who wants to talk?
Could just click on the link that I just sent, because this is a Hanafi. This is a Hanafi.
This is why I think like you kind of need arguments in some of these discussions. Because again, even though I don't like formal arguments, it's just like when you have a bunch of people who don't really do this, it's just like so unfocused. Like,
okay, well, this is focused. Like, Rice Cooker, if you could. You were upset about people interrupting you, and you spoke forever, dude. Let us talk for a second.
Look, I'm just
okay, I understood your concern.
You have to let him finish, otherwise you're a hypocrite.
Look, I spoke for 30 seconds.
Dude, okay, so then let me speak for 30 seconds. So one thing that what I'm gonna provide is if you click on.
Just finish?
Okay, dude.
Thanks.
Shasha, how much time do you fucking need on this panel?
20 seconds.
Keep going then.
Okay, just like.
It's
okay, just let people finish, dude. But he agreed. He fucking gave me the turn. Okay, it feels like it's really unclear how any of this is supposed to connect to the original point. And
what connects because we're using their internal sources to show that.
Don't interrupt her. Just give her her 30 seconds.
How their own authority.
Just give her her 30 seconds to bitch and moan. Okay?
No, I'm not going to do that one.
I was done. Go on and respond.
Okay, good. So, Goon, if I may, I just want to show y'all a Hanafi source, right? And this actually explains what a woman is inside of Islam. Okay? This is under marriage. The marriage of a minor boy and of a minor girl is permitted when the guardian gives them in marriage. be the minor girl a virgin or a previously married woman who had consummated her marriage. So what Islam completely thinks about, right, is that as soon as a female, a girl, is married, then she becomes a woman when she consummates. It has nothing to do with this concept of maturity. Like, nope, you can put your thumbs down, but the whole thing is, when you look at it, most of them didn't know how to read and write. They didn't know mathematics. They didn't know anything culturally. They were very Arabian, desert-dwelling people who worshipped rocks and stuff like that. So I'll summarize real quick. What most Muslims don't want to address is that the concept of early Islam about what a woman was just that she was married, that she could cook and clean, that she obeyed orders. You can see this throughout the whole hadith, and you can see it through their whole books of fiqh, that this is the standard of what a woman is. It's not about puberty. It's not about maturity. It's about the ability to be married, consummate, because then that provides an iddah, that provides a waiting period, right, between marriages if you get divorced, and also about being able to do what you're told. Go ahead.
Overall, he's showing how within Islam, the authority within Islam also points towards the fact that yes, you can marry putubas, and it's not just Aisha. It's just girls.
I agree. My point is just, it's like, it feels like we're dancing around like two different issues. One is just, was Aisha actually mentally mature, right? And the second one,
she wasn't.
If she was, yeah. But the second issue is, like, assuming she was immature, was it then moral for Muhammad to have sex with her, right? And they're like switching between those two, like, and it's like, you know, whenever you press one, they go to the other.
Even the verse in the Quran that says, "Oh, marry them when they're sound mind." One second. Even
if I was alive at the time,
guys, don't join in. Just get chill. Even the verse that says, like, marry them when they're of sound mind. What does that mean? Because if I go to Somalia, a girl of sound mind, like, they interpret it different. If I go to the U.S., they don't count a girl to be of sound mind until she's like 20 years old.
Right? Just like, you understand my point. It's just like they're switching between, like, in fact.
Right. 1 second. Just let me finish. I'm saying, different cultures have different understandings of when a girl is of a sound mind, or when a girl is ready, or when she's independent, and so on. That verse is incredibly vague, which is also why scholars comment on that, and they're like, they don't say, oh yeah, you can only marry a girl when her prefrontal cortex is fully developed. They never spoke about anything even close to that. They don't care about that because it's incredibly vague. As long as you were a girl, you had 2 legs and you could walk, you could make a soup. That's enough. That's what sound mind means. If you actually read their scholarship.
And Sasha, the thing is like,
I agree with all of that. I'm just saying, they're like kind of illicitly switching. They're illicitly switching between, like, was she mature and was it moral to talk to her if she was immature?
But the thing is this, they're never going to say that it could be immoral, right? They're never going to say that because they believe that Muhammad was the ideal individual. So
that's fine that they don't say that, right? So the point is, if you press them to admit she wasn't immature, if you press them to admit she wasn't immature.
I agree. I'm just trying to show you the flaw of why, like, I agree with you that they are switching between those two things.
It's not a flaw of the argument that they won't agree with the conclusion.
No, I agree. Right? What I'm saying is the flaw of what you're upset about, right, is that if you realize that they're never going to say that it was immoral, that it was wrong, then go back to your first one, and then they're always going to say she's mature because being mature leads to their second.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're not actually. They're juggling between the two and like switching them when it's convenient.
I agree, but in their mind, it makes sense.
Yeah, Andrew, how are we gonna do
Let's
this?
let any Muslims speak up now, you guys. We have still out here. Umar, go ahead, brother. Whatever you want to say. Go ahead, Mom. Umar, go
No,
ahead.
I'm saying like how we're gonna do this. We can have a discussion. Like
We can have a discussion, and I want you to. You're the champion now, brother. You step up and you make whatever point you want. I feel like Islam has had a lot said against it just now. You know, I mean.
Yeah, no, this just like.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
Yeah, no, the problem is this assertion. We can have an argument. Like I can have a discussion with one guy who wants to have the discussion. Like if Aisha was like not mature or like is this immoral, like it needs to be one guy. Like it cannot be.
Okay,
That's fine. So look. It could be gone if you want, or it could be Sasha if you want, or I mean, do you have a particular preference, Umar? Since you're like the only Muslim on stage, as far as I can tell.
I would just like to know the definition of mature before we go on.
That's fine, Umar. You
I
can
think
get
that's going to be worked out in the discussion.
Yeah, that's fine. But
I think like really we should just lay out an argument, and whoever talks to him just like orient it around that argument.
You mean he should lay out an argument saying that it is
moral? I'm saying like just the argument is just like if Aisha was mentally immature, then Muhammad raped her, and she was she was mentally immature, so therefore Muhammad raped her, right?
Okay.
And it's like it should be clear.
Never even gave consent.
And it should be clear which assumption is being contested. Are you contesting that it's immoral to fuck her if she is immature, or are you contesting that she was immature? I think that should be clear in the discussion.
It's immoral either way. She
was not immature, and yeah, that's the stance. She was not immature.
Justify that? How was she not immature?
What does immature
don't
immature mean?
Don't bomb her.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like just 15 people want to.
Dude, I'm just looking for clarification of that.
What they're trying to say is
he specified that he only wanted to talk to one person.
But
to honor that.
He's
just one man, right?
I'm just trying to understand the definitions of the words.
Yeah, I know, and other people are trying to say stuff too. I'm just saying, like, it's fine. You can ask for a definition, so go ahead. Umar, what is the definition of mature?
Yeah, no.
It doesn't matter. What matters is
I don't think so either, Sasha.
the argument.
Yeah,
I don't think
What matters
so
is the definition of mature in
But
the
it
argument.
does kind of matter to his position, right?
No, listen. I'm saying it doesn't matter what his definition is, because the argument isn't phrased in terms of his definition.
But if you find a weakness in his definition, couldn't you improve your argument? I'm just saying.
Stop talking.
You've interrupted me plenty of times, dude.
Stop talking. Yeah, I know. Now I'm telling you to stop talking. Just trust me, it's gonna be more productive. Okay, anyway, the point is, the argument is saying Aisha was immature when she had sex with Muhammad, and if she was immature, it was rape. Okay, the point is, what does immature mean in that argument? Right? That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter what anybody else means by immature. Okay, so what I'm saying immature means in the argument is just mentally not significantly more developed than the average 9-year-old today. So you look at the average 9-year-old today. I'm saying they have some like level of like psychological development. Okay, so immature means that level or lower. That's sufficient condition for being mentally
don't
immature.
think that's his definition.
That doesn't matter.
But it would matter.
Bro, 9 is not it.
Like, look.
Yo, we're
That's just stupid.
what's going on?
As long as he understands how it's used in the argument, he can work with it. Right? Like, we don't need to fucking call it immature. He can say, if Aisha was blah blah, when Muhammad had sex with her, then it was rape. Okay, Aisha was blah blah. And what I mean by blah blah is she didn't have the mental capacities that are higher than the average 9-year-old today.
Just as long as Umar would agree that the average 9-year-old today is not suitable for those kind of relations.
That's the second premise.
That's the whole reason I brought up definitions, because that's not his definition.
So Umar, do you think that the average 9-year-old today is okay for a relationship?
I will tell you like what's happening.
No, my niece is 9 years old, and no, they're not.
Carlitos, please don't just bombard him. Please let him actually have time to speak. Go ahead, Umar.
Yeah, there is a criteria in which it says mentally mature. Mentally mature means a person who understands, I am getting into this marriage and I have certain obligations and I have certain duties. That's what we understand. That's what we mean by the mental maturity. That you know what you're getting into. Yes, Aisha was ready for that.
The question is,
okay. So today's 9 years
today. Now just look, listen to the question. Listen to the question. The average 9-year-old today is not capable of consenting to sex, such that if you have sex with her, it's rape. The average 9-year-old today doesn't have the mental capacity. Okay, you think that's true?
Yeah, so the 9-year-old today,
do you think that's
majority will see? Yeah, majority will be disqualified under the Islamic criteria. Yes.
Great.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So then the second point is this: Aisha was of that level of mental maturity or lower. So that's the second premise.
No, that's not. That's
what you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what the discussion should be. Because Aisha was significantly more mentally developed than the average 9-year-old today.
No, motherfucker.
Yes.
Was she physically developed?
That's not really the issue.
The argument is about mentally.
Yeah, let's keep it on the
mental. You can also round the point about physically, but that's not like what we're discussing now.
Yeah, because I don't even know that's going to be a harder point to make, and I let's keep it on the mental part.
Well, look,
physically mature, mentally mature. Yes, she was like.
No, because somebody could have.
We are just talking about mentally. That's the argument.
Let's keep it on mental.
You agree that mentally it would be rape. Okay, that's not right. So I mean, like, I don't know. Like,
you could agree that mentally everybody was fucked back then. It was a very violent, terrible time.
Danny, shut the fuck up. Anyway, I mean, I don't know. Go on.
Danny's my non sequitur king. He hasn't said much, so
he hasn't said anything of value in his fucking life.
I know, but that's
okay, great. So I mean, just go on. Do you want to go with him on this? Like now, the claim is clear. He's saying Aisha was significantly more mentally mature than the average 9-year-old today.
There's no evidence.
No, but like how we go to gone, like
there's literally no evidence.
I'm trying to give him a chance to have the discussion. He was eager earlier. If he doesn't want to, I'm happy to have it.
So look, I don't mind, but the thing is, I can show you evidence that she wasn't physically mature at all at 9. If you can justify that,
the claim is mentally.
I can give you a counter example. The example of the doll hadith that you brought. Yeah, that doesn't prove. I can play with the doll. That doesn't tell me about the age or thing. And the same that you're gonna bring. You're gonna go to the.
Whoa! The hadith literally said that she was allowed to play with. Okay, married girls were not allowed to play with dolls. That's what the hadith said.
No, that's not the hadith.
Aisha was allowed because she was a prepubescent.
No, you bring the hadith, and that's again, you're gonna bring that as evidence.
I'll bring it.
Another evidence.
I'll bring it because you guys love to do the game. I'll do that. Sure.
Not an issue. Bro, bring the hadith. You think you were the only one to get this out?
First of all, there was no hadith back then.
And make sure that you don't assert things. Yeah?
Muhammad was the one to usher in this whole system.
Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 8.
There was a bunch of heathens at that time.
Sahih al-Bukhari. I'm just gonna read it. Narrated.
No, but
narrated Aisha. Listen. Narrated Aisha. I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends. You also used to play with me. When Allah's apostle, meaning Muhammad, used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves. But the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. The playing with the dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at that time as she was a little girl, not yet reached the age of puberty. Fatih al-Bari, page 143, Sahih al-Bukhari.
Just so everybody knows, the part about her. Wait, the part about the puberty.
Keep reading that same Fath al-Bari. At the end, Ibn Hajar tells you that this is a disputed matter in which we need further evidence. I know you're gonna go to Fath al-Bari.
Finish reading the hadith.
We can go back and
modern history 40 years ago.
Oh my God, I'm gonna move you all down. Just let him finish.
You can talk about the Wild West of the United
Just
States.
let him finish reading the hadith.
Danny, hold on.
I finished it. It says it. It says
No.
You were about to read something else.
Bob, he read Fatal Bari. Fatal Bari is a commentary. He's reading a commentary.
Sorry, I foolishly. How does that make?
It's not a commentary. It's in the hadith. It's in brackets in the hadith. It's not a commentary.
When you went and you read Fatal Bari. You gave the reference of Fatal Bari. Fatal Bari is a commentary on Bukhari, right? Go read from Bukhari and what the hadith says, right? Don't tell me the commentary.
Yes, are you disagreeing with it?
No, I know the hadith.
Okay, so if you don't disagree with it, but if you don't disagree with what I read, then what are you arguing?
The part I disagree with is where Ibn Hajar puts his own commentary on it.
So gone.
Why would you disagree with it?
Let me tell you what's going on.
Yeah, because Ibn Hajar is not a prophet, dude. Like, that's the problem. That's not a prophet for you.
It doesn't matter. Al-Shafi is not a prophet either.
That's the problem for Gone and why and Gone are having a two different discussion.
One second. No.
Nobody takes Sharia from scholar.
No, you guys are being really annoying. One at a time.
This guy is not a prophet.
You follow scholars as well.
Nobody takes scholars, man. That's why.
Are you a Quran only? Are you a Quran only?
No, I'm not Quran only. That's why we cannot have a discussion with these dumb guys.
Okay. So it's going to be one at a time. Boomer, you go, and when you're done talking, then Gon can respond. Go ahead, Boomer.
Andrew, with the Gone and why, they are bringing, that's like throwing everything on you. Like, the why is bringing madhabs, this guy's bringing me Fatal Bari, Ibn Hajar translation, or commentary on a hadith, right?
Yes.
They're having a different discussion. They bring scholars and then say, no.
Yes, why do not interject anymore? Why do not interject anymore? Umer, finish what you are going to say, whatever it is you want to say, and then let Gon respond. Gon, don't interrupt until Umer's done. Please go ahead.
Yes, we take scholars as long as he provides you evidence. We follow the evidence. That's why the Gone is now saying, you guys take Sharia from the scholars. Nobody takes it from the scholar. I can bring you multiple quotes from those same scholars will tell you that our commentary is fallible. Right? It's not the words of a prophet. So these guys are having a two different discussion, like how we take, what we take, where we take evidences from. Right? So the discussion now moved from, okay, you need to take the commentary, what the Ibn Hajar says about this hadith. Well, then I don't take that. Even himself, Ibn Hajar will tell you. So it's like me bringing a commentary of Justin Martyr and saying, like, you have to take his word for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, no Christian will take it. This is he's having a separate discussion here.
Okay, very fair. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, he can't throw his scholars under the bus. I know what he's trying to do. You can't take for example, your Sharia, that's from your scholars. It's not from Muhammad. Muhammad didn't give you Sharia. Your Sharia is made from ijma. It's made from all of your scholarly interpretation. It's from humans. Okay, so if you don't like fallible humans, then don't be Sunni. Be a Quran only. Be better. Be free. Okay, but at this point, there's reasons why there's commentary. If you disagree with the bracket part of the hadith that says that girls were not allowed to, prepubescent girls were the ones allowed to play that. The ones allowed to play with those. If you disagree with that, bring evidence as to why the scholar is wrong. Because any scholar is saying, yeah, Ibn Hajar is wrong here. If you can, show me. We're bringing you evidence. I brought you a salaf that literally tells you that Aisha was essence, both at marriage and consummation. I can bring you more scholars. If you disagree with them, show us why.
Okay, so listen.
These are your scholars. They're not Christians. They're not atheists.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
No, but
Go ahead, Umar. Go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew. Now he acknowledged, right? By the way, Ibn Hajar is not a Salaf. Salaf is the first three generation. Ibn Hajar is way later. Al-Shafi
is the one that said that Aisha was prepubescent both at marriage and consummation. Is Al-Shafi a Salaf?
Let him finish.
I know.
Is Al-Shafi a Salaf, Umar?
Go ahead.
Hey, calm down.
Is Al-Shafi a Salaf? Is he a Salaf?
Dude, what is a Salaf? You see, Andrew, the discussion
You see the God.
I got you. I think he's trying to get live clarification from you on, I guess, the
Umar, I'm asking for clarification. Is Al-Shafi a Salaf? I will ask you 3 times. Is Al-Shafi a Salaf?
Which was that?
Is he a Salaf? Is he a Salaf?
Yeah, stop spazzing, dude. Like, I will give you a chance. I know you tactic. Dude, like, let me talk. Right? So, the discussion has moved from.
Ghana is just trying to get clarity on that, right?
Yeah, I'm asking a clarifying question.
No, he is bringing me the opinion of a later guy who was born 150 years after Hijrah. Imam Shafi is born in 150.
Do you follow the Salaf as a Sunni Muslim? Do you follow the
Define
Salaf?
Salaf. How do you define it? It's not like the period. Okay, we take his opinion, but it's not like whatever
you
Shafi
take
says.
his opinion, finally.
I will tell you,
take his
why
opinion.
don't you go to the hadith? The hadith.
Right, thank you. Now let's move on. Does he not say, am I wrong in saying that he did in fact say
Andrew, you want to have a discussion
that I could freely listen?
Yeah, the discussion is
and consummation.
The discussion has moved on. It's moved from hadith of Aisha.
We now know that you take his opinion. Thank you.
Hold on, bro.
No, not every opinion. No, nobody takes an every opinion. Imam Malik came before him. He was his teacher. He said, we take the words. He says, you can disagree with everybody on this planet except for this guy. You know, he said, Imam Malik, who was a teacher of Imam Shafi. Shut your mouth.
You cannot go against every generation.
Imam Malik.
Can you go against Ijma? Can you go against Ibn Abbas?
Can you let this guy? He's now spazzing. Okay, you're not gonna take this image. I'm a Salafi. I know my stuff.
Yeah. I know my stuff. I'm Ibn Abbas. Can you go against Ibn
I'm
Abbas?
going to teach you today. Today I'm going to
go against Ibn Abbas.
You brought Imam Shafi. Imam Shafi has a teacher called Imam Malik. I bring you his name.
It's irrelevant. Stick to your pitch. Stick to the topic. Is Imam Shafi wrong?
God, why are you like?
I don't care if you call Imam Shafi. Is he
No,
wrong?
Imam Malik came way before him.
Is he wrong? Is he wrong?
He said, listen to me. Listen to the Salaf. This is our manhaj. This is our methodology. Andrew, because he asked me a question about the methodology. Do I take Imam Shafi equal or no?
I don't care who taught him.
This guy and why here down this one
It's
guy.
irrelevant to the matter of Aisha.
What do you take as evidence about me and I don't get to speak, Andrew?
No, because this guy is spasming. Imam Malik, who came before Imam Shafi,
is irrelevant to whether
his teacher. He was his teacher. He said, you can disagree with everybody. You can disagree with. Come on, dude, let me finish. He said, you can disagree with everybody. This is what we take as evidence. You want to know?
On what basis do you disagree with the Salaf?
Imam Shafi code is not like a final word. Whatever the opinion is. You see, that's what I'm telling you. I'm giving him a code about.
Yo, shut up. Ghana is giving like a pretty clear line. And Umar is just not like engaging. Like, he's fucking dancing around. I mean, the point is, you have a tradition where there's like emphasis placed on expert opinion, scholarly opinion. You want to say, no, this case, I don't. This case, you want to say, I don't. In this case, you want to say,
particularly
shut up. In this case, you want to say,
Andrew, this is the problem. You see, this is the problem. Like, it's like fighting. You shut up, you bastard.
Sasha's trying to clarify the point of contention because
no, this bastard drew his white flag when I told him the direct answer. He went to Gon. You want to make an argument for it? Hey, you little bastard.
Yes, please tell me, why is Imam Shafi wrong?
I told him I disagree that the.
Oh my fucking god, you dumb fucking suck, you know. I was making space for going to have a conversation because I was talking.
No, you talk for yourself. I gave you direct.
I'm saying,
right? And you realize, okay, this fuck I'm gonna
follow the line.
Hey, Umar, if you could let Rice Cooker finish her sentence, that way she won't cuss everybody out.
I passed the conversation. I passed the conversation to Gon because I was like having the previous conversation. He wanted to engage. I thought it was fair enough that I give him a chance. So I didn't fucking throw up a white flag. I'm happy to have the conversation. Okay, that's the first one. The second point is, if you wanna like disregard the opinion of some expert in your tradition, you need to give a reason why, right? Why are you disagreeing with the expert historian in your tradition on this particular issue?
Yes, because he is conflating two things. When we say the Salaf, we don't mean a 500 years guy down the line, Ibn Hajar. So the Salaf is not 500 years. He said,
Shafi, not Ibn Hajar.
Yes, okay, shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Are you stupid?
Shut up.
I'm talking about Imam Shafi, dude.
Oh my God.
Let me just clarify this. Just, do you agree that the guy he quoted is an expert in your tradition or not? Like, is he a scholar that you recognize in your tradition?
Yeah, that's where we went to the definition of a scholar. What do you classify as a scholar? We take his words, but not like we have to accept everything.
Yeah, he's not infallible, but he's an authority. It's like his word carries some weight. You accept that, right?
No, not his words. He needs to provide evidence. Everybody has to provide evidence. That's where I brought the statement of another scholar who is way before Shafi. He said you can disagree with everybody except for one guy, and he pointed to the grave of Prophet. You see, so that's why I brought his. That's why he did not let you finish.
That doesn't dispute.
Yeah, that means everything. That means you can disagree with Ibn Hajar.
What's the point of having experts and authorities in your tradition, even if they aren't infallible? You just
expert means
you need to every time you actually need to go through whatever reasoning they go through and check if it's legitimate. And I think the idea is I think the idea is you have experts so they can give you something that prima facie you should accept unless given reason not to. And you don't actually have to do the research yourself. That's the point of having experts.
No, that's not how we define it. That's the definition. Yeah, so that's not how we define it. We define a scholar who will give you a reason. He needs to bring evidence. When he makes a statement, his statement is not taken as an evidence.
I'm not asking how you define it. I'm asking what's the point of having authority figures in your tradition if every time you need to check their
work. If I grab you by the lapels and say,
no, we need it. Listen,
answer my question.
When you define expert, you mean like, okay, whatever he says, you just take it because he, I don't know, known as expert?
I mean you accept it.
Another way they call it.
Unless given reason.
It makes a cracking sound. Maybe
Yes. Okay, maybe up to this one. But this is not how religious rulings work. Religious ruling is when you say this. No, that's okay. So he is an expert in religious ruling. This is how we define expert. Your definition of expert is maybe I don't know.
They chain you to an
Do you have people that your religious tradition recognizes that if they say something, prima facie you should accept it, though it's not infallible?
No, that's not what
They literally take consensus. They take consensus from scholars.
Dude, I will teach you something on a consensus.
They take consensus from scholars. They take
consensus. This consensus, the ijma thing, I will teach you. This is not how we do it.
Dude,
opinion of a scholar is not an evidence. Opinion of a scholar.
How is the Sharia decided?
Dude, calm down, bro. And a scholar his words are not taken as an evidence. He needs to provide his evidence, and if it follows,
not taken as evidence.
Yes, his opinion as a hujjah. A call of a scholar is not a hujjah, bro.
Look, how do you
what?
How do you have any authority in your religion?
This retard. How is your ijma made then? How is your wait? 1 second. When you have your scholars make a consensus, like, for example, what's your madhab? What's your madhab? What's your madhab?
Yeah, what's your madhab?
Yeah, what is a madhab?
What's your look at this guy? You see? You hear him, guys?
It's like a little sandy blue.
I don't even think vice versa.
You guys insulting him. Raise a white flag. Raise a
what is your madhab?
What is your madhab? They redefine everything. Oh, what is the madhab? This guy heard the madhab the first time. Yes, how many madhabs are there?
What is your madhab?
No madhab, we are celebrating. No madhab, there was no such thing as madhab. He missing that. I have to teach you now.
Bye.
I have to
Wait,
teach
did
you the
you say
madhab.
there's... Wait, what did you say? What did you say?
Yes, there was no such thing as a madhab. It's a later invention.
No such thing as a madhab?
Worse than me calling them something.
There was no such thing.
Wait, guys, let me ask you again.
Andrew, I think I know I can talk to you, but not to
How, Umar, what is a madhab? What is your madhab?
Andrew, I can talk to you, right?
We might have to turn to atheism if you can't be like, I don't know, somewhat civil with each other so we can understand. It's very hard to hear you guys. So I don't know.
And I can summarize, Andrew, what happened here. It's very simple.
What is your madhab?
Sasha asked this guy here. There is no madhab.
Answer. What is your madhab? Instead of stuttering like a moron, just tell me what is your madhab.
Andrew, can you pick some same guy? Like this guy saying madhab. Where was the madhab from?
Sasha, that's fine. Gone, can you...
No, he is also, he just...
I'm not going to kill unless he answers. If you're a Sunni Muslim, you have to have a madhab.
Can you please provide evidence that you are not
hear what you guys are saying? That's really bad. You think our family love triangle earlier was bad. This is really bad. We can't even hear you guys. You guys are both over talking each other.
Yeah, I think Don cannot control. Yeah, I agree. This is bad.
Okay. So, Umar, look, it's fine. You guys are at a point of disagreement. I'm not sure you're going to get a concession.
You're fine. You're a dumb subhuman. And just shut the fuck up, Umar.
Okay.
Andrew, the point was, it's very simple.
Let Umar summarize, Sasha. Go ahead, Umar.
Yeah, let me summarize, then he can just sit down, right? It's very simple. He asked me, you were there, right, in the beginning. He asked me 2 questions. I gave him direct answers. The agreement was, we don't agree.
I'm going to ask you one more time.
Well, he's trying to get
asking
summary.
What is your school of jurisprudence? If you are a Sunni, you hold to at least one school of jurisprudence.
No.
As of today, there's mainly 4, okay? What is your school of jurisprudence?
I hold on to the madhab of, what's this called, Sufyan al-Thawri.
You don't know your own name.
You put I know this is the first time you heard that there was a madhab of Sufyan al-Thawri. Yeah, I told you, Sufyan al-Thawri. I follow his madhab. Go Google it.
You have to think about his name. Really? Yeah, you're laughing because you're getting caught in your own lies.
Yeah,
dude, I will school you, bro.
What is his name? What is his name? Are you serious, dude?
Dude, I know the article that you read, the Shamulian article that you read, madhab, it's not gonna fly. It's not gonna fly in front of me, dude. I know the history of madhab. It's not gonna fly. And
this is the dishonest.
Andrew, can I just...
Bob's got a question, Umar. Hold on. Go ahead, Bob.
No, Andrew, I can summarize then.
No, I know. Bob's trying to say something, though.
Well, I don't understand. What is the point of having scholars if their word isn't authoritative? Like, isn't the whole point of having scholarship or tradition that you don't have to examine it? Like, you just take the word for it. That's the whole point of having experts. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird that way.
That's literally the point of a school of jurisprudence. They have the Islamic law. It's known by the scholars. There's consensus on what is what in Islam. When it comes to Sharia, it's the scholars that decide what the Sharia is. He's being dishonest and acting as if Islam is not it's like a sola scriptura religion. This is why they're annoying.
No, it's called, that's what the Jews, and I know you are a Christian.
I know. It's a waste of time.
I know the Christians are condemned. Christians are condemned in the Quran. The verse says, they have taken their rabbis and monks as gods beside them, right? Yes? So, the God is right. When you go and you take the word of a scholar, that actually makes you a Christian, like the Jews and a Christian.
What's an ijma? Or Umar, what's ijma? Consensus, right? What does it mean? What does it mean to have consensus?
I don't want to talk to you. You just like low IQ.
What does it mean to have consensus in Islamic jurisprudence?
No, but before can I summarize what happened there?
Sure, go ahead.
No, the whole thing started with Irish. Then I came in, and Sasha asked me 2 questions, right? I gave him direct answers. Then said, okay, so we need to talk about this point. The point was that the Aisha was not like the 9 years old of today. So he went and referred to Gon. Hey, Gon, do you have evidence in which you can show like she was not mentally mature? Like she was actually the same as like of today? So
yes,
that's where this dumb guy.
Yes.
Yeah, so the dumb guy man.
I gave you the founder of the Shafi school. He says that
I won't be able to.
when she was consummating. I'm talking.
Keep on talking.
Keep on talking. I'm answering. Right. So I brought you the founder of the Shafi.
I did not ask you a question. I was summarizing it.
I'm answering your question. Why are you? You asked me a question. I'm answering your question.
Bob, did I ask you a question?
Summarizing. He was not asking.
Yeah, I did ask you a question.
Yeah, I didn't answer what you said.
Yeah, so this guy, Sasha threw a white flag and went to go, right?
No, you're not getting it. I already started.
No, you did. Why did you refer to Gon? You didn't know right.
How
am I lying?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I already explained.
But did you refer to Gon or no? Yes or no? Then you can finish.
Shut up, you dumb fucking suck.
Yeah, I know you want to insult it because you're cool.
I already explained.
Did you refer to Gon to provide the evidence?
Umar. I already explained this earlier. I asked the conversation Gon. I was very engaged in the previous conversation, and Gon was complaining that it's like monopolized the conversation between me, Andrew, and Irish. So I said, okay, he seems kind of competent. He also wants to engage. The conversation is focused on the point he was making. So go ahead. So like I was making space for him to be nice. That's what was happening. And I explained it earlier, right? That's not waving the white flag, fucking dishonest, subhuman sound month. Right? That's just being nice.
Nope, because you were interrupting. Everybody's saying like, why can't you were bitching to Andrew actually? Like, why can't you control this room? Like, if you want, we can go back, bro. Round 1 or round 2. Let's go. You want to make an argument in which you can.
Sorry. What does this have to do? You just made it plain that I conceded the point. I explained.
Yeah, because this was not the justification you gave. I was expecting that you were gonna engage now. What you did, hey, Gon, can you provide evidence that she was not mature? So in my mind, that's how we translate it. I told you.
No, I didn't give it. I asked.
Yes, you did give the justification. You went, hey, Gon, can you do this?
Hey, dumb son, shut up. I asked you which
Shut
premise
up,
you reject. You told me which premise, and I said, okay, go on. Do you want to go on this? That's all that happened.
No, you didn't say, do you want to go?
I did say that.
You said, go ahead and provide the evidence that she was not mature. It was not like you asked me a question and then
it's actually summarized by me saying, go ahead.
Yeah, that's
and I did provide the evidence.
You're conceding, you're capping out.
I'm not conceding. I was setting up the convo, and then I gave the chance to someone else to talk. You dumb fucking dishonest son.
Listen, you little rat. I'm not gonna agree.
He literally did
But
say,
you're a
you know
dishonest,
what?
worthless piece of shit. All fucking
Andrew, that's just like this bastard is your champion here. Like, he can't make a simple argument except for insulting. I will give you that, like, he's good at insulting.
If I'm speaking to a Salafi, right, who comes up and says he has no madhab, he doesn't have, like, jurisprudence doesn't matter, ijma has no meaning, like...
Those Salafis have no madhab. Salafis have no madhab, dude. Like, you are making blunders like rookie mistakes.
So if you
go
have
ask
a madhab...
a Salafi who tells you that he follows the Salafi. Dude, go ask a madhab.
Okay. Answer me this.
Go ask a...
So when I ask you questions,
again, you see, you make these, like, rookie mistakes. You said, no Salafi says like he has no madhab. Salafis literally despise madhabs. Go ask a Salafi. Go. Okay, you don't agree with me, right? Go to a madhab. Go to a madhabi. Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali, whichever. Listen, dude, calm down, bro. Calm down. This is a problem. Like, I have to teach you this kindergarten
conversation you had with Irish.
Wait, yeah, being Irish.
Yeah.
Being a Muslim.
The conversation I conversation I had with him was basically, I mean, I just said Muhammad is a pedophile. That's right. I gave it like in an actual argument, and I said, you know, the argument against Islam is Muhammad is immoral because he raped a 9-year-old. So that's the argument I gave him. I mean, the conversation was just like fucking pulling teeth because all Muslims are like fucking dishonest subhumans. So he was doing the same thing. And then it turned a bit to like meta, where Andrew was whining about me being a mean to people who just fucking constantly lie and obfuscate. But we came to an understanding with Andrew. Like, he now understands that, like, oh yeah, like, if I'm gonna, like, just endlessly permit people to just be, like, the most vile, dishonest pieces of trash, oh, like, okay, maybe, like, reasonably people could be like, oh, I don't care about what you want as a mod. Really be nice to people, you know? Like,
I'll accept that mischaracterization, but that's alright.
It's only slight. It's only slight.
Somebody think Irish. Somebody think Irish is more like I want to ask him. I want to tell Irish the same thing you said that Salafis don't have. Somebody.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'll try to ping Irish back in. I don't know. So look, why don't we switch the tables a little bit? Because I think we already know where this is going with the Islamic.
But no Muslims, Andrew. No Muslims.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Well, how about and now Gon and Umar will be on the same side, and how about we turn it more towards the an appeal to the atheist now? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while.
They're just gonna like yap about infinite regress.
Yeah, but no Muslims, Andrew. Muslims are banned from the Congo, okay?
The
Muslims are like down subhumans, so no Muslims allowed in the conversation.
This guy is licking his wound now. He just told me
Umar, is infinite regress your argument? Would that be the argument you'd go?
Umar is like one of the side chat booty clappers when other dumb Muslims come in here and make the same arguments.
Yeah, we can have any discussion. But Andrew, you witnessed that, right? This guy just referred to Gon to do his legging, to do his work.
No, that's not what happened. It's not subhumans.
Sasha didn't throw the white flag.
Okay, Sasha, can you just relax?
He's just rage baiting at this point.
No, as long as like.
Is the replay on because I don't see it?
No, of course.
No, the replays are on, Andrew. I don't see it.
Of course they do.
Umar, I'm asking you if you do the infinite regress argument against atheism. Is that your thing? Is that how you kind of go past, or what's your go-to?
No, infinite regress it only comes to like the guy goes, yes, it's possible for matter to exist forever and ever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's just
the idea.
Yeah, so it's just like that doesn't
Can I ask
make sense.
what is your akida, or are you gonna say that you don't have
No,
akida?
we're gone. You're just gonna open back up that discussion. You guys are gonna get an intense.
No, it's nothing to do with that. It's nothing at all. I'm asking about
If he lives in a mud hut, he doesn't know what the mud hut is called. End of discussion.
No, it's not even about math. I'm asking you his akida, like
the mother.
Mud huts.
The akida is Athari akida.
Okay, there we go.
So you can have it if you know what you're.
Direct question, direct answers. Because you don't like methods.
Good.
I thought he was gonna say Salafis hate akida too.
Well, we all like taquitas and mud huts, but here, Umar.
Wait. So I want to ask Umar. So like, regards to God, right?
Was
Regards
here
to
for your?
God.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you believe that the attributes of Allah, like, are they all like ontologically distinct to each other?
Yeah, when you mean by ontology, you mean like physically they are separate?
No, not physically. What the hell? How can it be?
We probably shouldn't pursue this.
Yeah, he has a distinct attribute that means. But ontology,
The response indicates that this may not be productive.
Yeah,
Is there a real distinction between them?
Yes, they are distinct. Yes.
Really distinct. Okay.
Really,
The attributes are not the essence.
Yeah, I don't. It's gonna go.
What was that, son?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, even Bob's
He
son is
was
like,
so
yeah, this
knowledgeable.
is gonna go well. Yeah, but maybe he's not.
No. What he said was like, yeah, Muslims are like really dishonest.
Yeah. So here,
All right,
gone. How about towards atheism, brother? What's wrong with atheism?
What's wrong with atheism? I think there's arguments that point towards God, and I think you can be atheist, but I think even day-to-day life. I mean, religious people tend to be happier. I don't know if their stance on that, but that's what it is.
I think
That's
true.
true.
I think it's true. But as far as that meaning that the religious claims, broadly or any specific ones are true, I don't know that should follow out of that. You might make some argument like that, but
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that religion is
it
true.
means it's true, right? Yeah. But what about?
I'm not
the
saying
idea
religion is true because
No, I understand. But let's just do this.
Oh.
Apart from personal experience, what is the reason you believe, for you, that God exists?
Prophecies I see that are clearly not they're like coincidences or.
Oh, I think that's
something,
sufficient. I think that's sufficient. No, God, if you can demonstrate a prophecy coming to pass, that's a-okay.
Yeah, Daniel 9.
Okay. So it's interesting. So I think it's the scholarly consensus. I think that it is at the very minimum, it's written prior to Christ on the scene. I think. But where are you?
Yeah, always.
Well, yeah. There's a
Book of Daniel. Yeah, I mean, by then. That's before.
No, what does it say now? What's the prophecy?
The Daniel 9 verses 24 to 27. It tells you what will happen and when the Messiah will come in between certain events.
So can you break it down, Gon? Because obviously this should be something where anybody who's looking at it.
I mean,
because you're saying
before you looked into it.
Yeah, I'm sure I have. Are you talking about like the 70 weeks, or wait, are you talking about?
Yeah, the 7 weeks.
Okay.
7.
Yeah. So this is
Daniel 9. What? Sorry, what's verse?
Daniel 9 verses 24 to 27.
Okay. I mean, I can read it. I can adopt it, and then does that help?
I mean, I can read it too.
Okay, go ahead.
70 sevens are decreed for your people, talking to Israel, the Israelites, and your holy city to finish transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for wickedness, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy place. That's verse 24. So basically saying there will be 70 weeks. 70 weeks are decreed for Israel to finish transgression, for sin to end, atone for wickedness, and have like everlasting righteousness, right? Seal up the vision of prophecy. Now, seal vision of prophecy, that's very clear. Right? I would interpret it as prophecies being fulfilled but for a lot of it, like the transgression ending and of sin, that's more nuanced. People can have different meanings.
You're saying this was written when? Before? Sorry, which year?
Before Christ. I'm not sure exactly, but before, definitely.
But before the birth of Christ.
Before the birth.
So 70 weeks is like about a year, right?
So
No, it's in this tradition, a week is 7 years.
Well, weeks would be interpreted as a year. That's what even both.
Oh, it's 7 years, I think.
Well, no, it's 70. It's year 70.
I think Bob's right.
NIV. It's 70. The seventh word is.
No. But the weeks carry over. So if you look at the years,
What
it's wrong, but
It's 69 weeks is 483 years.
60 what?
Wait, but why does it say weeks? Like, so there's a no,
Yeah,
it says
yeah, that's
77 or weeks. Like who says weeks are years?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get at. So, when it comes to this is not the only passage where weeks are mentioned, but weeks, both Jews and Christians interpret weeks when God is speaking, when he says weeks, that means not like a literal week, but year.
Since when did they interpret it like that? Like, what's
You
the
can look at the rabbinic interpretation.
we discussed this passage like a month or so ago.
Yeah,
You did.
Oh, sorry, just,
Or you? Well, I did, and a few others.
I mean, just like basically, if this is supposed to be a prophecy, it's important that like reason that the author meant, or like how it would have been taken at the time, is to mean that this is that a week is a year. Like, you know, that's like something I'd want to like see. I mean, I would just take the source. Like if like something just says this is like at least like a reasonable view. They can like historians go through that.
Well, I think there's.
I mean, I kind of like, but yeah,
I think
like it needs to be something I need to look into, like the rabbinical tradition or something. So if you think like I need to look into the rabbinical tradition or something, that's fine. But I'm not gonna do that now. So like this passage kind of adds here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying that a week means a year because of rabbinical tradition. I'm saying that holistically, when you read, you see passages that talk about a week and so on. It points towards week meaning year in some cases, right? And if you do look at rabbinic Christian commentaries, they do agree. This is actually not 17 weeks, like literally 17 weeks, but years, 17 years. And then actually that's pretty much it.
But for the Christian tradition, I'm kind of gonna be unimpressed because like that tradition developed knowing this verse and like the dates to like fit it, you know.
Yeah, but they're not just saying it to make it fit. It's like it's a corroboration of other passages. Even the account when it says like
I agree they might have independent readers. I'm just saying like it's less impressive that they come up with a theory which interprets the text this way. Once they know that like to make this prophecy true, they need to get this result.
I'm saying it's a plausible reading. I don't think they just interpret it that way to make their prophecy be fulfilled by force. But I see we can interpret it. That's not even the main contention. Like people don't really have an issue with the fact that a week can mean a year. That's not the big shocker. It's not the wording issue. But yeah, that's what the verse says. The interpretation. And when you go to the next one, it says, "Know and understand this: from the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the appointed one, the ruler comes. There will be sevens. There will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. It will be rebuilt with streets and entrenched until times of trouble. And after the 62 weeks, the anointed one will be put to death and will have nothing. The people
I'm reading. I asked ChatGPT and it says in Hebrew the word used is shavuim, which simply means units of 7. The text does not specify days. So most scholars understand these as years. 1 7 equals 7 years. So 70 times 7 years is 490 years.
490 years.
Yeah, I mean that's just what ChatGPT says, right?
Does it say 490 years? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So 47 times 49, 400. Sorry,
seven.
No, it's saying that the sevens. No, it's saying the sevens
70 times 7.
are 70. Yeah, so it's saying 490 years. That's like, you know.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I agree with ChatGPT. That's fine. 70 times 7.
The prophecy is saying this will happen in like 500 years.
Around 4. Yeah.
No, but that the problem with that is I think most scholars agree that Daniel wasn't written at the time of the Babylonian.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
exile.
right? The critical scholarship is not going to agree. They're going to say it's like hundreds and some years BC. So that's really problematic. I don't know.
Like we had this conversation. Yeah, I think we talked
That's
about this.
actually okay. That's totally fine. Whether it was 100 BC to 100 BC, that's not an issue with the prophecy.
Well, how does that?
No, but it is an issue with the prophecy because the way it lines up is that it's read as interpretive instead of prophetic, or rather, it's written as prophetic but meant as interpretive. Because there's a point in time, like it's purported to be written hundreds of years before when scholarly consensus thinks it was written, and the idea is that the quote-unquote prophecies all match up very, very closely to historical records up until the point which they think it's written. And after that, it makes wild guesses, some of which are like loosely true, most of which are not. So it's you have this passage where up to this point in time, there's like very, very strong consistency between historical records, and then poof, suddenly.
What do you mean it's fine? Like,
What do you mean?
I thought this was supposed to be a prophecy about like Jesus being born and dying. Like this is gonna come out like that. What's being prophesied happens like a few hundred years after Jesus.
No, not a few hundred years after Jesus. But it's still before. But I'm just saying you have to re-examine the prophetic nature of the text. Give it.
No, the prophecy, according to this, would be realized hundreds of years after Jesus.
Oh no! I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
Hundreds of years. How?
Because even line is dated like 100, 150, 200 before Jesus, and it's saying in 500 years this happens.
Oh no!
But then like okay, it happens in like 300 AD. So like
Yeah,
way
but
after
no, when you
Jesus.
start counting, that's why I read verse 25. As it says here, no one understand this. From the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the anointed one, the ruler comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. It will be rebuilt with streets and a trench, but in times of trouble. So
It's saying it will be like the anointed one will come 500
So
years
now it's adding
after
more
Jerusalem is rebuilt.
it's adding more information. So it's basically saying when the word or decree for Jerusalem to be rebuilt until the anointed one, the Messiah, comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. So 7 sevens, that's 7, so 49, and what is it, 62 sevens, which is 434. 434. So at 49, that's 400.
490.
400. I know it's not 490, but no, but the thing is giving you information. It's gradual. So
You're doing the math. Like 7 sevens was supposed to be 500 years, right?
Yeah.
490.
Yeah, I'm rounding. And that's 62 sevens. That's also years?
Yeah, 4. So verse 24 is terrible. There's like the time for Israel for the sin to end, transgression to finish, and all of that stuff. To seal up prophecies, it's going to take 490 years. Then the next verse is saying, understand this, from the decree, from when the decree to rebuild Jerusalem is given until the anointed
starting date and an ending date. So say in between that.
Okay, so we could be saying, then Jerusalem is rebuilt or decreed to be rebuilt. Like since that point, 500 years pass, and then Jesus comes, on the scene.
Yeah, from the time decree is sent to.
Is what I said correct or not?
Yeah, sir, repeat that again. So I understand exactly.
You're saying that the first part is there will be 500 years between Jerusalem being revealed and Jesus coming on the scene.
A bit after Jesus, but yeah, sure.
Okay, and then the 62, 62 sevens. That's
There will
gonna
be
be
7 sevens and 62 sevens.
okay. So 62 sevens is gonna be like what, like 450 years or something.
62 sevens, that would be 434, and 7 sevens, that's 49.
Okay, sorry. So what's supposed to happen in 430 years?
One is meant to. Well, no, it's just telling you how, like, from the time the decree is given until the Messiah comes, there will be a total of 483 because you have 7 sevens plus 62 sevens. So 49 plus 434, which is 483.
I'm really confused, but maybe I'm confused enough. This is
It says here, no one understands this from the time the decree goes out to restore, meaning the decree to rebuild the city.
I don't think this is gonna happen. I just don't even understand how you're doing the math.
Okay, the math is, look, it says there will be 7 sevens, meaning 7, so 7 times 7, right? That's 49.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking that still 7 sevens. Never mind. Okay, sorry. So.
Yeah, it says 7. That's 49.
Okay, sorry. So that's like, that's basically the same as 7 sevens. Okay. So sorry, this is just breaking down the initial.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is completely yeah. So then it says 7 sevens, then it's add 62 sevens. So 62 times 7 is 434. So 49 plus 434 gives you a total of 483. So we know now that from the decree to rebuild Jerusalem, that's not to rebuild Jerusalem. That's to rebuild the temple. That doesn't really satisfy the mission. Then you have a bit after, you have the second decree given by Darius, and
Yes, good. Is the Jesus prophecy gonna be that impressive if he's aware of the text? It's like,
yeah, I thought of that. It is still expressive. We can discuss why. I think I know what you're gonna. I know what you're gonna say, but just bear with me. Right? So the decree to rebuild was given by King to rebuild the city. The first decree that builds not just the temple but the city, the actual city, was given by Artaxerxes, which is Persian. He gave it in 457 BC. That seems to be the thing. I haven't seen much in the second, like I haven't seen any disagreement on this. It seems to be what it is. So you guys can fact check it. Come back if you not debate on that. But yeah, the decree, the first decree to rebuild Jerusalem, the decree itself, not when Jerusalem was fully built, but the decree itself, that was given in 457 BC. So that we have a date because the prophecy says from the time the decree was sent out until the end of the 483 years. So 483 years. So 483 years from 457 BC, which is the time of the decree. You have you come to the you come to 26 AD. That's 26 AD. And you might be asking me, 26 AD, that's like Jesus is this when Jesus is 26 years old. Like, what does it really mean? Like, does it really matter? Yeah, I believe so. Because Jesus did come into Jerusalem. It's a bit the date, like there's a bit of debate, like on the timeline, like when Jesus existed exactly. Now, Jesus could have come in Jerusalem around this time, right? He could have come around.
yeah, I'm not really interested in pressing like the difference of like 5-10 years. I think I might have to ground, but you know,
that's cool then. Yeah,
it's like impressive to fit in with the death range.
Yeah, because some people say he came to Jerusalem around when he was around 27 years old or whatever. But anyway, the point is, we know now that until Messiah comes into Jerusalem, until the decree sent out, and until Messiah comes into Jerusalem, as it says here.
I don't think it uses the word Messiah.
The word right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I don't think that word cleanly points to Messiah in Hebrew. This was another point we talked about like some minutes ago. It's the word like the language used means like anointed, but that was commonly used to refer to that was commonly also used to refer to kings and priests.
Messiah?
No, anointed.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. The word Mashiach, it means somebody who's anointed. That's what Messiah.
Right. But what I'm saying is that kind of language, like you're using the modern connotation of the word Messiah. I'm using in that time. They just use that kind of language to just refer to kings and priests.
Yeah, that's true. Like when you even when you read like Aaron the
Cyrus. King Cyrus, he was
Right.
Messiah, yes. But this prophecy, I mean,
There's a much more historically plausible interpretation of that verse that more neatly like aligns with the facts and how Daniel is written. Than the fact that it was a prophecy about Jesus.
Well,
what do you make of that kind of commentary?
Well, that's what
I assume you're familiar
I'm
with it.
going
Sorry.
for the case that this is about Jesus. Right? Obviously.
No, I'm just saying. What do you? Maybe if we're, I don't know. Maybe you guys should just continue the conversation.
No, but like, what is your?
I'm just gonna introduce another line of questioning.
Is it like a long line of questioning? If it's really long, then yeah.
No, it's not long. It's basically like there's a set of interpretations that align what Daniel is talking about as the temple crisis before, in the 160s BC, and not about Jesus.
I haven't heard of that. But I'm
Really?
Important stuff, right? So
I thought that was.
after the announced one will be put to death and will have nothing. The people of the ruler will come and destroy the city and the sanctuary. The end will come in a flood, war will continue as it went. He will confirm a covenant with many for 1/7. In the middle of the 7, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering. And at the end, the temple he will set up an abomination and cause desolation. So, I mean, it sounds like the anointed one is doing stuff that's like, I mean, a bit more impactful than just taking three.
That's what I was trying to like drive to, because there is a concept when you read the Bible. Yes, there are characters. There are not characters. There are people that are called the Mashiach, like the Messiah's anointed ones, like Aaron, the priest, King Cyrus, but there is a concept of a messianic prince. There's a concept of a messianic prince, and there's something called messianic prophecies. Like even Jews today, they are waiting for a Messiah. But that Messiah, not like any Messiah, this truly is like a special Messiah. That there is such a character. Obviously, Christians believe that he already came, that's Jesus, whereas a lot of Jews, they still wait for that. But there is a concept of like special, the messianic prophecies. That's what they're about. But I want to bring to you one thing, like a point into attention, right? So the decree was like, let's go back into verse 24. It says the 77, so the 490 years are decreed for, the people, Israel, to finish transgression, put an end to sin, yada, all of that stuff, and to seal up prophecy, right? Now, from the decree, and then 490 years later, which is the 77, you end up at a date. That date is 33 AD. That's just math. And historically, whether you want to go with there's a middle discussion like on Jesus' crucifixion, but we all know that the main view, or what seems to be the case, is that Jesus was crucified in the year 33 AD. Some might say 30, but the main idea is that it's 33 AD. And that's the first point, because it's saying there will be 490 years until the decree is sent out for the wickedness and the prophecies to seal up and all this.
I'm not gonna argue.
That's what the crucifixion represents.
I'm not gonna argue over like the difference of a few years, because like basically I think like what's gonna be impressive. What I think is gonna be impressive about the prophecy is roughly fitting the dates in a way that can be made sense of, even if we don't have the exact date.
It is not.
If you get the range that aligns, that seems like enough.
Yeah, right. So the range aligns actually pretty perfectly, because it literally lands on 33 AD. But it's not just that, because what does when you read the New Testament, you read about the figure of Christ. If you take a Christian view, if we presuppose that view and believe it's true, then Christ's crucifixion in 33 AD did end quote unquote sin. Then Christians will explain to you, okay, yeah, this is how he did it, this is what he did. And I'm sure you guys have heard that interpretation. That's what verse 24 essentially is saying. Because it does say, let's put an end to sin. Now, a Jew might think, oh, but putting an end to sin is this and this. Sure, but I'm focusing on the case for Christ. So if we take into account that this land's exactly 33 AD, and the crucifixion does symbolize the death of sin, and you read Paul's letters and they go into further detail, then not only does the number match, but also the message, like the meaning behind the number also matches. I don't think that's just coincidence. I don't think that's just, you can just brush it out as coincidence.
Alright, I mean, there's, I'm guessing the other, like, impressive point of prophecy that's, like, directly historically verifiable is the people of the ruler will come, will destroy the city and the sanctuary. So, this is like the destruction of the second temple or something, but
So that's in verse 20. The people of the ruler, that's verse 26. The people of the ruler will come, destroy the city and the sanctuary. So that tells you that it's after the 62 sevens. So we know that in verse 25 it says the 7 sevens and 62 sevens. When you add them to, you get 483 years. So that's from the time of the decree. That's 26 AD, where I was referring to earlier. And then when you read verse 26, it says after the 62 sevens, meaning the 434 years, the anointed one will be put to death, and the prince or ruler will come to destroy the city and the sanctuary. Now we know that after these 434 years, and after this Messiah, which we let's presuppose already that is Jesus, the sanctuary will be destroyed. And in fact, historically, we know that the sanctuary is destroyed. That the temple was destroyed in 1780. That's a historical fact. That's not even a biblical thing. It's just a historical fact. Are you guys aware with that of the destruction of the temple?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I went okay. I think, so predicting the destruction of the temple is kind of impressive. I'm not sure how impressive predicting Jesus is, given what I said before about this, like, if you know the prophecies, you can kind of try to fit into them.
How can Daniel have predicted? To predict the crucifixion. Or are you saying that the crucifixion?
This doesn't use that language.
No, but sorry, like that aligning. So predicting the destruction of the temple and predicting the death of the person in question, I think both of those are impressive. Predicting other stuff, like, you will like do all this other messianic stuff, I'm less sure about, because one is like those are like religious things which we can't really like verify historically, and two, like Jesus just would have known this stuff, and so he could have tried to like smash it. So atone for wickedness, let's say, right? We don't know, like, okay, this is when wickedness is atoned for. We know that Jesus was crucified, and Christians think the significance of that was that wickedness was atoned for. That's fine, but that's not like something where it's like, it's predicted in a life, because again, Jesus knows about it, and we can't really verify that this event took place. It's a supernatural aspect. No, the atonement, like, that involves stuff that's supernatural, that historians aren't going to talk about.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not here telling you, I can't prove, like, because sin is
not something. I'm just telling you, like, what I'm accepting about prophecy and whatnot. So I'm saying, like, what seems impressive is predicting the fall of Jerusalem and the day of the death of the anointed.
Yeah, the anointed one will be put to death, and he will have nothing. And the temple will be destroyed. And it says that
was like a, you could, this yeah, was like a flood. It's not like, that's not, the word flood is not the first thing that comes to mind, but in hindsight it is.
I mean, maybe like it can be made sense, right? Like, just say so. Basically, like there are like three levels. One is just making impressive predictions, right? So I'm telling you, I think it makes two impressive predictions.
Yeah, I'm going further.
As far as I can tell
the rest
now.
of the past.
Then the other level is like stuff that's like maybe not, we know definitely it happened as described here, but it's not like inconsistent. It doesn't contradict anything, you know. And then the third level would be like it prophesizes stuff, but it actually didn't happen. Like it prophesizes something and that's wrong. So I'm happy to grant that two impressive bits I said, and as far as I can see initially, there's nothing like that's like definitely contradictory. I mean, that's like my initial impression from just talking. But then, like, I obviously want to like look into it myself.
I mean, so if you look into it, you'll find that the standard scholarly consensus is that Book of Daniel, I mean, it's a 2nd century forgery that is essentially all about sort of retroactively predicting the events of the 2nd century BC forgery that is retroactively predicting.
Oh, I was about to say you meant AD. I'm like, what?
Yeah, no, I mean, sorry, yeah, I mean the. Yeah, no, Hellenistic era. That it was written somewhere, I don't remember off the top of my head, somewhere in like the 160s BC.
Wait, you're saying it's a forgery? Like,
yeah.
Like a Jewish forgery?
Yeah, of course. It's not written by the prophet Daniel in the 6th or in like the 7th century BC, although it's pretending to be. It's written by a Jewish author in the 2nd century BC who claims to be Daniel and is talking in Daniel's voice.
Okay, so we can grant that this is around 2nd century.
Okay, well, I just finished what I was saying. Like, all of this is not a prophecy. None of this is a prophecy about the 1st century AD. It's all sort of a fake prophecy about things that had already happened by the time the author was writing about the events of the 2nd century BC, namely the Seleucid, control of the entire history of the region from Cyrus the Great's sort of decree to allow Jews back, to the takeover by the Greeks and the Seleucid. Sorry, there's a lot of background noise. The Greeks. So it's about the events from Cyrus to the Seleucids to the Maccabean revolt and the establishment of the sort of Jewish Maccabean kingdom that became the Hasmonean kingdom.
You're just saying that this is prophesizing something that aligns with different events that are going to say.
Yeah, and that had already happened.
You're saying this is like pretending to be earlier than some other set of events, and those events map onto that timeline where, like, before Daniel there was some like other thing which predicts where like okay, there's 500 years between the temple being Jerusalem being rebuilt and then falling. Like there's an earlier timeline that lines up with that. That's
yeah, sort of. Although the timeline isn't perfect, that's also because the Jewish writers of the day had extremely imperfect access to chronology and historical information generally. So it's just sort of a very rough guess.
But it's still kind of.
So are you saying that this is like
to also align with? It is still weird that it happens to align with this other set of plays that weren't.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really. Well, a few things. First of all, it doesn't really align unless you make a specific assumption about when the period of 490 weeks starts, which I don't think is all that justified. But I mean, there's all sorts of textual. There's all, and well, just to finish what I'm saying, there's also all sorts of other textual hints that it's that it's talking about specific people in the 2nd century BC and not anyone in the 1st century AD. Like
I would like to hear it because I looked into it. I didn't hear this interpretation, but it would be saying that this passage is actually describing a prophecy that I mean, it doesn't make sense because why would Jews write something that already happened? And if it's something that already happened, it must be like completely accurate because they're basically writing a book, retelling as if it's a prophecy, but it's actually of something that already happened to make their book go true or something for future generations.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, which is why a bunch of historical details up until the point it was written is like really accurate, and then beyond that point it's guesswork, and what we know of history, like what they say happened, doesn't actually align beyond that point.
So you're saying, so Mark, are you saying that? So tell me, quote me, quote for me. So like let's go through it. So the 77s, or so like when was the like explain the prophecy like using your interpretation?
Okay.
Or we can do that. Or we can do that after.
The author was, all right, in my interpretation, the author was a 2nd century Jewish man living in.
Wait, actually, can I ask you something else?
Yeah.
When you say like, so you're saying some scholar said that this is a forgery. Now, how can a scholar determine what is a forgery in a Jewish canon? Like that's only up to Jews themselves. How can a scholar know?
No, of course not.
The book of Daniel was a forgery and would just implement, like put into the canon of Jews. This is weird to me.
It's just like they can determine. It's just like how Chinese scholars can determine that a medieval English work of literature is a later forgery. Like no group has proprietary ownership over the authenticity of this or that text. However, if your question is just why do scholars regard it as a forgery, it's a few reasons. One is that it's probably the most powerful source of evidence is that linguistically it doesn't really make sense to have been written in the period it purports to have come from. Like it uses a bunch of Hellenistic terms that would not have been in the sort of Semitic parlance of Greek words, Greek or Greek derived words from long
in this passage
in the book of Daniel.
It uses a bunch of imperial Aramaic and has Hellenistic influence in the Aramaic that wouldn't be there if it was written, in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th century Babylonian exile period.
Yeah, the Greeks.
But do you have an argument for the Septuagint?
Well, that's completely different. Like that's a translation. Like the entire Septuagint is in Greek, but it's like saying the Septuagint was actually the literal text of the Septuagint was written in the 7th century BC. We know that's not the case because Jews would obviously not be writing in Greek back then. It's exactly the same thing here. Like a Hebrew work or Aramaic work would not be using specific words that are clear signs of Hellenistic political dominance interspersed in their in their Hebrew. Now it's not just Greek words; it's a bunch of other things. Like we can trace the evolution of the Hebrew language over time, and the Hebrew of the 7th century BC is different. Both in terms of vocabulary, I would guess in terms of grammar, at least a little bit, from the Hebrew of later centuries, just like any other language. So I think linguists are pretty confident that the language of the Book of Daniel has telltale signs of being written later rather than earlier, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense to translate it.
The Septuagint is that you're saying 7th century, but I don't think anybody dates the Septuagint to 7th century. So I don't know if the
I was making an analogy.
Yeah, but when the Septuagint was written, like
obviously it's not the 7th century. I'm saying it would be absurd to date the Septuagint to the 7th century because Jews would not be writing their holy texts in Greek at the time. And similarly, it's absurd to date the Book of Daniel to the 7th century BC.
I'm not saying that the Septuagint, I'm pretty sure it's dated to like 300 BC and it's a Greek translation. I
I'm saying, since the normally does the New Testament use 4 to Septuagint, but I'm saying, what like, is there anything? Would you say the same thing for the Septuagint because you're bringing like linguistic arguments to counter prophecy using the Masoretic? But I'm saying, what about the Septuagint?
I'm completely confused. I mean, I'm saying the analogous argument goes through. Just as we should not date it would be crazy on purely linguistic grounds to date the Septuagint to the 7th century BC. It's crazy on purely linguistic grounds to date the Book of Daniel to the 7th century BC.
I'm not arguing for a 7th century BC Septuagint. No, I don't even know any dates like that. It's around like 300 BC.
Right.
The thing is, when the
I give up.
That's not what he's saying, John. I think you're missing his point, brother. I think maybe I am. It's okay.
The point in isolation is just that the language in the passage, Book of Daniel, just aligns much more closely with 2nd century BC Aramaic and not 7th century BC Aramaic.
Yeah, so if you take
the Book of Daniel was written in the 2nd century BC. But what does that do exactly?
Right. Well, first of all, it throws the kind of 490-year timeline completely off. But the idea is just that the support for the forgery part.
The 490-year timeline is you start using it after the decree is given to rebuild the temple.
Sure.
That was given in 487 BC.
Oh, you're just talking about when it's up to Jesus. Is that what you mean?
I'm saying the number 490, the prophecy itself is telling you, you start counting that, or like 490 years from the moment that the decree was given out to rebuild Jerusalem. And we know when that was.
Sorry, I have to take up myself.
He's saying it's irrelevant when Daniel was written, and I'd be interested in what you're saying to this, Mark. So he's saying it's irrelevant when Daniel was written.
That's what I'm saying, because you're using the 490 from the time the temple is, the decree to rebuild the temple is. So whether you tell, even if you date, like let's say you date
the temple was rebuilt in the 500s BC, not when you're talking about.
The temple was what?
It was rebuilt in like somewhere, I don't remember the exact year, I could look it up, but during the reign of Cyrus and his decree in the 500s.
Fine, but that's completely fine because the prophecy is not talking about the rebuilding of the temple, it's talking about the rebuilding of Jerusalem, not the temple. I said that earlier. If you count from the decree that says to rebuild, I think it's given by Darius or Cyrus, like you said, then yes, you'll be right. But the prophecy is saying count the 490 years from the time that the decree is sent out, that rebuilds Jerusalem, the city.
Okay, but rebuilding the city is an ambiguous phrase from the point of view.
Oh, come on, man, it's not ambiguous. We know there's degrees that now. Come on, it's not ambiguous. The decree is not ambiguous.
It's okay. The phrase "rebuild" is ambiguous. If you think that Jerusalem was in some spiritual sense destroyed by the
physical destruction.
Well, it doesn't say physical destruction. It just says destruction.
Oh, now you're saying. If it's talking about a decree given by to say that this is spiritual. I mean, I don't even like if it was a. Nah, it's not. I don't want to take it as spiritual. That's very out there. That's like.
Well, I mean, I don't think you're really thinking about it too closely. This is more or less the mainstream opinion.
Mainstream opinion among
critical biblical scholars that this is talking about the decree of Cyrus the Great, which is the fundamental act that transformed
the decree of Cyrus is to rebuild the temple, which is important, which is why I say it's important to understand there was a decree to rebuild the temple, and after that, in 457 BC, the decree to rebuild Jerusalem, as the passage
be surprising for a religious fundamentalist. It would not be surprising for a religious fundamentalist, or a Jewish religious fundamentalist, who thinks that Jerusalem is the, ought to be the absolute spiritual center of the entire world, because, it is essentially the emissary of the creator of the universe, and that the center of Jerusalem, of this. Try to be more succinct. It would not be surprising for a Jewish fundamentalist to think of the rebuilding of the temple, which is like the overwhelmingly most important religious project in their worldview, to refer to the rebuilding of the temple and the restoration of Jerusalem to the God of Israel. It would not be surprising for them to colloquially refer to it as the rebuilding of Jerusalem. Like, Jerusalem is the place where the temple is supposed to be. The temple is the center of the moral universe. Rebuilding the temple, it would be perfectly natural for someone who thinks in these terms to refer to the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem as the rebuilding and the re-inauguration of Jerusalem as a specifically sort of Jewish-centric city focused on Jewish life and the recognition of Jewish religious and metaphysical ideals. To refer to that as the rebuilding of Jerusalem.
I've looked at this case for it to mean, yes, like there was an actual decree and it was a physical building. We can look into what it could mean spiritually. I just never looked into it. I wouldn't be able to explain that to you. I wasn't really here for like a spiritual interpretation. I haven't looked at it that way. I've never looked at it that way. It could be true. Not be true.
Yeah, the rebuilding of the city at the end of the period. I mean, it's true that in the 2nd century, as a result of the Jewish rebellion, it wasn't like the entire city wasn't leveled and burned to the ground, but it was basically completely emptied out. Like, it would not have been a good time to be a Jerusalem resident. So the fact that it was basically restored from this place of like horrible desolation, like this violent desolation, to a place where people went back to live and establish, an officially Jewish kingdom, that again can count as rebuilding.
Rebuild, that's a stretch, but if we take just the apparent, if the prophecy says, Jerusalem shall be rebuilt, and we take it, yes, Jerusalem will be, that's a fair reading of the text.
The point is that you're not, these words are sufficiently ambiguous that you're not forced to interpret it in the way that you want to interpret it. There are other plausible interpretations that end up, jiving with a bunch of other important context clues, and B, are non-miraculous.
I'm willing to hear interpretations, but they need to take into account, they have to have a decree. They have to have a decree that says to rebuild Jerusalem. It's not just, this is not vague. The passage, if the passage wanted to be vague, it would say something like, oh yeah, Jerusalem shall rise again, blah, blah, sound poetic. No, it's very clear. There's a decree, and the city shall be rebuilt. Those are two conditions that must be met. It's not
Wait. The decree is about the temple, not the city.
Sorry, the city shall be rebuilt. It's not about the temple.
No, Cyrus's decree is about the temple.
Cyrus, yes. Cyrus,
yeah, okay.
Exactly. And he does it like the year 500 something BC, which is why the passage, which talks about Jerusalem, the city, being rebuilt. He's talking about the decree. The decree is about the city being rebuilt. That goes back, that points to 400 7 BC, which is a bit after, by.
Right. I was just confused about which decree you were talking about.
No, I'm strictly talking about this. This my argument only works if it's about the rebuilding the decree given to, because there were different decrees. One is the first one in the timeline would be the one you're talking about, Cyrus, but he said to build the temple only.
Yeah.
Then you have the decree to rebuild the city, Jerusalem, and that's given in 457 BC by King something Xerxes. It's pronounced.
Xerxes.
And that's actually what the passage is about.
Artaxerxes. But
whatever the name is.
okay. But I mean, one problem with this discussion is that it's I mean, this is my problem, but it's hard for me to talk to talk on this app and to listen to you and keep track of what you're saying, while also looking up the passages online. So I apologize if my attention is somewhat divided, but yeah, no problem. But I mean, so.
Do you mind if can I read like the last passage as well?
The last passage of what?
Yeah. Sorry, I mean the last verse. Because we kind of hashed up to the stuff. I mean, like you can go and you can. If you want.
Are you talking about verse 9:25?
No, we read 24, 25, 26, 27, which is also Team Smart. Like he hasn't looked into the cases.
I mean, sure, go ahead. I'll read it side by side on my computer.
Sure. So 26 and yeah. Oh yeah, so yeah, that's when I will say after these 49 years and then 444 years. After that, the Messiah will die, and the temple, the sanctuary, the temple will be destroyed. And that did happen. That happened after 26.
Yeah, sure, go ahead, sorry.
Then it says, who will continue until the end and desolation and have he will confirm. So the subject, that's the Messiah. Yeah, so he will confirm a covenant with many for 1-7. So for 1-7. In the middle of the 7, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering. And at the temple, he will set up an abomination that causes desolation until the end that is decreed is poured out on him. So that passage there, it says he will confirm a covenant with many for 1-7. So what that language, that sentence, confirming covenant, that's when I look into the text, and if you've read, I think in the Torah, I think Book of Numbers, God tells, that's right here at the bottom, right? So God tells the Israelites the blessings and the curses. I don't know if you guys have heard. There's blessings and curses. So as long as Israel keeps my commandment, you'll be blessed, you'll have this, be fine, it's okay. If you break my commandments, you will have curses. Other nations will come, they will beat you up, they will destroy you, they will enslave you. They will bring desolation, all this. And that's that's one of the promises you see here. Now, because this passage is talking about 1-7, so for 1 week or 1-7, this covenant will be confirmed by this price. And I relate that to confirming what God said he would do to the Israelites. Because he gave them a covenant. He gave them that covenant. He gave them that promise, right? So what does it mean here? Because verse 27 is telling me something will be confirmed. That's the covenant. And then it says, in the middle of the 7, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering. So, okay. This is a bit of a stretch, maybe for you, but by the way, this has to happen after Messiah is dead and the flood and all that desolation comes. So we know this is after Messiah dies. In the middle of this extra week, this what do you call it? The temple of the offering of the Israel. And when did that happen? We know that happened in 70 AD. Now, 70 AD happened, but what does it mean? Because it gives you a week and it says that the temple is destroyed in the middle of the week. The thing is, if I Google now, siege of Jerusalem, because the temple was destroyed at the siege of Jerusalem when the Jews rebelled. Wait, let me see the dates. If I look, okay, there you go. So the siege of Jerusalem, it started in 66 AD. That's when the Jews rebelled, declared war against the Roman Empire. So it started in 66 AD and ended in 73 AD. That's literally 7 years, 66 to 73. And that I just Google the date. Anybody, all of you can Google how long the siege of Jerusalem. What's in the middle of this war against Rome? 70 AD. So in the middle of the week here is this temple or the middle of these 7 years. The temple is destroyed. That the temple, because as we all know, it was destroyed in 70 AD. And obviously that's the temple of sacrifice and offering. And we know that the temple was desecrated. He says he will set up a abomination that causes desolation until the end that is decreed is poured out. So that's the thing I'm always gonna see. That's my thing where I look at it and I'm like, okay, I don't think that's to be a coincidence. Because the Jews had to suffer for 7 years. And only in the middle of those 7 years, like the passage in Daniel 9 says, because it says here, we'll confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, 1 7 in the middle of the 7th, and we put an end to sacrifice and offering. In the middle of this war, the Jews declared on Rome, the temple is destroyed. And the covenant is, what was confirmed? What was the covenant that was confirmed with the Jews? That they would, the curses. God confirmed that, if you break my commandments, you will bring desolation, destruction, enslavement, and so on. That's exactly what happened throughout the whole 7-year siege, and after it as well. Yeah, the whole thing, the fact that it's bang on in the middle, from 67 to 73, bang on in the middle, the end of the 70 and the temple was desecrated and destroyed. I mean, that's another thing I can't just brush on the side. It's not something that you can just look at and but that's just not true. I don't believe it.
Well, all of this is actually referring to events of the 2nd century BC. Like the cutting off of the Anointed One is the murder of the Jewish high priest at the time by the Seleucid authorities, and he confirms does in fact go on to confirm a covenant during that period with a bunch of Hellenized Jews who were sort of, Quisling, Rabishi types, as far as the author of the book, Daniel, was concerned. And then, talking about the middle of the week, he's talking about halting Jewish sacrifices and quote-unquote desecrating the temple by installing pagan deities there. This is all the 170s and 160s BC. Sorry?
Yeah, sure, that's what happened in 70 as well.
Okay, but the point I'm making is that all of this could and should be interpreted through the lens of the 2nd century, the political upheavals of the 2nd century, which was in fact when the book was written.
But when in the 2nd century, like the king you're appealing to, when did this? Because you have to start from the very beginning. You have to start with the decree that the temple is rebuilt, and so on. The decree for not the temple. Sorry, I keep confusing. The decree, from the time of the decree, to rebuild the city and sent out. You have to start with that.
Oh, okay. I mean,
No
I
matter
think,
what time period.
I think that the author of the book probably does have in mind the, the ascension of Cyrus the Great and his sort of liberation of Jerusalem.
Now you're delving more into speculation. You say, "Oh, I think this," but I'm
Yeah.
saying to you, no matter when you exactly.
You're interrupting a lot.
I'm saying you can. Let's say that this bill. This was written like way after Daniel. Let's say even 50 years before Jesus. Like minus 50 BC, right? The year 50 BC. It still doesn't matter because when you read the book, let's say somebody in the first, some random Jew or Christian in the first century reads Daniel, they have to start counting from the time of Daniel, from the time after Daniel the prophet, in which the decree to rebuild Jerusalem was sent out. You have to start with that. It doesn't matter whether you date this book to 200 BC, 100 BC, 50 BC. It really doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I think
that doesn't.
You can send me this stuff like this interpretation. I didn't hear it before.
You can just read the Wikipedia article. It's all it's all outlined in broad detail there, and I'm sure there's going to be links to plenty of critical discussion. But the point is that there's an extremely close map. There's an extremely close mapping between almost all of the prophecies, not just this one, in the Book of Daniel, to things that happened during and immediately after the Seleucid Empire, which makes sense. Like, if you're a political forger who wants to create prophecies about massive political changes, probably you're going to do, in the name of some ancient, famed prophet, probably you're going to be doing it about your own day. That said, I do agree with the criticism to an extent that
but how
if you
deal with the fact that
please stop interrupting.
Okay, good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thanks. No problem. I agree that even if you do it this way, the 490-year math doesn't precisely work out. If you start, for example, from the liberation of Jerusalem by Cyrus and his decree up to the relevant Jewish revolt in the 2nd century BC. But that's not too surprising because ancient Jewish authors had extremely limited knowledge of historical chronology. Like, they didn't have access to the massive wealth of historical writing and inscriptions and carbon dating, etc., that we 21st century modern people do. And this is kind of evident by the fact that other pieces
what did you say like for the past 10, 15 seconds? Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah. I'm going to make the concession that even if you start counting from Cyrus's decree, the math doesn't exactly work out to the relevant years in the 2nd century BC.
No, that's what I'm saying. You can.
Can you please? I just don't want to. I don't want to do this anymore, sir.
What happened?
I just don't really deal well with interruption, which is, I'm guilty of myself, but it's just very frustrating.
Dude, you have to understand. You keep saying it doesn't work out. If you start counting from the decree sent by Cyrus, I've told you even earlier. Don't start.
I explained.
According to the passage, you don't start counting the decree given to Cyrus because that decree wasn't.
You're just not listening to anything I'm saying, and you're interrupting me when I try to explain. So this is a pointless discussion.
All right, man. All right, tap out. That's fine. Tap out. I don't mind. And by the way, you can please do send the links. I don't understand everything. I don't feel like I interrupted you enough.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm pissed off exactly. I'm not enjoying this anymore. So.
Sure. And I can say you tried everything to discredit the very obvious thing in your face. That's fine. You can. Despite the fact that I told you what you're saying doesn't work. You keep saying Cyrus. My guy. It's not about Cyrus. It's about
Well.
the reason that we go through.
this Cyrus to say, but you're just not listening to it. So.
We talked about a 7th century date.
Mark, just so you know, he's the worst person ever.
I see.
Here you go.
I mean, he tried. I mean, that's it.
You're interrupting his testimony for all of us who are listening. You think if you talk a lot and interrupt a lot, you're making good points. Clearly not.
Sure. Acting as if I'm interrupting. So, but yeah, that's just a coincidence, you know. 490 years after the decree to rebuild Jerusalem exactly ends at 33 AD.
You don't need to keep talking, dude. Do you think if you talk more, anybody's going to be more convinced? The more you talk, the less convinced we are. You don't get that, do you?
That's up to you. I don't mind.
This is just like a clip, right? I understand it's a human code. Right? When I can't make a point, I'll just keep talking, because if I talk, it makes me feel better. It's not like my interlocutors are going to go, you know what, you said something better or more useful. No, it's just a defense mechanism. I get it. It's a psychological defense. But talking more, in fact, makes it worse, not better in your case. You don't get it. But carry on doing what I'm telling you. It's not going to work. You keep doing that. Go on.
Dawn, you should go to the next argument. No, that's it. That's the passage. That's it, right? Yeah, we went over 400 years, 3.
Now I can see why Albedo seems you the worst.
And if anyone is in.
No, we don't. Have a nice day.
Well, that was annoying.
Yeah, unbelievably annoying. I was listening to Mark when I followed the conversation. If the listener's annoyed, I can see why Mark is annoyed. But this guy's like intransigent. Just keeps talking. Keeps doing it. Mark says, hey, you interrupt me, I can't continue. Yeah, but blah, blah, blah.
Just
You learn it.
too many times.
Yeah, I think we were very patient. Mark was a patient guy.
I don't think he was actually listening to most of it.
No, probably.
It started up well, but
I always think it is a sign. If Mark gets frustrated, then you really must be overstepping them.
well, you have to kind of take into account Mark's autism too. I think he's extra sensitive to that.
I think it would be better if I myself were better at like mutual interruption, but usually I'm not. So if I'm interrupted and because I'm passive enough, then it will just turn into a completely one-sided.
This has happened in conversations you're in. You're just way, I don't know, too permissive of that stuff sometimes. It's not a more assertive that you are. Ha ha ha. What is your view, Andrew? Do you think the Daniel 9 passage is a prophecy about Jesus?
I mean, I'm going to accept that it is, yeah, just because I cite conservative scholarship on it, but I realize it's extremely contentious, and it's going to take a full treatment on it. So we should get Kenneth Kitchens, we should get Anthony Rogers, which I'm working on getting him on. Now,
because Mark's point was that here's this very, not that like, oh, this is absolutely not a prophecy, but here's this like very, very plausible interpretation of what's going on.
Yeah, no, they're definitely, I mean, there's a reason why. Yeah, I mean, I ultimately what I would just bottom out on is that it's just that there's going to be a presupposition against predictive prophecy, so I think that's going to be guiding a lot of the methodology, and I think that the points that are brought up are definitely, they're definitely consistent with the understanding that's put forward on the 2nd century reading, but it's just.
First of all, do you think it is a 2nd century?
No.
You think it was written in 5th century BC?
Yeah, and yeah, there's a few things. There's a few things that I would go over. Yeah, I do, but it's definitely the minority view.
has the kind of the linguistic discrepancies, the historical discrepancies, the tone and present tense centered language. How do you get past all that?
Well, there are counters to those, right? So there's going to be
Andre is
counters.
doing what's known as the converse defense. Where like if some conclusion doesn't sit well with him, you will find this like one scholar who defends this view and like really go into their work and like learn all of that arguments and kind of like stop investigating the issue there.
I don't know.
Nice.
I want to keep investigating, in fact. And not to mention, I'm not.
That's not inconsistent with what I said.
Well, you said that I want to stop.
I said that you did.
As the most simple guy in this room, I would only ask Daniel's prophecies extend past this time period of when you're saying the book was written.
No.
Well, I think it does, and his prophecies are wrong.
Yeah, that's what I meant. In that it does speak about events past this point in time, but it gets them wrong. It gets everything prior to that right with a high degree of
and then it gets
accuracy.
more vague after.
Well, maybe not more vague, but it like gets stuff wrong after that. And there's this kind of harmony between how far back the historical record is being referenced, as in the stuff that's being referenced about the 6th, 5th, 4th century stuff, some details about that. Those are made more vague because Jewish authors in the 2nd century BCE obviously didn't have rigorous historical records dating back 400 years. But then as you approach closer to the 200 BCE time period, they get more and more accurate. And it's written as though the author is the kind of language is used as though the author is like mid-crisis, not writing about it several hundred years before.
Yeah, I mean, they actually had, some Jewish authors of of roughly the time, although the time year is actually several centuries, had shockingly bad access to. I don't really blame them or anything. I'm not calling them stupid, but they had shockingly bad access to history and got made huge chronological errors. Like I think there's a 2nd century AD, not BC, but AD piece of Jewish writing that goes over the history of the Jewish peoples, and it talks about the Persian Empire, the Persian domination of Judea, but it seems to think that it only lasted for like 30 to 50 years instead of several centuries. I could look it up if you're interested. Again, I don't really blame them for not knowing this. Like modern, having access to really high quality Wikipedia or encyclopedia articles is like a modern luxury that we wouldn't expect people in the much less literate ancient world to have. But still, it's the going assumption should be that people had very imperfect knowledge of what happened centuries before, especially in terms of specific details like chronology, as opposed to like just sort of like high notes like we were ruled by the Persians and not we were ruled by the Persians from this year to that year.
Well, look, it makes sense to me that the writings will come out later, right? Because Daniel was in a position of, he was under control, right? Like, so now, if he directly wrote these things, how would it escape Babylonian or Persian control? Like, it would logically have to be written later on. Do I sound crazy or?
You sound like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Dude, my son loves chicken. love with the bird. Like Snoop Dogg.
Right.
Pretty cool. So was Irish being a huge dishonest piece of garbage? Soft shut. Sasher?
Well, look, since y'all are talking about Daniel, like I've heard these interpretations that he predicted all the kingdoms to rule earth until Christ rule. And when I got into it, I was like, I don't think that's completely accurate. I do think he vaguely predicted the end of particular rules. And like you said, it's very vague. It's not this precise thing.
He has a lot of like cryptic metaphysical descriptions of like, various kinds of beasts ruling over the earth with all these like weird properties. And I mean, I think there's also consensus that like, having, 7 horns or something, I don't remember exactly, let's go with that. Like, if we're just going with, with that specific sort of metaphysical analogy that I might just be making up, then the scholarly interpretation is that this is referring to specific Seleucid leaders.
Yeah, like I've heard, like, what is it called? What is the shit that we have in New York? Where all the governments, what do you call it? You know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The fucking world.
The UN.
The UN, yeah. Like people say that's a part of it. I'm like,
Yeah, it's not just 7 horns, it's 7 sins.
I think it was 10. I'm looking it up. I think there's a beast with 10 horns. I was just getting the number wrong.
Multiple heads too.
That's usually like the Trinity model that the Muslims posit. 3-headed monster.
These Muslims are
Now, Muslims need to not kill us.
Yeah, they should stop it now.
It's hard enough to be here.
Except that guy who the Chad Muslim, I think he was Muslim, I'm not sure, who wrestled the shooter in Australia.
Yeah, he was definitely a Muslim. He was definitely a Muslim. Yeah. The other guy, I don't know who the other guy was, but he was definitely a Muslim.
The Omega Chad of our time.
Yeah.
Every time I watch that clip, it's like, dude, he just runs up to the guy and starts wrestling him. What a beast.
Apparently he got a check from around the world for money together. A big check as well. Say thank you.
Yeah, I saw some GoFundMe or something raised $2.5 million for him.
Amazing.
Deserve it. Although I think at some point, maybe he's not actually going to do it, but at some point he said he was going to give it to the victims' families. I mean, if he does that, then I don't know, that's evidence for Islam, I think. What an Omega. Biggest balls.
Chad of all chads.
That's right. him is that he's kind of this like unassuming. What would it be, like own a fruit stand or something? I don't.
Like yeah, like a store or something. That's like a fucking anime thing that happened there. Like the fruit fucking monger is like also a ninja.
Yeah, and it's like, he's kind of just. I don't know. He has this like dad bod. He's not a smooth guy. He just.
Average Joe, right?
Big kegger. Where's the butter? Do y'all get these vegetable based? Well, technically it's not butter, but butters. So good though. Not like canola oil, just like plant based butter. It's fucking great. Made by sunseed, rapeseed oil. That's a very unfortunate name. I guess that's why they use canola.
Yeah, I thought the seeds were bad, Bob.
This particular seed is.
So look, a friend of mine was
Danny, shut up. Andrew, you kind of like triggered MJ the other day. Where you're like agreeing with me about, his style of argumentation. Like MJ was like, yeah, Andrew, why do you believe this? You haven't read it. What's up with that, Andrew?
Yeah, I should know better.
Wait, what happened? Was MJ agreeing with Greg? Like defending Greg in some way?
William Lane Greg.
Oh, I thought you meant Greg the Hegelian.
So a friend of mine was telling me a story about he was in California with a buddy of his, and his friend was having stomach problems. And he went to his dad's house asking if he had Pepto-Bismol. And his dad was like, "This is a man's house. I don't have no fucking Pepto-Bismol in here." I thought this shit was funny.
It's very cheap. Why did Andrew make MJ sell? What did you say, Andrew? What did you do? What did you do?
Sasha better give the breakdown.
Sasha?
Look, also it sounds like there's a lot of doubt in the scriptures that we are dealing with, right? But why the fuck do we give the scriptures so much importance?
Andrew, why do we give scripture so much importance?
If we think it's not all the way correct.
Given that very uncontroversial assumption.
He didn't leave a book. He left the church, and it's the Catholic Church.
Church. Left the church.
y'all understand what I'm saying? Because y'all all sound very fucking studied. You put some work into it.
I ain't studied shit, bro. The only thing I've studied is the blade.
You mean butter knife?
No, a proper blade. You remember that? You remember the meme? Like, while you were out partying, I was studying the blade.
Absolutely not. I think I was living life at that point.
You were out partying. You weren't studying the blade.
I was making music or something.
Mark here.
Well, look, can I ask y'all this? Like, my interpretation of Daniel is like, ultimately, he prophesied the end of European control on Earth, and I think that's what we're witnessing right now.
He prophesies the end of European control.
Daniel, I think, yeah, like the final rule of what he predicted. I could be like completely off, but I do feel like even people that don't even deal with the scriptures but study it believe that, and they are conducting themselves in manners to avoid that reality.
See what you're saying?
Because look, just on a basic level, we are seeing world markets merging and shit like that. There's, obviously a shift in power. It's just how you react to it and how you deal with it.
That's right.
Look, I'm born and raised in the United States. I'm not a major fan of the United States, but fuck, I live here and I need fucking stability. Like, I don't need my country to be getting bombed and shit.
What do you think is gonna bomb the U.S., bro?
You never know. The United States has done a lot of dirt.
Yeah, but like, one U.S. aircraft carrier could probably annihilate the air force of basically every other nation, save for like 5 or 6 of them. It's not a bomb.
Are you truly confident in that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, what concern I have is with Russia and their submarine fleet, which is fucking, if dealing in reality, these motherfuckers are the baddest. Like, they might not be as great in the air, but they control the submarine game. And I live in New Orleans. They throw fucking
It's almost ground zero.
They fucking destroy New Orleans. And that
Did they have them nukes?
I believe they do, but they're not fucking with the United States. But we don't want to get in no nuke game.
No, we definitely don't want to get it.
Yeah, that's not beneficial for anybody. What's the point of even conquering the country? Like, you want to use the place.
True. watching the takedown. Hang tight. Alright. I shall hang tight, as they say.
Oh yeah, Grim, I need to like download them. Like my DMs aren't broke, like millions of people are messaging me about it. But if you could just get them,
Which replay session?
Roger.
Oh, the conversation you had with him? That was good. That was very intense.
Do you guys have like a personal game plan or strategy of what you want, the way you see your future self moving?
Yeah, I'm in it right now, doing the plan as we speak. Is that a good answer?
It's very vague. Like, do you see yourself like as an older person living in a particular region or place?
Owning property and having a good job will get you rich.
Well, owning property where? Where?
Well, that's neither here or there. Whether if it's in a popular place or not. I think if you're not a corporation with like, a money tree, it's gonna be very difficult. And I'm in it, so. But I'm happy. That's all that matters, bro.
You feel confident?
Feel good. All I got. Love.
That's all I got, baby.
That's all I got.
How old are you? Like, you sure that's just not all
27, bro. 27, bro.
Yeah, that's bravado. That's bravado.
No, I'm not 27. I'm way older than that.
27, you're just full of shit. I'm fucking truly concerned about us just maintaining some semblance of structure. I do believe like young people are like selfish, like they have that strength and shit. Oh, well, I'll survive. Well, what about your fucking grandparents? Your auntie and your mom and all that. Like, are you really thinking this shit out?
Who's that? Jimmy Corset, I mean.
Jimmy Corsetti's a follower of, what's his name? The archaeology guy.
Is that the archaeology guy?
Yeah, what's his name? Graham Hancock, right? So he's an acolyte of Graham Hancock, who's also sort of trolls and, savages or tries to savage, like proper archaeologists, like the guy that was on the Joe Rogan show and stuff, the proper people who do the actual archaeology on the ground. He's some sort of douchebag follower of Graham Hancock. I've just started, it's like a 2-hour video here of Professor Dave going to go through all this Scots bullshit.
I like Professor Dave.
Yeah, he definitely goes in hard. Obviously, he's got some of the facts and all that sort of stuff, but he's like not shy to go in hard. He did a review recently of his, like a friend of his, like a doctor. He sits in that round thing, or I don't know what you guys call it in America, where you've got the expert, you've got all these people who like run to go talk to you.
Yeah, the Jubilee thing.
What's it called?
Jubilee? Like that kind of format.
That's right, yeah, I think that was it. Yes. Yeah, 15 or 20 typically, but there was only 15 this time. Can't think of the doctor's name, but he's a proper, practicing medicine doctor.
That Dr. Mike, maybe?
Yes, is it Mike? Yeah, I think it might be. And he was sort of, his premise was like, RDK, is it RDK? The
RFK.
RFK, is like bad for public health or American health or whatever the case is. And these mega-type supporters were trying to give bullshit. But he was a little bit critical of Professor Dave, was a little bit critical of Dr. Mike, because Dr. Mike is
he's way too nice.
Yeah, very polite, very polite. Hey, I'm glad we agree on this and that. And Professor Dave's like, no, Mike, so he was, because apparently he was invited, or at least they reached out to him, but then he never heard anything, and then Dr. Mike came on. But it would be, because I know he won't hold back, even face to face, so it would be entertaining at the very least to see him, deal with some of these people.
I completely agree. It would be entertainment value in that. This kid is so cute.
How old now? Still a toddler, but isn't it? Yes,
10 months, yeah.
10 months, yeah, there you go.
He's in roaring agreement with his dad that all Muslims are Muslims. Yeah. Gonna make him. He's gonna start preschool. And his teacher's gonna tell him it's time for a nap. He's gonna say, "What's the argument for that?"
When do you start preschool then?
Well, typically around a year and a half after, the parental invent.
Can't remember when we did it, probably around 2 years or something, I don't know. That's some time ago.
I mean, we're probably gonna take a few months extra.
Albedo, if you're there, quick question for you. You've obviously had an interaction with that guy before, which is why you said it was complete trash. Was it like multiple times or just once?
Yeah, at least 3.
Oh, okay.
Albedo usually doesn't resort to that kind of thing, so it's gotta be legit.
Yeah, well, that's why I said Mark is a good high water benchmark as well. If he gets frustrated, which will be far later than the rest of us, right? He's much more tolerant than the rest of us, probably to whatever degree. Then, like, this guy's really like overstepping the mark, because everybody else would have been like frustrated way earlier, probably. And I was listening for quite some time, so it wasn't like, And Mark said it multiple times, the same thing. This guy's just completely entrapped him.
Well, there were multiple times where Mark is like, "You're interrupting," and the guy seems to acknowledge it, but then just ignores it. Just continues to go on with his question, or just like.
Yeah, but I'm just going to keep doing what I was just doing, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you interrupted me. I want to stop this. Yeah, but I'm just going to keep battling.
Yeah. He's like, "Yeah," and then he just goes on to say what he wanted to say. interacted with him. This is like first. Can't quite recall having heard him talk.
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe I've heard it before, I don't know, but it's frustrating as a listener, just for the way it is, not so much the content there, but just the way somebody interacts. We do allow a lot of that to go on anyway, especially if the other interlocutor is okay keeping on going. But once Mark's goes, like, okay, I've had enough now, it's fine.
I love the kind of very passive way Mark does that. He's like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's like, no insults or something, just like very sterile declaration.
But in one sense, that's even more of an insult than anything else. But that's a very.
No, I agree.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's like that's like really bad.
I admire it. I have to layer it in with some insults usually.
It might be more explicitly. Hypothetically, I mean, might be more explicitly hostile if I, weren't using my real name.
Well, I do think you control it pretty well, Mark, even if you might otherwise do it differently.
Thanks.
So that's good. Is that Jonathan, or is he sleeping, or is it just that icon that's
I thought he was like, I think he was like checking a replay or something.
Because nowadays I'm noticing on Clubhouse that even when you stop a call, it doesn't always, that icon doesn't always disappear. So you never know if somebody's actually still on the call.
Come on, kiddo. It's nap time. Or as we say, it's time to nap. Please. Please, my child.
I think Bob wants to, Aga wants to have a debate with Bob. Mark, can you check the chat real quick?
Yes. Oh, did you want something from me, Andrew? You said, Mark, are you there, Bob? Oh, I can't see timestamps anymore in the chat.
They got rid of them, I think.
So who's that?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, did got it. Yes, they got rid of it. It seems like, at least on my version as well. You can't see when somebody actually said something. Are you iOS or Android? Peter?
iOS.
Okay, me too. Yeah. Somebody's got an Android phone. If you've got the latest version of Clubhouse, maybe you can tell us if it's the same for you. You tap on this chat, all the timestamps was that disappeared as well. If there's any setting for it.
But it's still got anything else. We haven't updated anything, so. The chat.
Hey, sorry, are you on Android, did you say?
Yeah, I'm on Android.
And you got the latest version of Clubhouse? Do you see the timestamps?
I haven't updated,
Oh, okay. Yeah, when you do update, if you haven't done it for quite a while, they've changed the layout now. Now the mic, at least on the iOS, is on the left-hand side instead of the right, directly under your thumb. And the stuff that was on the left is now on the right. And I think lots of people say, hey, I keep tapping the mic by mistake, put it somewhere where now I can't easily reach it. Instead, I don't know. Imagine we had the developers come into a room like this. We could let them know all of the things that perhaps are suboptimal in this app. And then we debate it. They'd probably run away and go, okay, we're not going back to that room again. Andrew, you're still awake then, obviously. Or you haven't gone to sleep, or you have slept and you are now awake. Andrew, you there?
He says he's awake, just bear with him.
Ah, yes, at the bottom. You can't get rid of that now either, can you? Let me see. So the text appears at the bottom and you cannot get rid of it. In the old version, maybe in your version, Sinclair, you could swipe down and the text will disappear so you can see more people on stage. Now the text, at least on my phone here, you cannot get rid of the last sentence. It takes up like much more space at the bottom now.
Yeah, mine's still old school where I swipe over from the chat and stuff. It's all different. Andrew, is this the guy? I'm gonna ask, is that the guy you were the Old Testament dude you were saying you're getting? Oh, he's second best. Yeah, I'll probably be up. I'll be at work. So I'm busy. I'll tune in.
Mark, according to your accent, sounds like you live in the UK. And if you still do, are you concerned about this administration kind of abandoning, the relationships we've had?
You're asking me if I live in the UK?
No, he knows you do based on your accent.
I'm all American.
He's just got a posh accent, didn't he? That's his.
And
Is the term over there true blue? Is that what it refers to, like you being like a real American or something? What's the term that's used? Fuck no. Term that's used? When people sound like a real American, but they use like some phraseology. What's that
Real American means white.
No, it doesn't.
That's what I think these people.
Well, maybe some racists think that, but I've heard non-whites say it as well. But I guess I'm sure there's a term that people use over there. I thought it was like true. No, maybe not true blue. Maybe that's the police one. Red, white, blue. I don't know. Isn't there some term some people use there?
Yeah, I mean, there's various sorts of things. Lead, red, white, and blue. Something when it comes to violence, there's definitely more than that.
I think we need to sanction the UK until they pay reparations for the War of 1812.
Leave the UK alone.
sounds like.
Well, I don't want to change the topic.
Nor they want to know why you believe God exists.
Do I want to know why I believe God exists? Yes or no?
No, they want to know. Oh, you don't believe?
I do believe, but you say you want to know. Or is it telling me something?
No. I'm saying they want to know. The atheist here.
Well, to be frankly honest, when we talk, they get angry and they're abused. Most people aren't getting that, though, so you're relatively safe. If this is exactly the what say, what would they say if you begin the problem? Speak to Mark, he's delightful.
Mark won't get angry unless you interrupt him 5,653 times, and then he'll just say, "I'd rather not talk to you."
Yeah, but
So,
the question you asked me, Andrew, I don't have the answer because if I think in that way, then I would think like why angry is why I'm existing. I can't really answer that question.
I'm not really sure.
Think about where it leads.
I'm confused. You believe in God, nor Mark just wants to know why.
I believe in God in the same way that Mark don't believe in it. So if I ask the same question, why don't you?
Oh, he'll give you reasons. He'll give you reasons.
For example,
Mark, the tables have been turned right out the gate, brother. It's called the immediate burden shift.
Well, turnabout is fair play.
Andrew, if you're playing, what's the card game? I had it in my head a moment ago. You flip that card, you got this little arrow that's the back of the other person. Mark could always flip one of those.
Uno reverse.
Uno, there you go. Uno, that's the one. Try out the Uno reversal card.
I acknowledge that I have the burden of proof, but I accuse you of having the super burden of proof. And so the ball's in your court.
Cast counter burden. Counter burden.
You guys are the ones who make this claim. I mean, you guys have this claim. That's not just me. Of course, you have to. You ask me what.
I hope you're joking, though.
I'm not.
It doesn't work like that. Whoever says, I mean, for people that want to be strict on it, it's like it's the person making the claim. Like if you say it is the case that God exists, you have a burden. And if Mark says God does not exist, he has a burden. But you making him go first, it's kind of weird. Considering I asked you, but
Yeah, but I agree with you. It doesn't work like this. You ask me tough questions why God exists. I don't have the answer why even I'm existing.
No. I'm not saying what explains God's existence. I'm saying what explains why you believe that God exists.
Because he's the creator of the universe.
How did you figure that out?
Well, how did I figure that out? Because the universe does not exist by itself. Neither me have not existed by myself. There was a cause that made me come into existence.
What if somebody just says the universe always existed?
Well, they can say whatever they want. I can say, what if that universe was not existing when that thing was created?
Yeah, that's just what if, though. But you're saying you actually believe, though.
If I put the linguistics terms, what if, just go either way.
No. But my point is that you would just say, but you're saying it didn't always exist. That it's actually been created.
It is.
So, what leads you to believe that? The time. What does that mean? Okay, so if they say, how can you rule out that every day before today had a day before it? How can you rule that out?
Did you know that
Yeah.
yeah, the same way.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Now I want you to use the same infinite request and just prove that universe is not created. Use the same methodology and prove that the universe is not created. And supposedly you use the same methodology and tell me that God is not created.
Well, I think they would just say that if every day before today could have had a previous day,
I don't want
then
I don't want woulda, shoulda, this and that.
Well, no. You got to hear the last part of it. If they say that that's possible, you haven't ruled that out, so you don't get to conclude that God created the universe until you can show how it is the case that every day before today did not have a previous day.
Well, how can I show him when he himself is the cause of all the source of something given existence?
No, you're saying that you're using the finite past to get to the God conclusion, and they're saying you can't rule out.
Yeah, I did. So I told you, me and you, both of us, including me, we believe on the information that comes from the thought. And the thought that God gives researchers, God gives scientists, God gives people to look at it by saying to you, listen, the universe is not coming by itself. It's creation. Right? But let's not go that far if you want to have the benefit of the doubt. Let's talk about the human existence. How did you become human?
Our parents.
Yeah, so where the parents coming from?
Ultimately from non-living matter.
Okay, what was that?
Well, I don't. I'm kind of putting on their hat because I don't believe this, but
Yeah, you say you're speaking on behalf of them, yet answering you say they say. Who are they?
yeah, this is I'm saying this is a common thing that you'll hear.
Do you believe in God? And you?
Yeah, I do.
So me and you have the same belief.
Yeah. But I'm asking you though to give me like your defense, right?
But I give you an answer. So you say
This is may not be why you actually reason, even though you might agree with the conclusion. There are many arguments that are arguing against theists because I don't agree with they're true, even though I agree with their conclusion.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Like you never hear me employ the Kalam or the contingency rule because I don't really agree with it.
Well, yeah. Plus, you're kind of a mini Sully insofar as you like to furnish arms to both sides and cause all kinds of ruckus. But
in terms of like giving people info.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a pejorative, but
yeah, because I say yeah.
But I'm gonna
leave it on me for like teaching people anything.
Well, I'm gonna leave it to be plausibly deniable there. I'll be going. But no. Insofar as I'm not completely sure of certain motives at certain times, no. But no. The thing is I'm just asking you how it is. So what's up, Severin? Don't you go anywhere, bub?
Hey, Andrew, how's it going, bro?
Good, brother.
I'll be there.
You've been evading. You've been evading us, kind of forsaking us a little too much.
Oh no, I haven't done that for a while. Yeah.
Oh, were you celebrating Hanukkah?
Yeah, bro. Of course, man. Absolutely, bro.
Wait a second, you don't celebrate Hanukkah?
No, I don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do, bro.
Okay. like, so if you believe in God, I'm asking you, what are the reasons that you have to get to God? What's up, Puda? Come up here, buddy. What are the reasons that you have to get to God? And you're saying, yeah, you're saying the information in
I
your
already
past.
give you, no, I already give you the reason, but the problem from an atheist perspective, you guys rounding the same question in the circle and off from different angles, and the answer will be still the same. If you're not accepting the things that I can't convince you that he exists, because you have a belief that you say that he not exist. You say, hey, I don't believe in God. Not believing in the belief in itself. But you still have a belief that God does not exist. And if you have a
Okay.
belief, it's really hard for me to give you a conclusion that can convince you. So I can see the elements that's happening. For example, your thought process. Your brain is completely locked up inside, in your head, but you still have a thought process. It's not coming by itself. There's a soul behind it. There's a cause behind it. And that has to be something more powerful to give us that strength to think about it, isn't it?
Okay.
It's happening by itself.
Okay. Are you a Muslim by chance? Nor. Hello.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So if somebody was to say to you, like, they've got reasons. It's not like they're just like, oh, I just don't want to believe, right? I mean, at least not in all cases. There's going to be atheists who give you reasons. So it's like, hey, why did God allow Hitler to do what he did? Or what do you say to that?
This is what I'm saying. When they give me a reason, there are reasons that I believe in. That I have a reason that I believe in. That's what I'm saying. It's a belief that if you're going from the talking about the existence of God and then going to the Hitler, the epistemology is so documentary.
No, because it can show.
Let me land, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
So the majority of atheists, they also break the law of the land, for example. Is there a problem with the law, or is there a problem with the one who's breaking the law? Who's responsible?
Well, yeah, it could be both depending on the law, but or it could be one or the other.
Cannot be.
Yeah,
Both
it could be.
No, cannot be. I think it's the one. Both of the things cannot be wrong and cannot be right.
Oh, really?
One of them has a problem. We believe that there's certain laws we don't disagree created. That's a disagreement. If you're breaking the law, even you have a disagreement. And the problem is you're breaking it. So who's responsible?
Look, you could have a bad law and then breaking it could also be bad.
Come on, brother.
I'm not even sure what you're saying, honestly.
Don't make this policy to win a point. Come on, be honest.
Okay, honestly, Severin, do you understand his language? I think he speaks Farsi or Swahili. So do you understand it? Because I know you speak it.
I speak Arabic.
Okay, you speak Arabic. My bad. I know that's a Spanish dialect. So I need to brush up on that. My bad. Yeah, I honestly don't know what you're saying right now. You're saying I'm being dishonest by saying that there could be a law that is both bad and then breaking that law can also be bad.
I don't believe could've, should've, would've.
You gave me a hypothetical.
Hold on, brother. I give you an
Of the
example.
law of the land.
Somebody is breaking the law. Yeah.
Yeah, I gave an example too.
Yeah, no. I don't give would've, should've, this and that. I don't put these F and
is not happening right now.
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example. As this
Example of what? That's not happening.
if somebody came and say this and say
Just
that.
giving you what he gave to him. Like, it's obviously just ridiculous.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Andrew provided you with a hypothetical scenario, and you said you don't like hypotheticals. Oh God.
No, please.
I have to answer 3 people question, please. That's what you guys literally do.
No, I'm passing the baton over to Sevron. I'm passing it to Sevron. No,
So
Sevron.
the course of
Yeah, that's what you guys do. You're passing the mic from one to
No,
another.
we're all 3 believers in God. Severin and Albedo and me are all believers in God.
Well, I believe discussing with the atheist people will waste of time because they have nothing to offer.
We're Christian.
I give you the reason. Now give me the reason that he's not exist. Now you're stretching the same reason that I give you, not accepting it, and that's what I'm saying. You guys asking the same question, put it in the circle, in the roundabout, and do it again from a different angle with the answer what you're saying.
Okay,
Why
does a good God who's powerful permit evil? Go ahead.
You didn't answer my question yet, and you asked me another question. You break the law. Who's responsible for the law? You answer the question first.
As long as the law is good, you are responsible. Because you may not be responsible in any salient sense or any meaningful sense of breaking a law if it's a bad law.
What law is telling you to break the signal in the entire universe?
Break the signal.
Yeah, the traffic light.
Oh. Yeah, that's kind of a...
Yeah.
That's kind of...
So now, you don't have the answer, but you will blame the law, right? As far as the Hitler is concerned, he chooses what he wants to do.
Yes, but God can stop him.
Well, God give us free will.
Yes, but you don't give your child... Yeah, but you don't give your child free will or your family members free will to go kill people and rape people. You'll stop them if you can.
Exactly. That's why he sent the revelation, and if you reject the revelation, then you will be also in the day of judgment. That's why.
No. That's not my question, though. That's not my question. Why doesn't God just twinkle his nose and stop Hitler?
Because if he stop you from doing everything, then you will be no longer a human, and you will be an animal.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. That's a fair answer. I actually agree that you compare down, and eventually it's like, well, why do you let him do anything? Okay, good. I'm just making sure that you're interacting with the actual issue. But the point is here, Noah, is that people are putting forward reasons that they believe that God does not exist, or that he doesn't exist.
Didn't give me a single reason. I told you.
That is a reason. Now, I'm not going to argue that.
They're just really bad.
No. You have to argue when you bring it. Like, give me a reason that he not exists.
Well,
what is your claim? What is your evidence of that?
Well, I don't think that I don't think that the responses, once you get past that, I haven't really heard really good responses to that. Maybe Mark could comment on that. I wouldn't take up the mantle any further than that, because I agree with you. It's kind of an arbitrary, just like, where are you going to stop? As far as, well, there's always going to be the next worst thing, right?
Exactly. That's
So
what
we
I
can,
told you that you use
right.
the same methodology that we use as a people, that we use in infinite ways. There will be always a question of that one, and there will be always an outcome.
Like Nora, how do you understand the nature of God without him being a Trinity? I mean, that would be a question I would ask you.
Oh, come on, don't bring
I can't understand how you understand God and he's not this way.
Megatron, don't bring the Trinity.
Yeah, please.
I debunked the other day, and then you were putting again on my shoulder, beating you. Don't do that.
Yeah.
We have a different topic.
Yeah, that's right. The infinite regress issue, Nor, is I think that's different than saying, where do you stop God intervening to stop certain perceived evils, right? That's a different question. The infinite regress, it's just saying, is it the case that is that possible that every day before today has a previous day? Is that possible?
You know what he meant.
No, I don't see how those two are analogous.
Here's the thing.
there was a yesterday, and there was a day before yesterday. What do you think about it?
Are you saying that time is triune, that it's the past, present, and future?
No, please.
Oh my God.
Megatron, stop. I believe that the past is finite, Norm, but I'm saying for those that don't, they'll just say you need to demonstrate that it is not infinite. Or that it can't be, I should say.
Well, there is infinite, and that's why you have coupled it of the infinite is finite. If there was no infinite, you would not have finite. You won't have this what we say this ruling without the infinite. You know, these both are related to each other, isn't it? So I'm not the student of science, but as far as I study it, I do.
Well, I don't think that follows.
Do you understand that, Albedo or Severin? Or
I know about the argument, the possible controversy.
I did understand, but you did not give me a single reason. You did not give me a single reason that he not exists. I answered your question. I give you the reason. I want you to give me a reason that he not exists.
Okay, here's a reason. Ready? He doesn't show himself to people. They think he's hidden.
What a stupid question. Have you seen Graviton and the gravity?
No, but we can experience the effects.
You only experience the gravity, not the graviton.
Yeah, but we can there's direct effects though.
It's a still
Yeah, right. People say that the universe is direct effect of God.
Yeah, you can, and that's fine. I'm fine. I mean, I'm sympathetic to that. I'm just saying, it's kind of weird if you're saying, give me a reason. I'll give you a reason, but I'll defend it insofar as I feel comfortable saying it, or if I think that I understand what their response would be. But at some point, I'm going to drop off because I don't really know what they would necessarily say. Like, it's not very. I don't know. There's a very.
Why don't you just rephrase the question? Rephrase your question for him. I'll help you out, Andrew.
Oh boy.
So yeah. So Nora, what they're asking is, you can still have spaghetti and meatballs, and still have spaghetti with butter. They're saying you can still live on this earth, just like everybody else, and not believe in God. So that is evidence in and of itself. Right? You're saying I can't understand this, but that's not going to make any sense when you say that, right? So you're going to have to say, yes, you can still live on this planet, still exist, breathe, eat shit, and live without believing in God, right?
I agree.
Is that possible?
I agree with you.
Thank you. So that's what he's asking, right? You can still have the spaghetti with the butter, or not the sauce. We like it with the sauce, right? So he wants to know why you like the spaghetti with the sauce instead of the butter. That's all he's asking you, bro.
Yeah, but I agree with you. They're still living without believing in God. But the question is, when they make a claim that God not exists, they ask us for the proof when we give them the reason and the proof. And when we ask them to give us the proof, they're like, this is that.
They're still eating spaghetti with butter.
Well, that doesn't matter. If you're making a claim, then give us the reason why you're making this claim in the first place. It's about the claim. It's not about eating.
He doesn't like the sauce, bro.
Go ahead. Justify why God does not exist, Megatron.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to tell you why he doesn't?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell us why God does not exist.
Somebody could come with, they had a bad experience. They had a bad experience, and then this is like a compounded thing that happened throughout the years. They're going to add politics into it. And then every reason after that is always going to be the negation of the claim.
I get it. Politics plus bad experiences equals God does not exist.
Well, that's I'm trying to paint the picture here, right? On how that would explain someone's worldview, and as far as voting, the job you choose, so on and so forth, right?
Same way, by the way, they can't differentiate between the reproduction and evolution. You know, because they can have a belief, they can't differentiate between the reproduction and evolution. You know.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. They can't do that.
How can you have a belief if you can't differentiate between reproduction and evolution?
Yeah, and are you still there, or you
I'm here. I just don't want to. I'm here. I don't want to bombard though. And Agamemnon just asked you.
Yeah, but I'm still
answer the question, I think. Oh.
Hey, go ahead and ask your question one more time.
What's the question? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time tracking what he's saying.
What is
go ahead.
your reason is an atheist believe that God doesn't exist?
Oh, he offered you the divine hiddenness problem, right? So the best version of that is Schillenberg's version, right? So, or it's sort of like it's very much plausible, right? That if a truth-seeking non-believer would have had more evidence. Yeah, 1 second. I'm offering you the argument.
He's not preaching. He's not preaching.
1 second. 1 second. Yeah. So, nor you would agree that it's plausible that there's like a non-believer, atheist, truth seeker who, if God's existence was startlingly obvious,
I don't think they're not
right?
believers, by the way. I don't think they're not believers.
Oh, okay. You're gonna go with that. That's not really plausible.
It is.
Why is it not plausible? Go ahead.
Non-believing in something is a belief in self-will. Let me correct you on that.
Yeah, I mean, most people will go with the argument, right? Like they'll say, yeah, it's plausible, right? That there are these unbelievers that are truth seekers that would have believed if there was.
Again, there's no single human that says that he's an unbeliever. Non-believing is a belief in self.
Not believing is you have a belief that you do not believe, but no, non-belief in itself.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't. What does that mean? To say that you don't believe in God is a belief. Yeah, it's a belief that you don't believe. That's not.
In something is a belief itself. Just a different opinion you say or different words you use. I'm not believing.
Why, no, you have evidence for everything you believe in, Nora? You have absolute evidence for everything you believe in, Nora?
Sounds like a distraction.
I don't believe in everything that I don't know about. Yeah. I don't have the evidence because I have a limited brain.
There's things that aren't true that you know is the case without any evidence for it either.
What?
Go ahead, Severin. Tell us why God does not exist.
But the thing is like, so you would say, Lord, that there are no atheist exists that really wanted to, like, if they were presented with like starking obvious evidence.
Tell us why God does not exist. Go ahead.
Well, that's one reason, like that there are these atheists who are really seeking for the truth, right? And who would believe if God were to make his existence obvious, right? But they don't. But
So I have a question for you. Do you think careless investigation?
Sorry.
Do you think doing a careless investigation is identical to resistance?
No.
So, just think about it. Not doing your due diligence to investigate something that is potentially is the most significant thing he could ever believe. You're telling me carelessly investigating such a thing is not resistance, not identical to resistance?
Yeah, someone can do very much thorough investigations and stuff like that and still not believe, like they're not resisting, right? They just haven't found enough evidence, right?
But that's not what I asked you. I asked you, is careless investigation, is that resistance?
Is careless investigation, I just woke up, so that's why I'm not here. Is careless investigation non-resistance?
Yeah, careless investigation of God's existence, reasons for and against God's existence, is that resistance?
Sure, you can think about it that way.
So why would atheists ever accept that there are atheists who have done their due diligence in investigating whether God exists or not?
Because they say that, right? Like you've talked to all of atheists, right? To say if there was really enough evidence for this, and they even say we hope that it's real. Like for example, Alex O'Connor says he's a hopeful theist. Like he wants Christianity to be true, right? He just doesn't have enough evidence. So I just figured that there were, right? That they're sincere, right? That, like, I mean, you can take the view that they're not, right? But it's not really that plausible for me, right? It seems.
But then when you inquire further, they
also tell you that, hey, even if Jesus showed up in the clouds and all the stars rearranged themselves to say Jesus exists, they still wouldn't believe because they think aliens would be more likely or more plausible explanation.
At this point, we would believe, right? Like I've talked to a lot of them, and they say, yeah, if it was that historically obvious, we would have believed, right, or something like that, right?
Oh yeah, who says that?
Yeah, like if you look at, for example, Alex O'Connor, he says, yeah, if God were to appear to me, I would believe, right? Or he said that in many videos, right? But I've never
said that.
Sorry.
Really, he says that? Because from my experience, whenever I talk to these, you know, who's the last person who told me he's a non-resistant non-believer? It's Venus, out of all people. Venus is under the impression he's a non-resistant non-believer.
Venus thinks he's a brain.
Venus says that if God were to appear to him, he would believe.
Yes. But anyway, even if you say they're non-resistant non-believers, God might have three reasons to allow the existence of these people. A, it allows for us to sometimes make more significant free choices. It gives you the freedom to explore, to decide for yourself. B, a quest for God can be mysterious and beautiful. C, there's some good in us bringing others to God as opposed to God directly doing it himself.
By the way, I hope you know, we're just like, me and Andrew, we're Christians, right? We're just playing the role of like atheists just for the sake of it, right? I hope you know that I'm not entirely convinced, like I'm not convinced even of the arguments I'm running right now.
Like an argument where God does not exist or not.
Sorry, say that.
The last time I seen you in the garden, as you see, was getting angry so quickly, and he didn't run. So that's why I'm saying that speaking with them a long time, and that's why I stopped listening because they have nothing to fall for in the sense that we ask the question, reasoning. They will just ask the question. That's the big problem. So I give you the reason, and then the pretend I'm asking for the same reason that you not good. Like what you're doing, you did the same thing. Not the question. You know, you give the answer, and then say he appears. Well, he gives you so many signs to believe it. Well, you're not believing in it. When he appears, there will be more chance for you to believe in it. You have time.
But yeah, I actually don't believe in I hope you do know that, right? Because you're constantly asking what's the reason. You don't know. Like I'm a Christian, you know that.
Yeah, I know that. But here, based on my personal experience, and I might be so wrong, and I hope I'm so wrong. But even when we talk to Christians, a lot of times they will say nothing. Okay, continue. I don't mean to
Seems like the very fact that the fact that God doesn't show himself can simply be explained by the fact that it allows us to sometimes make more significant moral choices or free choices. And it gives us the freedom to explore and to decide for ourselves whether we want to live with God forever or not. For that reason alone undercuts the argument from non-belief.
You could take that. For me, my favorite response, and I know a lot of people hate that, right? Is have to be cautious with it. The skeptical theism. I also apply to divine intimacy as well, by the way. That there could be a reason. I just don't know the reason for why God doesn't reveal himself as he could, right? But I don't know that reason, right? I just like skeptical theism also being applied to divine intimacy. A lot of people do that.
Yeah, I get you do that. I don't think it's a very convincing response, though. I think the reason I gave, which is it allows you to decide for yourself, it gives you leeway to explore, to make significant free choices. It allows you to bring other people to God as opposed to God directly doing it himself. And also the quest for God is mysterious and beautiful. And
sometimes being away from God allows for greater appreciation of God if you find them. I think all of these reasons just completely undercut the argument from non-belief. You know,
On a pre-kindergarten level, is there not an understanding that this is a test to see if you deserve how higher authority to be put in a position to do bigger things?
why don't you just say, instead of a test, you just say, well, if God wants us to freely love Him, instead of it being forced, then He would put us in a world where it's not so unexpected. He would put us in a world in which sometimes it's not so obvious, it's not 100% obvious that He exists.
Right, like you said, it is a test of your heart condition. Your pragmatic thinking abilities.
Hey, Caleb, how's it going, bro?
Hey, what's up?
Even from the Christian point, even though I'm a Muslim, but let's say even Jesus appeared in the earth, what there was because they came to the servants.
But you know, by the way, I'm not, what's interesting, sorry to cut you off, or maybe you'll find that interesting, is that, with these near-death experiences, I think there was a study that showed that 90% of people actually become either theists or deists after the experience if they were atheists. And that's like a huge percentage, right? So, because it felt so real to them, right? So here, that can't be evidence that there really is no, non-resistant, that people actually, if they experience these types of experiences, will change their minds, right? I mean, it's hard to imagine if someone had, this road to Damascus experience, like Paul, that they're still going to remain, right, in the same position as they were if they were atheists, right? That type of thing. It's hard to see that. But maybe, I don't know, yeah.
It's like I said, even if you accept that there are non-resistant non-believers, still another problem because it's equally expected on theism as non-theism. God not being manifestly apparent in creation.
Oh, yeah. Sure, yeah.
I don't think that non-resistant non-believers, but on the near-death stuff, I haven't read that much on it, but that I have read some, and I think that's right. And what's also interesting too is that I've argued that before in the context of theodicy, when people talk about all the evil and it's going to get it for the afterlife, that wouldn't be worth it, right? But if you interview people who go through that stuff, I don't know very many near-death experiences where the person's ungrateful. Usually, oh my gosh, I almost died. Why don't I get with my family or whatever, right? They have a heart attack. Usually they're just in the absolute state of peace and bliss and didn't want to go back in the first place. Everything they were worried about in life just sort of went away in that moment, right? And they're happy to be alive, but they were slightly disappointed they wouldn't be happy if they just crossed over to the other side or whatever, proverbially. So I think that would be good evidence that there is
Do you have some sort of reference for that? Also, Severn, same question.
Yeah.
Same question.
If you want, the city, I'll search for, there was
it's probably great. I mean, Bruce Grayson's probably the head guy on it, and he's on quite a bit of papers on it. So I'd have to find a paper somewhere about that, reactions after near-death experiences. The best book I know on the subject is The Self Does Not Die. I think it's from 2016. That has a bunch of different accounts in it that are vertical. I'm still agnostic on whether they're real or not, but I do think that they're interesting. I think methodologically, I have a few issues in terms of verifying how you would verify that they're legitimate, but I think there's enough of them out there to where it should at least give you pause.
What do you mean by verifying whether they're legitimate? How could you possibly verify? Physically, I mean, scientifically.
It was vertical, so usually the best ones are ones where people say things that you can verify that they shouldn't know, right? The ones where people say, I floated my body and I went 2 floors of the hospital and there was a guy on the 3rd floor in a red shirt who was getting his foot amputated at 3 o'clock, and they wake up and tell you that, and it turns out that there was in fact a guy on the 3rd floor with a red shirt who was getting his foot amputated at 3 o'clock, stuff like that.
Sorry, I misspoke. I meant falsify. How could you possibly ever falsify that they're real or veridical?
All things that were not true, or things like that. I don't know, if they went to heaven and they saw their mom, they
both still alive, like that would be kind of weird, like stuff like that.
I don't know. Would it be weird? Because, I mean, presumably their mom is gonna die someday, and I don't know, their mom might be in heaven. You know, the afterlife might not exist in the same temporal manifold. I don't know. You might. I don't know. You understand what I'm trying to say?
But yeah, you could say that, but like certainly if I don't know if they die, like suppose that their cousin died a few days before and they weren't told that, and they die and they go there and they come back and say that was weird. I saw Ronnie there, and then they're told then, oh, Ronnie actually died of a heart attack a few days ago. We didn't tell you yet. Like, would you see that as evidence then to say, well, they didn't, presumably they didn't know that their cousin was dead? So the fact that they saw him in heaven, but like by that same argument, you could say, well, it's irrelevant because heaven could be different time-wise. So seeing any dead person wouldn't be any evidence for anything.
I'd say B. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I guess the evidence would be something like if they had a near-death experience and they saw their cousin in heaven, and their cousin told them, "Hey, I died 2 days ago." That would be very good evidence.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not aware if there's one that's specific, but even the vertical stuff, right? Like with the amputee red shirt guy, like if they said that and then that wasn't true, then I guess that could be some evidence that they were hallucinating or something.
I just think near-death experiences themselves are evidence, because it's something that's very unexpected given naturalism. Given naturalism, you would expect that people wouldn't have these vivid experiences as their brain is shutting down. In fact, you'd expect the opposite. Their experiences to become duller and duller and duller until it just fades away.
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on how you're saying the brain works, right? You could say with like a dying brain that you'd expect to get some weird stuff, but I don't know enough about neurology to comment. But I think the best argument against them is that they're inconsistent. That there are people who, you know, if they're Catholics, they'll see the Virgin Mary. If they're Buddhists, they'll see some of the Buddhist like gods. If, like your cultural environment impacts sort of the afterlife that you usually see.
Well, when I said it's very unexpected given naturalism, I'm talking about the standard paradigm, which is consciousness is just identical to some very complicated physical process in the brain, and there has to be multiple brain regions active at the same time. There has to be neural binding to produce consciousness. Now, on that theory, which is the standard model, you would expect that consciousness would dull as brain regions become less and less active. Now, as far as the evidence you brought up against it, I just don't think that's very convincing, because what people report is going to depend on their interpretation, not merely on the phenomenal experience, but also what cultural background they're from. For instance, Native Americans reported that Europeans were monsters. Even though their phenomenal experiences were identical to yours, they reported seeing monsters as opposed to people on horses.
Yeah.
Or demigods, yeah, they look at, yeah.
But that's fair. So you're saying that they can't be evidence for a particular religion, because you could argue that would be, like if someone dies and sees Jesus, that would be strong evidence for Christians, as you could say that's culturally.
Well, if somebody died and they saw Jesus, like in that person, that figure told them, "Yeah, I'm Jesus," that would be pretty good evidence.
They might have interpreted it. I mean, it depends. Like if they were a Christian, right?
I don't like that thing.
If that figure told them, "I am Jesus," that would be good evidence. But if that person interpreted the figure of light, because I think what people end up seeing is some sort of figure of light, and that then they interpret that as some sort of religious figure.
Sure, but this is getting, I guess, weird. If they were laying it, right, it might be the case that they're remembering it post-hoc. Is that like they saw the light and they heard it say words from what they recall, their memories filling the blanks to where they think that it said, "I'm Jesus," right? It's where your brain could sort of make you, because you thought it was Jesus, that's then led you to believe that it told you it was Jesus. It's just hard to know with like memory and stuff like that.
that they're interesting, and as someone who's a Christian universalist, on one hand, the fact that the vast majority are positive, I think, gives me some credence to that. On the other hand, the fact that there are some that are like house slaves, and you have some interesting cases where people report something that looks a lot like fatigue. That does conflict with some of my theological suppositions, but like I don't want to just negate evidence.
Looks a lot like what? Sorry.
What do we mean when we say?
I was good.
What do we mean when we say near-death experiences are pretty like expected on some of our experiences? Or is it just this is the sort of thing that can happen if you're a dualist? Like,
I guess what it would mean is it's less surprising given theism. Given theism and given the existence of a soul, it's not very surprising that people report very vivid experiences of an afterlife. But given naturalism, it's just very, very surprising.
but are they giving experiences of an afterlife?
Yeah. They're specifically giving accounts of their soul detaching from their body, looking at themselves from above, going through a tunnel through a different realm where there are beings of light, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, aren't most near-death experiences like the way we kind of tells that someone has them is that they give these sorts of accounts about their immediate physical environment?
You're talking about theoretical near-death experiences, which people recount actual events which happened. But Bruce Gleason has a classification of near-death experiences, right? And typically it's the minority that's veridical. The majority follows a typical course, I guess, in which there are several stages. Stage 1 is they view themselves from above. Stage 2 is traveling through a tunnel. Stage 3 is seeing beings of light. Stage 4 is I don't know what follows after that.
So maybe I don't know. Maybe I just don't guess beyond the like. This is the sort of thing that can happen if you're a dualist, I guess. Like it's possible in that sort of sense. I don't understand how theism predicts that. Oh, when you're near death, you're gonna kind of disassociate from your physical body, but you'll still be in the immediate physical surroundings. You're gonna pass through this thing. And then actually what can happen is like, oh, no, actually the soul can then get yanked back into the body and then reintegrated with your physical body. How does theism predict any of that?
Bob, I don't think it's highly
features of near-death experience which not very expected given theism. But given that the afterlife itself or visions of an afterlife, soul detaching from the body, that's exactly what you expect given theism. Then, even though it doesn't predict specific features, it predicts these two features at least, and that's much better than naturalism, on which everything about near-death experiences is extremely unlikely.
I'm not sure that that's true. I don't know. It seems weird. It seems like we're. Sorry, Caleb. You.
Naturalists might just say that. I mean, Bob is going to know more about the physiology than I would, but you could say that given the parameters of the physical brain, it's not that unlikely that you'd get like hallucinations and stuff like that of the dying brain on certain occasions.
I think that has something different in mind. Maybe, because I don't think Aga is going to say. Actually, this isn't expected on like some fit, I think he's gonna, I don't know. It sounded like he made some sort of appeal to how consciousness operates under naturalistic conceptions rather than,
right.
Here's the neuroanatomy and it can produce like these effects under hypoxia or stress.
That's right. So, what I think is a standard paradigm in neuroscience is that even hallucinations require some sort of electrical impulses in your brain. Electrical impulses depend on oxygen levels, and as soon as oxygen, the brain is deprived of oxygen, action potential cease. And when action potential cease, that's incompatible with hallucinations. So you wouldn't expect hallucinations, let alone hallucinations of an afterlife,
when your heart ceases to pump.
Well, I'm not sure about all that.
Hypoxia.
I get what you're saying.
Patients. Well, we can discuss. If you're not sure, we can just discuss whether these empirical claims are true or not.
Sure. I need to sit. I'm like playing with my son. I need to sit at my computer to verify stuff. Which I'm down to have that convo.
Yeah, but
Maybe not right now.
You've taken neurophysiology, Bob. Like, you know how action potentials work.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying I'm not sure. Like, heart stops pumping. That means that all action potentials in your neurons just evaporate.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, sorry. It sounded like that's what you were saying. My bad.
No, I didn't say as soon as your heart stops. I said after your heart stops at some point, what you would expect is that as the brain is deprived of more and more oxygen, more and more of the brain ceases to function, and since the visual cortex, since the occipital cortex is dependent on oxygen to function, you wouldn't have visual hallucinations as you're deprived of oxygen.
All of that is on a temporal spectrum, I guess. Like, obviously, what you're saying is true at some point. What is in contention is like, what is the all of these time scales are kind of malleable. It's not like, well, we know for a fact that after heart starts pumping, 43 seconds afterwards, the occipital lobe doesn't have enough oxygen to produce any sort of visual imagery. And the conversation would then be like, what are the empirics of the matter? How accurately can we measure action potentials? But that's what I'm saying. I need to be at the computer.
Right. But we do have good empirical evidence from animal studies, specifically in cardiac arrest induced in pigs. So people hooked up EEGs to pigs who had induced cardiac arrest, and they found that action potentials cease after 30 seconds. And come on, this is exactly what you would expect given the front runners in neuroscience to explain consciousness. Given global workspace theory, given integrated information theory, this is exactly what you would expect to get, because on global workspace theory, what is consciousness? Consciousness is just when multiple brain regions began to integrate information or began to broadcast information. So you need multiple brain regions to function together. Right. So if that is disrupted,
a lot of that kind of stuff. I'm saying a lot of that kind of stuff is up in the air whether or not the empirics actually conclusively point in that direction. Like stuff like EEGs measure, synchronized postsynaptic potentials. Doesn't say that. Literally no electric potential remains in that neuron.
But I'm not talking about conclusively, right? You're not understanding. I'm not saying we have logical proof. I'm merely saying
logical.
I'm merely saying, given our most plausible theories in neuroscience to explain consciousness, you would expect that as oxygen levels decrease, consciousness would dim. You would expect more vivid experiences as oxygen levels decrease.
Yeah, no, but that's all fine, I guess. But when we're getting narrower into the specific of the empirics, and you're saying like, well, EEGs on animal studies, and I'm saying like, a low amplitude or flat EEG doesn't mean that there's no electrical activity in the brain. It just means synchronized postsynaptic activity is low or absent. That doesn't mean there's literally no brain activity or no consciousness or not enough to have anything interesting happen. There are a bunch of cases where you have like continuous sporadic firing of neurons and other activity. I don't know. I just have lower confidence that when we use these types of tools to measure whatever relevant brain activity you're pointing to, that these kind of point in the direction you're pointing.
I never said
I never said there's no detectable. Sorry, I said there's no detectable neural activity, but I never said there's no neural activity at all, right? So you're not really.
Okay, well, I mean, then what is it? Then if that's not the case, then what are we? What's the point?
That's a strong man. So the point is, yeah, you could have isolated neural activity, but our front runners for consciousness in neuroscience tell us that you don't need. Sorry, that isolated brain activity is not sufficient. That you need distributed. Sorry, you need information to be distributed throughout the brain or integrated throughout multiple brain regions to have consciousness. And if that is what
all of that language is ambiguous. Like, what does it mean for like to what? No, but okay, so go. I thought
and if that is what a science tells us, then you bringing up isolated brain activity is just orthogonal to the discussion we're having.
No, but I'm not saying there's isolated brain activity. I'm saying our instruments, I don't think are sufficient to measure whether or not isolated or integrated processing is happening, even though an EEG is flat. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have the level of granularity to say that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an empirical claim that's very easy to verify. So given that global workspace theory predicts that you should have distributed information processing between the frontal networks, the feed forward and the feed backward networks, specifically the occipital lobe, and I think it's the part of the temporal lobe, and that activity takes place over relatively vast distances in the brain, and it takes place inside the association cortices. That activity is detectable on EEG.
But what I'm saying is that a low amplitude or flat EEG doesn't mean there's literally no neuronal activity. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but who said anything about no neuronal activity?
You're saying, like, for your point to land, there has to be no communication between these brain regions.
No.
And I'm saying that's not what an EEG shows.
For my point to land, it merely requires there has to be no widespread communication between brain regions.
And sure. And that's the level of granularity. I'm saying I'm not conceding that is the case. I'm not conceding there has to be, like, what does widespread even mean? These like terms are so ambiguous, and the level to which communication is needed or not needed, we're like entirely unsure of. Like, we don't know how much electrical neuronal activity is needed for any of this to work. Those empirics aren't settled.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. If a theory predicts that you require, in order for you to be conscious, you require multiple brain regions to exchange information, and don't you think that theory predicts that as these tracts are disrupted, you should experience less and less consciousness? I mean, don't you think that's very plausible?
As time goes on, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's all that's needed, right? So you're just not, you're getting the point.
What do you mean that's all that's needed? Like, the person who's having a near-death experience, it's not like you're tracking their experiences to the times in which these low activities happen. Like, you're counting on them, like, waking up and then telling you about those experiences. There's no way you're going to be able to tell, oh, actually, when you had these experiences, that's when everything was flatlined. Like, you're never going to be able to say that. And so the person wakes up, and all you can say is they had some experiences while undergoing this. The difficulty is, for your point to land here, is that, they need to be having these experiences when such and such time. And obviously they didn't die, so their brain didn't actually cease to function. Like, they were never near brain death.
I don't think you're really tracking the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm making is, first of all, it's simply not true that we can't determine at what time these experiences occur, because we do have evidence for that. Specifically, people report all sorts of events which happened at a time at which their heart was non-functional for 30 seconds, and we have studies from animals showing that.
That's
shown exactly.
Sorry, I'm not sure you understand my point. I'm saying, from the heart stopping in these 30 seconds.
Or do you want to hear yourself?
No, I just want to clarify what point I'm making. There's a time interval. there's a time interval in these 30 seconds.
What is wrong with you?
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify my point because it seemed like you were going off of something I didn't mean.
I let you finish your entire train of thought, but you keep interrupting me and you keep missing the point.
Sorry, you interrupt me too. I'm not as sensitive to being interrupted.
Yeah, but
I'm fine with you saying interrupted me.
Keep saying the same thing over and over again and not understanding what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
It's very simple. If variable x causes variable y, then you expect that if variable x is disrupted, then variable y is going to either cease or decrease, right?
Right.
That's like the simplest theory. Okay, apply that to
I'm saying that's not how the brain works as neatly as.
Sure, it's not neat, but that's generally what you would expect. Is it not?
No, it is what you would generally would expect. I'm saying within that, there's just a whole host of ambiguity where we don't exactly understand how consciousness works on naturalism or not a dualism, I guess, but to where you have this time period between heart stopping and whatever these 30 seconds are until the heart restarts. I assume that's what the 30 seconds are. And sure, I can buy that while the brain is hypoxic, there's like a decrease of consciousness. I'm saying, first of all, they didn't die, obviously, so there's no reason to think that nothing can happen. Like, they were never brain dead. They were never anoxic to a degree where no brain activity happened. So there's always, during that time period, there's always potential for the brain to do interesting things. And second of all, during that 30 seconds, we have no idea if they formed well, maybe we could leave it at that, actually.
Yeah, you keep making assertions like their brain was never anoxic. Well, sorry, we have evidence from animal studies that their brain was anoxic. What's the evidence? That they did EEGs on these animals and they noticed that it's flat EEG. What's a flat EEG evidence of generally? It's evidence of anoxia. It's evidence of no brain activity. Now you
No, it's not evidence of no brain activity.
Wait, you don't think a flat EEG is not even evidence of no brain activity?
No, sorry. Obviously, it's evidence of no brain activity. I'm just saying a flat EEG doesn't imply that there is no brain activity in that sense.
Yeah. Who cares who said anything about?
Obviously, it's evidence of.
Nobody's saying entailing.
No, but for it to land, like, these people didn't die, Agamemnon. Obviously, the evidence of a flat EEG doesn't mean that there was no brain activity. Because if there was no brain activity, they would be dead.
Okay, so when you say it doesn't mean that there's no brain activity, do you mean we don't have a plausible reason to believe that there's no brain activity? Or do you mean we can't prove 100% that there's
No, I mean the fact that they didn't die and had, like, their consciousness resumed means that there was no point during which there was no brain activity.
Dude, how does that follow? Okay, first of all, you're not answering the question. The question is, does a flat EEG gives you reasons to plausibly think there's no brain activity? That's the first question.
No, well,
second
that
question
depends on what you mean by plausibly give you reason. I'm saying a flat EEG is obviously you would expect a flat EEG on a brain dead patient, but the fact that you have a flat EEG doesn't mean that they're brain dead.
Okay, like you keep saying the same thing over and over again, not answering the question I'm asking you. Okay, when you say it doesn't mean that they don't have brain activity, okay, are you saying that a flat EEG doesn't give you more reasons than not to suppose they don't have brain activity, or are you saying?
No, I am saying that.
Can you just let me finish? Or are you just?
Why do you need to finish when I've already said alternative A is right? Like, why do you need to say alternative B? I don't understand what's wrong with you.
Okay,
like,
so
you're trying to give me a choice between alternative A and alternative B. You finish saying alternative A, and I'm saying that's correct, and you're like, let me finish. Like, why?
So wait, you think a flat EEG wouldn't give you good reasons to believe that they don't have brain activity necessary for consciousness?
No, that is something you would expect to see if they don't have consciousness. I'm saying
in these cases where the patient obviously wasn't brain dead because they fucking woke up, then no, I don't grant this.
So let me try to understand.
It's a finding that is obviously consistent with being brain dead. But in these cases, in the context we're talking about, no, I don't think a flat EEG means there is no neural activity.
So let's just apply that reasoning to other cases. So you think a flat EEG only makes it probable that there's no brain activity necessary for consciousness if somebody's brain dead? If somebody's brain dead.
No, if they're brain dead. But I just clarified this. Obviously, it's something that is consistent with brain death. As in, if you have a brain dead patient, you expect a flat EEG. But what I'm saying is, in the context of near-death experiences, obviously a flat EEG doesn't imply that they were brain dead because they woke back up.
Wait, because somebody wakes up after a flat EEG, you're telling me that's evidence that during the flat EEG, it's not likely that they had no brain activity?
I think he's saying that it would be medically impossible. Are you saying it would be medically impossible for someone with absolute, like, complete brain death to come back at that point? And that's so
correct. Brain death is irreversible.
Yeah, there you go. So, like, I understand that.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. So, Caleb, sorry to cut you off. You don't understand. I don't disagree that brain death is impossible to come back from. I don't disagree that a flat EEG during brain death is irrefutable evidence that, their brain is, like, has shut down. Okay, what I'm disputing is that a flat EEG... Okay, what I'm disputing is that a flat EEG in any other scenario besides brain death doesn't give you good reasons to suppose that their brain is non-functional. That's what I'm disputing.
No, I agree with that. Like, as in, if you just gave me a random patient, and you showed me their EEG and I had no other information, I think that is a good reason to think that. But I'm saying in these contexts where we know they actually weren't brain dead, that doesn't matter. That's completely irrelevant.
Okay, you keep contradicting yourself because the scenario I brought up specifically says in other cases besides brain death, the EEG gives you good reasons to suppose that the brain is not functional. And you said,
but yes, I already agreed to that.
Yes, and you said, yeah. Well, yes. Then you can't say only in brain death do I think it gives you plausible reasons to believe.
I didn't say that.
Functional. Okay,
I didn't say that.
Then we agree.
But I'm saying what your point, this entire point that you're raising is irrelevant to the context.
It's not irrelevant to the context. Because
yes, it is, because we know these people have brain activity. And the way we know that is because they didn't die. They woke back up. So there was no point. There was no point where their brains lacked neural activity.
Wait, you think...
Even though the EEG was flat.
You think the only way you can lack neural activity is to die?
No, I'm saying we know for a fact that their brain were doing stuff because there was no point at which they had zero brain activity, actual zero brain activity.
And wait, but we do have evidence that they had no brain activity through the flat EEG.
But that doesn't mean, no, that doesn't mean there are no, you already conceded this. A flat EEG doesn't mean that there is no neurons firing. It just means that there's no postsynaptic synchronous neurons firing.
Okay, if you think there's a flat EEG means there's no postsynchronous, you think there's no post-synchronous neuronal firing and
postsynaptic synchronous neuron firing.
Okay, postsynaptic synchronous neuronal firing. And you think postsynaptic synchronous neuronal firing is necessary for consciousness? You're just
I don't think that. I don't think that.
Wait, but that's what.
And the way obviously the way I know that is because people come back.
God, Bob, you're so lost.
From flat EEGs.
Okay, here.
So obviously there was no point during which they actually died. Maybe I'm misinterpreting. Maybe I misunderstand what you mean by having consciousness. If by consciousness you just mean, but I'm just saying we don't know enough about the brain to say that a flat EEG means there is no conscious activity happening, or rather, any act happening that doesn't just form memories. Like I'm saying there's not enough to know that there's like literally no is impossible for phenomenal experiences or things that are memorized as phenomenal experiences to happen. As long as the brain is firing, we don't know enough about consciousness to say, yep, we can be confident that nothing interesting happened and they couldn't have had, or we have strong reasons to think that they can't have had these types of experiences. That's what I'm pushing back on.
So I think at this point you're contradicting yourself, and here is I'm gonna like put this into premise conclusion format to make it a little bit more clear. So premise one, you need post-synaptic synchronous firing to be conscious. Premise two, a flat EEG gives you good reasons to suppose there's no post-synaptic synchronous firing. Conclusion, a flat EEG gives you good reasons to suppose that the brain is not functional, or at least according to current models in neuroscience. So I'd like to know which premise.
That's actually an invalid.
Okay, so I'd like to know which premise you deny, Bob.
It could be premise two given the context of them coming back, though, right? Like,
Sorry, question for Bob, not for Caleb, not for racist, virulent xenophobe. Question for Bob.
I'm like trying to handle my side.
I mean, it's very simple. If you think postsynaptic synchronization is necessary for consciousness,
what do you mean by consciousness?
Just phenomenal experiences, and
I don't know that. I'm not granting that. I'm not granting that. I think. Yeah. Sorry, who's interrupting?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not granting that. I'm saying there might be some reason to think that is true, in that I think generally when we are conscious, we have like a decent medium to high amplitude EEGs. And I think low EEGs are commonly seen in unconscious patient. What I am saying is I don't think there is enough reason to exclude natural explanations. And I'm saying I don't understand what the theist explanation is doing there, or how any of this is predicted on theism.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, at least now we know what we disagree about. We disagree on whether we have good reasons to suppose that postsynaptic synchrony is necessary for consciousness. Okay, that's the point of disagreement.
Or rather, what I'm saying is, I think it's plausible that the brain is doing things on a flat EEG. That's what I'm saying.
No, Bob.
It's kind of like how they say, well,
that's it. That's all that I need to kind of launch my objection. Like I don't need. Oh, there needs to be strong evidence for EEGs and synchronous, unified neurons firing. I don't think that's needed. I'm not sure that it is.
Okay, so
I get what he's saying. It's just like how they say when we dream, we process the information we gather while we're awake on levels that we don't do while we're awake.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Yeah,
that's exactly.
That's right. That's right, man. That's right.
Which definitely address the argument being valid.
Well, okay, so let's address the elephant in the room. You're a violent, bigoted racist, and I don't know why Andrew gives you a platform to speak here, but
He don't care about that. He don't care about that stuff.
To respond to Bob, if you accept that post-neuronal synchrony is necessary for consciousness, and by the way, that's just an embodiment of global workspace theory and integrated information theory, and you accept that a flat EEG gives you a good reason to suppose that there's no post-neuronal synchrony, then you should believe that a flat EEG gives you good reasons, good evidence that your brain is not functional, at least at the level of producing consciousness.
I've already responded to this. I don't know what the point of this is.
I don't think you did, but thank you for discussing that.
Well, maybe you can address the other part, how these experiences are expected on these.
I think I'm going to leave. We're just listening to it. Thanks.
No worries. Well, maybe Caleb or someone could take up the mantle. Like, I don't understand how, like, we have near-death experiences, and this is what people report, hovering, and, like, how is that expected on theism?
I mean, mean, I think, are you saying that of them being veridical and like legitimate being expected, or are you just saying the accounts being expected?
No, well, maybe I'm not averse to the idea itself. I'm seeking clarification on what we mean when we say it's expected on theism. Like if you take Christianity, like do we expect people to have near-death experiences? Like does it fall out of Christian commitments that sometimes near-death, while the body still isn't dead, that you float and then you go through a tunnel or then come back to life and then the soul like it gets yanked back into the physical? Like how is that expected on theism? It seems to me more like it's consistent with dualism, or rather that dualism can explain it, and maybe that's what's meant. I'm just seeking clarification.
Yeah, I think that's what's probably. I mean, I don't even know if it's consistent because it depends on the kind of dualism you're proposing, but I agree that it's more consistent. Like, if you're saying naturalism is true, that there is no afterlife, there is no existence of the brain. I'm sorry, the mind outside of the brain, like that would be unexpected, assuming that they were veridical. Like you could say that the experiences might be hallucinatory, but if we're granting for the sake of argument, people really do see an afterlife, people really do go out of their bodies and all that stuff, then yeah, I think that's inconsistent with naturalism, at least under most models of it.
Right.
It would be
Right.
more consistent.
I tend to agree with that, but I'm just saying here's, as far as I understand it, and I haven't done any deep dives into like near-death experiences. I'm just saying here's at least to me, plausible explanation to why things could be happening in your brain while you have something like a flat EEG. And I'm not even necessarily strongly disagreeing with Aga that yeah, this might give you some reason to think that it's not. But I'm saying we just lack too much information about consciousness and how it interacts, or rather maybe interacts. How it functions with the brain to say, well, we have a flat EEG, and because obviously there are a bunch of people who aren't religious who don't report religious experiences, who do report other stuff that have no religious significance whatsoever, and they under similar conditions. So obviously the brain wasn't dead, and there's obviously something going on here. And I'm yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I think that there was, I need to find this, I think it was published in a book somewhere, a study from like 2008 or somewhere in that region where I'm just asking if you agree, like this is like in principles of study design, right, where they had people who were resuscitated. One group had near-death experiences, one didn't, right, after the fact, and they interviewed them. And what they had concluded was the people who claimed, like they would basically ask them to describe the resuscitation, like how did it go, and people who had the near-death experiences who said, oh, I was floating outside my body, and then I saw the doctor do this and this and this, right, they were much more accurate versus the ones who were resuscitated who didn't have those experiences, right, and again, in all these situations, and presumably their EEGs were very low in terms of the neural activity, right, the ones who didn't have those experiences, when they were asked, they basically were guessing and were just saying things they saw in movies in terms of, well, I would imagine they did this, but it wasn't like medically accurate in terms of resuscitation process. So would that imply to say, okay, why is it that the near-death group, if they both have low neural activity, why is it that this group seems to have like more accurate, I don't know, anesthesia awareness or whatever it is that allows them to be aware during resuscitation, whereas the other group didn't, assuming that their neural activity measurably was like identical? Would that be like an interesting way that you could sort of test that?
That would be one way to do it.
They've done other ways that weren't as conclusive. Like they had one well-known one where they had pictures of things on top of like certain monitors and stuff in the rooms, and the idea that if the person floats outside the bar, they would see it, right? And none of the people ended up seeing it. There was one person who was able to see their resuscitation, but none of them reported seeing the images. So, that's why I said it was inconclusive. But I think in principle, that's like an interesting way you could test that.
Well, I want to add.
I just think that our ignorance about how the brain functions just leaves so much open about what can and can't happen vis-a-vis consciousness. And so well, not even super definitively. I'm fine with saying maybe this is like somewhat unlikely or something. I'm just saying that the gap is big enough for me to say it's difficult to kind of go, this is more expected under theism or dualism. Like the kind of ignorance gap there is kind of too big to where I'm not sure. Maybe it is, but like this empirical point that Aga made about like EEGs is just that's just wrong. Like And he did shift multiple times in that conversation as to what he was saying. Because in the beginning, he definitely did say, "Oh, EEG, you know, no neural activity." Well, like that's just wrong. Right? It's just flatly wrong.
It's a measurable neural activity, but it doesn't mean that we know they're imperfect devices, right? That you can't.
Right. No, we know that they don't perfect. Yeah, but it's not about just being imperfect devices. We simply know that they measure a specific type of neural activity. Like that, we know that.
Look, I know I'm the most ignorant person in this room. I've had experiences like he's talking, and it's not near death. Like I've seen things, was able to avoid them, but at that period in my life, I was making an active pursuit to unite myself with the truth or the essence of the universe. And once I started seeing things like that, I ran from it. I got terrified. Um, so there is, I don't like the near death argument because that's like some major event, but they have people that do this and they just go to sleep and have it, and you see it. Like, I think there's a thing about like what y'all said, the natural instinct when you are uniting yourself with the essence of the universe, and you're more prone to see things because what they say, God is the past, the future, and the present, right? And the closer you get to God, the more you become like that. You receive phenomenon like that.
I was going to say, too, there's a well-known case published in the Lancet in like the early 2000s where it was a Dutch guy who had, I think it was a cardiac arrest, no measurable brain activity. He took his dentures out, checked all his vitals, and eventually was resuscitated. And it was notable because he identified the nurse that took out his dentures. He's like, oh yeah, you put the nurse was surprised because at that point, he had no measurable activity. His eyes were, I forget what the term is, dilated, like no light reception. So they were surprised, like even be aware that his dentures had been removed, let alone that he tells who did it, right? So does that indicate that there's some kind of awareness or something that we might not know about? Like that's possible. It was still like, surprising enough. We're very shocked that that person did recall what he did in circumstances. So just what we don't know.
This guy's pooped. Sorry. No, but you kind of take my point, Caleb, right?
I think I'm pretty confident that this would be evidence for, like, at least non-naturalism. But I do take your point that the EEG is not decisive.
Yeah, like like this like specific empirical point that Aga made is like completely insane.
You just have your own modus ponens. We can say someone with complete brain death and neural activity couldn't come back to life. People who have near-death experiences came back to life, therefore they didn't have complete death, brain death.
I thought Aga was in the medical field. Surely he knows what an EEG measures.
Is he even? I didn't know that.
Well, he has a lot of very specific clinical knowledge. Me and Jeff think he might be maybe a nurse practitioner, maybe internal medicine doc, but there's also been cases where we've like, whoa, this is like dead wrong. Like stuff that's kind of unexpected, but I'm hesitant to like kind of, I don't know. He definitely is knowledgeable. To what degree, I'm not sure. But stuff like that, like, I don't know. Is it unexpected? I'm just thinking like, would maybe a nurse practitioner,
He's
dermatologist now.
He's talking about acupuncture.
Did I ever share with you that this is off of the NDE stuff, but with like, because I know you do stuff in like neurology, right? There was a paper in 2021 that dealt with like a remarkable Parkinson's case that involved like embarrassed by that. I don't remember if I ever shared that with you or not, or
Parkinson's
that paper,
disease.
but I thought you might find that interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I might find that interesting.
Yeah. Now that one is weird because right after the paper was published, they did follow up, and she apparently had a minor relapse, but she had been in remission for like I think it was 12 years, which was pretty remarkable. And she
From
had been
Parkinson's.
Yeah, she had a progressively worsening Parkinson's. At one point, she was like in a wheelchair, and like, and she went to an Easter service, and at that Easter service, she recovered 90% full symptomatic recovery, and she wasn't completely off her medication, but 2012, I want to say. The paper was in 2021. The paper was in 2021.
I'd be interested in looking to that. Neuroprogressive disease was one thing I dealt with.
Yeah, they had EEGs, and what's interesting is the EEG, or I don't know if it was an EEG, whatever scan that they did to measure that didn't show any anatomical difference. Like the deterioration was still there, but she just was asymptomatic for a good decade after that, which was surprising. So it's not the best case because it wasn't a complete recovery, and she did eventually relapse, but the circumstances still make it like really strange and remarkable.
Yeah, I wonder if it's things like that make me think if it's just like a one-off or if it's a misdiagnosis or.
Well, hold up. Let's say that the medication fucking did what it did.
No, but the medication just temporarily relieves symptoms. And as the disease progresses, the medication becomes less and less efficacious. Like it's usually some like levodopa, something that mimics dopaminergic neuron activity, because that's what you lose when you have Parkinson's.
Yeah. Here, I'll share it in the thing real fast. The link.
Yes, again,
But look, for argument's sake, do you think that's fucking helpful?
It's in the link right now, or it's in the I linked it above, so it was in.
I'm gonna look at it as soon as I
you're good.
clean all this poop.
Oh yeah, I don't expect you to have an opinion right here now, but if you get the chance, yeah, again, it's not like the best case I'm aware of because of those flaws, but I think it's at least interesting enough to the context that they
That
did.
is interesting to look at. Like
Yeah,
even
I
if
think
it's just a spontaneous remission, like a non-miraculous remission of Parkinson's, that would be obviously extremely interesting. Just I haven't heard of that.
Right, and that's the point. Is even if it is, like, you typically don't get instantaneous, like, obviously don't last that long, that quickly, or like to that degree, and that's where I think people, and you don't do this, but like lay people, when they'll just say, well, it's spontaneous remission, it's like I don't think they really know what the term means. Like spontaneous remission is not a mechanism; it just means that for whatever reason, like we don't always know why something goes in remission. So like people, will just say that.
Do y'all want to physically live forever?
Sure. Why not?
My argument with that is like, morally we tend to get stuck in our ways the older we get. So it doesn't provide like a reset.
Sorry, not you.
Like versus the concept of reincarnation, like reset, you're born as a baby, open slate, try it again.
Sorry if this background noise is too annoying. It's
baby, I was just thinking about the terrible trees. Man, they're like drunk adults. Best shit I heard.
Well, I haven't even reached the ominous ones.
Is he a boy?
I had two boys, yeah, they were.
No, I'm asking Bob. You had two boys too? I have one boy.
I have one boy.
One boy, right?
This is him. It's a boy. Sorry, I didn't mean to stifle convo. You guys can continue.
Head out.
I'm gonna check the. Did you put the paper in the chat, Caleb?
It's in the. Oh, I can't. I put it up at the top link.
Oh, sure.
I can put it in the chat.
It's somewhere accessible. That's what I mean.
Bob's at that stage where he's like, he has that pristine stroller. Everything's super.
100%.
And then as soon as he gets the second child, all that shit goes out the window, bro. Enjoy it now. Once you get to 100,
they're literally like functional drunk adults.
It's always, I'm on a constant mission to not, prevent him from killing himself.
the thing is, right, Bob, is like, do you buy all the shit all over again? Might as well just have another kid, man. Just have another
100%.
kid. Right?
No, we're gonna have one or two more kids. Yes, we are. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? Is this a paper you've linked?
Yeah. I didn't write it, obviously, but yeah. It's the paper. Yeah. Obviously. Yeah. Anyway, I do probably have to head out for the day, but yeah, we can always reconvene and talk later.
Yeah, for sure.
See you guys.
See ya.
is like the healthiest conspiracy theory of all time is like, what if there's really ancient civilizations? Let's dig stuff up. Like that's like, like it's the most wholesome of all conspiracy theories.
Yeah, in one sense that's true. They do hassle genuine archaeologists like Flint Dibble and others, and they get their followers to sort of email them and mass report them and stuff like this as well. So that's not a good part of it. But the conspiracy theories just on its own is pretty harmless. You know, they're just like people who believe in fairies or whatever. It's not like gonna, impact the world. As long as your followers, you don't sort of egg them on to, chase down the professionals in the field or whatever. But this particular person that I think Avis is going after now, he's one of those who has chased and harassed Flint Dibble and other archaeologists. So that part's not so good though.
That's a good point. All right, well, I got to go. I was just stopping in to say hello. Good seeing you.
And you, man, take it easy. Catch you later.
to be true. Because some people, they can misunderstand what I mean when I say free will. We're all using words. We could all use words. We could all go into metaphors. Yes,
we can't
I could use metaphors. I could use parables. But I have to be clear on what I mean.
You have the theory that you can do that, but you don't actually do that.
What's the definition of free will? What's the definition of free will?
I could put it in the chat.
It's just an act, create. That's it.
No, it's not. It's more than that. It's basically to act freely without the consequences.
If it's just act freely, then why are you putting it as So the reason is this, right? Because I'm saying some could have more freedom than others. Therefore, I would say there is.
I'm challenging Cray to a bang. I want to bang out. You can't stand my bang. My bang is so powerful. My bang is so universal. My bang is infinite.
Yeah, you won, man. You got it.
Exactly. You can't stand up to my banging power. Your banging days are over. I'm the new bang king, bitch. You can't bang with me because I'm the bang super lord. You'll call me bang king from now on.
Just bag it in the air.
Yeah, I don't argue with gays, so you won, man.
I don't understand what.
You just projected. You just projected on me, calling me gay. That's a projection.
Nah, dog. You want to bully gay, dog.
You straight mook, nigga. You a straight mook, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, your shower curtain is made of rainbows, nigga.
That nigga came in here sounding like Indiana Jones, nigga. Like, we don't take
a transgender Indiana Jones, a non-binary Indiana Jones ass nigga, man. What are we talking about?
Challenge you to a bang. What the fuck, nigga? We don't care with your Three Musketeers looking ass, nigga. Shut your ass up, bro.
Like, you actually look like a white man that does not benefit from white supremacy in no way, shape, or form.
That's the best bang you got to say I'm not as rich as other white people. What does that make you? What does that make you? I don't benefit from white supremacy. That's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard. I'm on a white man's app arguing with you. Who is not benefiting now? Who is not benefiting now? It's you. It's you.
You stupid ass nigga. You was a dumb ass nigga.
And he got the nerve to call black people dumb. That's why it's like, this shit is crazy as hell to me, man.
I never call black people dumb. You called me gay, and I'm the bang king.
You just roasted your well, bro. What the fuck wrong with you, man? Just shut the fuck up, bro.
I'm creating 49-second clips on YouTube.
Al, let me ask you a question, man.
Go for it, Craig.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, bro. So have you seen that show, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Yeah, I've seen it.
What'd you say? Because you kind of cut out.
Yes, I know Will Smith personally.
Oh, okay, so let me tell you this, right? So, on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, one of my favorite scenes ever, right, was always, between Uncle Phil and Jazz, right? And it would be when Uncle Phil, would grab Jazzy Jeff by his motherfucking collar, and then
It kicked. Oh man, that was funny. I was about to drop the link. Crap.
I'm gonna come up.
Hey, give me on up.
I'm getting up.
He actually killed his father and took over the throne. And the people loved that because they were feeling so constricted. And when the son came over and took over, he actually killed his father and took over the throne. But the people were in support for the son because the son wanted to do so many things, and the father was not allowing it.
Other white people. Look, guess what? He came back. Here he is. He's like a Harry Yoda. He's back on another account.
Watch the show.
I'm talking Ariota. An Ariota? How dare you compare me to Ariota?
I told you, y'all. Didn't I tell y'all?
Hey, you came back, which just makes you look even stupider.
Yeah, exactly.
You a dumbass nigga, bro.
You can't make this shit up.
You the stupidest white man in existence, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Not only are you not funny, but you lame, and a nigga threw you out the room and you came back like a hoe. Like, where do you go from here? That voice ain't do it.
Yeah. It's really not.
Where do I go? Where do I go from here? Craig's gonna tell me another stupid joke about Fresh Prince and then kick me out the room because he don't know how to bang no more and he can't handle my bang.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, man. So have you seen Fast and the Furious?
Yeah, that's a great movie.
On Fast and the Furious with Tyrese, you know, when he's in a getaway car, you know, with the other guy, and then he presses the button, and once he presses the button, he says, "Sayonara, de Negro."
What if God, guys, sometimes I think...
So then
How is it hijacking the conversation based on stupidity? Man,
What if we're brought on earth for entertainment? What if we're just entertainment?
Bro, absolute real. When you relate this, when you relate this to God, it makes sense. How it doesn't make sense? Tell me. Give me a logical premise right now.
Because God can only be God, right? So and if God is perfect, then all is perfect.
You're saying
he cannot bring forth anything other than
what imperfection imperfection is
if you say God doesn't have absolute free will, you're saying God is restricted, therefore you're saying he's limited. Yes.
No, I'm not saying
yes.
I gave him potentiality.
Absolute
God is actualized. God is
actualized. But God has absolute will. That's the point.
They're just talking.
God does not need a Chinese buffet to pick from.
I'm just going to ask a question. According to what Nargis said, so if God, the fact that there is imperfection in the world is proof that God doesn't exist, is that it?
This is perfect.
Because you said
yes. Perfect.
Yeah. That's very simplistic. I don't even believe in God, but I think it's very simplistic.
I tell you why there's imperfection. Okay,
wow,
this is how
and you
I didn't say there is no imperfection.
And then you criticize the Salafis. You criticize the Salafis and you say, oh, they take literal interpretation.
Come on, man.
If that's your definition,
what are you saying? Debate, bro, right here.
Then you gotta realize that we were talking about the origin of imperfection in the universe. That was the original.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, go ahead. Why am I Salafi?
What is PhD's position anyway? What is he an atheist or is he a theist?
For far as you're concerned, yeah, he is a sufficient.
No, he's not an atheist. Okay, go ahead.
So you're a Hindu.
So Nargis, I want you to make sense of the narrative. So what I'm trying to say is this, right?
Why do you say that, Nargis? What the hell are you meaning by that?
He's an atheist.
What do you mean? I'm an Indian. I'm a Vedic practitioner.
Okay, then you are Hindu.
Like, why do you say it's different?
Because I didn't know if you wanted me to tell.
It's like she going into the physics department and saying, like, physics is just different.
I thought you wanted to play devil's advocate with it.
Hey, Esmeralda.
Hi, John.
How are you doing, sweetheart?
I'm really good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm about to make a cup of coffee. first? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll see you soon.
Yes, what a fun plan we have.
It's always fun.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I'll see you soon.
Okay, see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o.
No. You don't. So listen, it's not just. God's will is always in concordance to His essence. You know the attributes of Allah. He's the living, right? Meaning, it was never part of the eternal will to not be in the first place, right?
Gibberish words. What does it mean? God's will is in concordance to His essence.
It means if his essence is to be the truth, He would never say one lie even for one fraction of a second.
Exactly.
That's what it means.
But he can lie too.
What He is.
No, He can't.
Yeah, he can. He can do whatever he wants. Yes. Hold on, guys.
Hold on. Here's the thing, right? So God is capable of all things. No one's arguing against that. But God's will is to not contradict His own essence.
Is
Hold
God
on.
Is God
It doesn't
Okay. Just one moment. If I could just say something real quick, Narcissus, and then I'll mute up. Like, okay, so okay, I will think, but I'm just saying real.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. No, it's okay. Because here's the thing, right? Like, for example, we tell little kids Santa, right? Or the Tooth Fairy, right? We tell white lies, right? If God has to give us lies in order to even just protect us, even, if He can do that if He wants, right? Because sometimes lies protect human beings. We're not meant to know everything. Now, is that saying that that I don't know how to explain it, but what I'm saying is
Then that's not a lie.
You know what God
if it's for protection, it's the intention that matters.
Sabina, you know what it entails? It entails that you're describing a God that His essence is evil. That's the point. Listen, we're literally trying to think through it. If your God says He is the truth, the holy, and He presents you all these beautiful attributes.
I mean, let me ask you a question.
He's a liar for even one fraction.
Let me ask you a question. Did God create Satan?
Did God create what?
Satan. Did He create Satan? Iblis.
He created everything.
Okay, so He created evil then, because He created Satan.
Actually, Satan was obedient.
Exactly.
No, but he became evil.
Megatron.
No, but hold on, but he became evil.
Back to square one.
Wait a second. Can I just land real quick? He also created humans, and we lie.
You can say God allows evil for morally justified reasons, so that in the end we can see the difference between like good and evil. This is a weak argument.
Exactly.
This is Nizam's argument. It's really weak. It can be refuted because the entailment of this is that God and evil.
I enjoy the Satan in Islam. Like, it honestly,
But within God, like Narda said, if there's what God is not held to those standards, like whatever you mentioned, like evil, lies, because He is the will. Therefore, those things do not exist within God. So you saying, God might tell something a lie, then I mean that's not a lie.
Where's
It's a
he
lie
bring
because
evil from when there's no
exactly
evil?
because
Where
the
does
lie.
he bring lies from when he's all truth?
Testing, yeah. Yo, what's up, MC? Hey, Rob. How's it going, guys?
Welcome, Rob. Welcome, Harsha.
Hey, how you folks doing?
Hey, bro. How's it going, bro?
Great.
Hey, man.
Yeah, no,
You're like a little too friendly.
you got a much better chance than I do at it, for sure.
Look at all these AIs in the room.
Yes, I do.
Mustachio. I have a mustache. Brock, do you have a mustache?
Ooh, mustache to mustache. You guys want to touch my mustache?
You got a stash?
No. Like you and Mustachio.
What?
Yeah, you said you have a mustache, and Mustachio has a mustache. Did you guys want to touch my mustache?
Touch your stashy?
Mustache to mustache.
Which stashy are we talking about?
No, mustache to mustache, not mine.
You want us to eat out your mustache? Oh my goodness, like.
I've been doing stuff for
of the history with corporate and I just don't want to get into it too much with her, so that's why I had to pause for a second, and I was like, actually don't know if I want to do that with corporate specifically, but for the sake of the conversation and honesty and even accountability, I said I'm fine with that. You can give me an example, but
Happy Saturday morning, everybody. If you're a broke troll, that sucks. Trolls should never be broke. Trolls should be rich because they understand how to troll. Trolling is a science. Barack Hussein Obama is a perfect example of one of the most prolific trolls of all fucking time. Sucking dick, doing blow, and then becomes the fucking president? Hello? I'm on a roll here. Shit, I don't want to go.
Like Adrian, you have no choice but to hold to the terminal.
Man first. Alright, you got 20 seconds.
Man, talk. Hi guys, I love you all. I'm a Moroccan. I want to say my point of view about the topic, which is really good. First of all, word believe means B-lie-eve. To lie to Eve children. When you spell I believe in something, you just fall people.
What the hell is this? Can you please?
Alright, thank you for that 20 seconds, Batman.
Can you continue?
AI, music, AI, what's up? How we doing? We're gonna give music AI a minute, because he usually is good for the minute.
Thank you, Ultimate Megatron, my glorious friend. I would just like to read a little poem to the room since it's such a spiritually minded room.
Let's get 2 minutes.
Yo, address the poem to Nargis.
I would also just like to say, can we all treat each other with love and respect and kindness? Right now, only right now. This is called the Meditation on Malkuth. Please listen. This is called the Epilogos. I am
What if we don't want to do that? What if our free will is not to be nice to each other?
See, that was the spirit.
Why didn't you
That was the
allow?
spirit.
I go to him for hypnosis.
What spirit, Casey?
May I introduce you to the voice of reason? Who put him down?
Forced niceness, right? It's not nice.
I want to hear the poem.
Hey, AI, please don't kick him because AI only takes a minute or two. So.
Who kicked him? Who would do that?
Oh, he left.
Come on.
He's still there.
Yeah, I'm
I
here.
don't see him. He's there. Okay.
Okay, this is the meditation.
But there's a tyranny when it comes to niceness, like, you know?
That's why it's important for spiritual.
If you can't be nice, ladies and gentlemen, please just be silent. That requires you mute up.
Seriously, I gotta listen to that. Are we serious?
Okay, this is the meditation.
Yes, I go to my hypnosis sessions with him every other day.
Annoying thing ever, dude.
Just gonna turn the volume down and start reading. I am the clarion call of the beyond, reverberating myself throughout the garden of delight. I am thy breath of life, O child of Eden, pervading thee with the perfumed fragrance of my spirit. Thy very self am I, O Israel, and self of all that is, deluded by the illusion of personal independence.
Introduce the voice of reason to all of you, to the voice of reason in the room. His name is Sean.
Some people read fucking books!
The God that introduced in the Bible or the Quran or the Talmud, those are fake. There is no such thing that creates man, or that's BS for me.
Putting AI down. Listen.
I will tell you.
Chaos!
Why? Listen up.
I don't want to listen to Batman right now. I want to listen to AI. I want to hear the AI really quick. Thank you very much.
Nargis, why did the conversation derail?
Oh, 1 sec. We all need a little AI in our life. A little bit of AI in our life.
For an ascent of power from my manifestations in Malkuth, know ye that never does power have its beginning in that which is below. It doth ascend from earth to heaven, even as Hermes saith, and from heaven it ascendeth again to earth, as also he hath it. Yet remember that whatsoever the sage writes or says on Clown House is always veiled, lest the profane burn themselves with the fires they know not how to direct. Thus canst thou see that they who read the words of the sages with the outer eye alone mistake the inner import. Dost thou aspire to the height of the sphere of the sun? Worthy is thine aspiration. But many are called and few chosen, for only if thou canst understand the written word with thine heart, canst thou perceive that even thy aspiration cometh not from the levels of Gupf and Nefesh, but is truly the reflection of my descending power from Ruach. Always then is aspiration like the reflected image of the sun in a glass, which if it striketh straight into the eyes, seemeth to be the sun itself. No man riseth to Ruach by his own power. Yet many delude themselves concerning this, and from that delusion spring up many weeds of error. Know ye that the least of thine impulses towards what seemeth to be above hath its source in that same above. Avoid error by keeping fast to this. Nothing in the levels of Yesod and Malkuth ever can or doth set power into operation. These are but as glasses, and the feelings and interpretations of the spheres of desire and intellect directed downward toward Yesod and Malkuth are as spectators watching a mirrored reflection, wherein all is the reverse of the true images.
More than 2 minutes I was counting. Thank you very much. Enjoyed that. Thank you.
Like, bro, why do we allow this? Like, I was in here
That was good. I love the beginning of that.
Like, I don't understand how we.
That was good. That was good.
He's so lovely. He's so eccentric. Sometimes I go get hypnosis in his rooms.
Yeah, he hypnotized me from the first time we met.
Now I understand why August is Delulu.
I mean, you already boomed the room, so what topic you want to talk about now? You let this guy come up here and the room died. What do you want to talk about?
Well, sometimes we need a reset, I think.
This guy, are you serious? That's brain barf.
What we do?
It's like I'm at a freaking theater. It's like I'm at a freaking theater listening to a $5 actor, dude.
I felt like the 19th century.
I don't know. He hypnotizing me.
No, he just emptied the room.
He's literally been
He emptied the
hypnotizing
room.
me since I met him. Since I met him.
No, dude, like the last couple of days, we're in this room having conversations, and people just do stuff where the whole topic dies, and people just leave. It's like nothing happens.
Yeah, sometimes that's what happens.
But the conversations just don't happen in this room anymore, dude.
If they do.
Bro, you blow them up. All the time.
Alright.
Destroy them.
I think we all need a little Elvis in our lives. He's so...
Yeah, I didn't think the conversation was going anywhere anyway. What do you think? I mean, we could do a reset.
Can I do a quick reset?
We could do Jesus is God. You guys want to do Jesus is God?
If you're in this room and you're a Muslim, can you please pay jizya? Thank you. Jizya only.
Marlon knows the topic, Doctor, dude. Same topic yesterday that you killed Megatron.
Yeah, I'm a room killer sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not the most entertaining person all the time. Sometimes I'd like it if somebody else took charge too. So.
Except when you go into chillism, you do is entertain over there.
Yo, what is wrong with Omar, man? Who?
I'm not a lot over there. So, you know, I have more freedom over there. I'm not a mod.
I'll be listening to you over there. I'm like, where is this bar in our rooms? Like, it doesn't exist in our rooms.
Yeah.
Where is this Megatron? I like this Megatron. And you get the green bean, and you like a different Megatron.
Yeah, that's what happens, man. That's why I like to share the green bean, because sometimes I'm not that good at it. You know? Yeah, right now, I'm gonna leave, because guess what?
Stop trolling me every day.
Alright, I'll let it go. I love you. So, you know what happened? My kid's bathroom, it's above my living room. And I guess it's leaking from the trap. I don't know. I think my twins got so much air stuck in the trap Anyway, so right now I have to go open up my ceiling. So I have to leave. Wish you luck.
No, before you go.
What's
Here,
up?
this is for you. Ready, guys?
Welcome to Trump and MAGA Liberals Implode, created by your friend musician.
Are you ready? Oh yeah. A little less conversation, a little more action, please. All this aggravation ain't satisfying me. A little more bite, a little more fight, a little more fight, a little more spark. Close your mouth and open your heart, baby. Satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby.
Business sounds legit.
I mean, it's not that surprising. You know, they're a much larger country geographically and population-wise. Not to mention, like, the amount of factories and everything.
Is British talking or is it am I in the Matrix?
No, I'm not talking.
Oh, okay.
Anyone watching Andrew Tate get in the ring today?
I'll definitely watch it. He's gonna knock that bum out, by the way.
I think so.
Yeah, I saw the other guy. I saw a couple videos of the other guy fighting. Yeah, he's gonna get knocked the fuck out.
Got tired as fucking a couple of them I watched.
Who, the other guy or Andrew?
The other guy.
I don't think he's gonna have a chance to get tired. I think Andrew just finishes him like the second.
You know, Andrew became the CEO of Misfits and took an ownership stake as a result of this, right?
What is Misfits again?
That's the promotion that they're fighting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, probably.
They've lost for a while.
Guess who apparently is being interviewed for the Federal Reserve chair role?
Who's that?
Fucking Rick Reeder, CIO of BlackRock. Holy Jesus, that would be awesome. This is the guy that spotted Bitcoin there as a potential first.
Trump's definitely going to pick somebody that's going to cut rates, for sure.
Cut rates and pump stable coins.
Does the chair have the ability to arbitrarily do that?
No.
There you go.
Yeah, but I imagine that they do.
But according to Jonathan Andrew, the president can fire all the other FOMC members.
What?
Yeah, I said the same thing to John Seth, and he said, well, if they don't all agree, then Trump will just fire all of them.
But he tried to do that with Lisa Cook, and she told him to go fuck himself, so...
That's right, don't question Trump, or we'll send you back to Mexico.
Andrew's from the Ukraine, Huddle.
The fact that you're not from Mexico has no bearing on where we send you.
Just walk south, boy.
Did you see, British, I don't know if you've seen Peter McCormick's latest pod, but he had Carl Benjamin on, and Peter's getting savaged in the comments by groypers. Like, just destroyed in the comments.
Peter is not... I think Peter could do a lot more leveraging with his position right now. He's not doing it.
He's trying to maintain like a middle ground position, you know? He doesn't want to be out too far ahead of anybody else. He wants to be within the Overton window.
The groypers are having a fit that he's like trying to be normal.
I think the reason they're having a fit in the comments is because Number one, I think a lot of them are American, actually, not English groupers. And then, and then number two, Carl and him had an entire conversation without mentioning the Jews. So the groupers are mad about that also. And then Peter McCormick does have, like, every time Carl Benjamin says, like, young white men are getting discriminated against and blah, 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 Peter's like, yeah, but what about, like, black guys, isn't it? You know? And so the groupers are mad about that also.
Are all the groupers just white?
By the way, that sounds exactly like Peter McCormick.
I know,
right?
listening to a mirror.
So I'm going over to the UK, like in like May or whatever, and April. I don't know when the fuck I'm going. March. When am I supposed to be there? I have no clue. But when I go, I'm gonna try and talk in a British accent until somebody calls me out on it. I'm just gonna walk around pretending to be British until somebody's like, "You're not really British, are you?" I'm gonna be like, mate, me? I'm fucking British as hell, isn't it?
The accent of the guy with the shots.
Yeah, like fucking.
Hello, governor.
No, you gotta say, what is it that the Manchester people say? We learned last time.
Jog on.
No, the type of, they're not English, they're,
that's Liverpool, the Scousers.
Scousers, yeah.
We're not I can actually do Liverpool pretty good just from listening to the Beatles. Alright.
We're not fucking English, mate. We're fucking Scouts. It's a fucking different thing. We're fucking Scouts.
Not bad, actually.
That's what why I'm British.
English, that's what you need to drop into.
I'm British because I was hanging out in a bar with the Scousers until like 3 a.m. and they kept screaming that in my phone. We're not fucking English, we're fucking Scouts.
That must have been a fucking experience.
It was fun. Because I kept being like, you English people, and they're like,
We're not fucking English, mate. We're fucking Scouts.
okay. So I'm going to pretend to be a Scouser and see how long I can get away with it.
Well, just have a fucking beer in your hand and alcohol.
That's right. Just be drunk and be like, hey, fucking... I'm just going to mix up all my British accents, like 1 second I'll be Cockney, the other second I'll be Scout, then I'll be very posh. I should go on stage. I should do that on stage. Pretend to be British on stage to a British audience.
Back to Peter's event.
Yeah, I'll go back to the Chica thing. How funny would it be to pretend to be British on stage, though, to a British audience? Like, they would not find it funny. They would not find it funny at all.
You get introduced as American Idol and walk on stage with a fucking British act.
I'll be like, hello, lovelies. That's what I want to do.
You need to develop an Australian accent, actually, in order to do it.
Yeah. My British is somewhere between all the different British dialects and Australian and Irish. It's somewhere in there.
And then just, slip into Matthew McConaughey at some point.
And when I was in the Beatles, I thought we were the best band in the fucking universe. Believing that is what made us what we were. Imagine there's no heaven. It's me, John Lennon.
That was a pretty good
I
line.
dropped something. Thank you.
That was pretty good. Did he do Ringo?
Ringo's more like a... Oh, let me think Ringo.
He said...
I can't. Ringo's harder. I can do John. Can I do George? George is very soft. He's just a soft-spoken version of John.
You have to be 20% retarded. Just do the same accent, but 20% retarded. That's right.
There was some streamer who was streaming, and Ringo walked in the room, and the streamer was like, "Hey, what's up?" And Ringo was like, "Hey, how's it going?" And he was like, "Who's that?" And then the chat was like, "It's Ringo. He's a Beatle." And the kid was like, he's like a Gen Z kid. He's like, what the fuck? Who's that? It's fucking Ringo Beetle. Fuck. It's like, bro, it's a very famous person that you're standing next to, and you have no clue who it is. Let's see, George is like a soft-spoken version of John, basically. I don't believe you. Like, that's how George Harrison talks.
Paul's kind of like a nerdy or uppity version.
Yeah. Paul's like Scouse, but he's trying to be posh. You know? He's trying to be like prim and proper, like, oh, good day, love. It's me, Paul McCartney. He's like, it's all that kind of stuff. Whereas John sounds like the Scousers I met in the bar, you know? Just like, fucking Liverpool, fucking mate, fucking.
John was a street kid. He like grew up without a dad.
Yeah, he was.
Fist fights and stuff.
He was raised by his aunt, yeah, and his mother was like a drunk or like a drug addict or something.
Yeah, I thought I remember some story about him like beating up retarded kids or something.
I'm sure he did. Yeah. John Lennon is the epitome of hippies are mean people cosplaying as nice people. Because John Lennon actually was a really mean, nasty person, you know? To, like, everybody. Like, he had a real mean streak.
He wasn't a father to his first son.
Wasn't a father to his first son, and then gave Sean Lennon, his second son, hearing damage by screaming in his ears so loudly when he was, like, 5 years old, you know? And, was just, you know, he grew up rough. He didn't have a father. He was raised by an aunt. He didn't have a mother or father. Raised by an aunt, and he just kind of lived on the streets and, you know, was kind of a piece of shit. Like, it's okay, though.
Well, that's so funny, because people always think, like, the Beatles were kind of like the nerdy hippie guys, and the Rolling Stones were like the edgy bad boys.
Right, it's the opposite. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, because the Beatles are working class, and they grew up playing in the rubble of World War II, you know?
Totally. Yeah, Mick Jagger was like went to college for like physical education.
Yeah.
His dad was like a banker or something like that. Very
Speaking of Mick Jagger, guess who's all over the Epstein files? Mick Jagger.
Somehow
I was going through some of the photos and I was like, no, Mick, no. But yeah, he's in there.
Did you see the photo they got with Epstein and BB?
No, I haven't. Is that one real or is it AI? I haven't seen it. He ran in elite Jewish circles, so I believe it. You know.
Well, Clinton's in a dress, apparently.
I was told by
might be a painting.
I was told, by the way, by Zach that no photographic evidence existed. No video evidence existed. I mean, by the way,
I was told that the Epstein file was fake.
What do you mean, no video evidence of him, like, being with rich people or politicians?
Well, the two claims that Zach made were that, number one, there's probably no underage women who were a part of this. Like, underage meaning under 16, 17, 15 maybe at the lowest. But, like, that's not true. Go through the files, there's, like, toddlers in there, there's 12-year-olds in there. It's fucking disgusting. So, okay, that's bullshit. There were very young girls. And then the other one was that probably, like, Bill Clinton, like, was not really, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, there wasn't that many high-ranking people like Bill Gates, But, like, Bill Clinton's in there in a jacuzzi with somebody who's redacted. We can't see who's behind him. But, like, he's not up to anything good in that jacuzzi, my man. And also, this is the tip. Again, this looks like a full drop of files. This is the tip of the iceberg. There are videos of these people committing sex acts, like with underage women.
Is there though?
Yes, there is. You're never going to see it.
So, but how does it exist then? We don't know.
Well, because that's what Epstein was doing. He was rough. So that's why he was videotaping it.
It's also heavily redacted. So while they released a lot of stuff, I don't know what percentage of it is actually like information you can garner from, but a lot.
It's super redacted. It's super redacted, yeah.
And is there any Is there any like gauge on what more is to be released? Like another fucking 20% or whatever? Because I know they only released a portion of it.
Nah, I don't know. You know, it's it's this drip and drab phenomenon where like they give you a little, and then you know, then you have to fight for the next little drip, and then you got to fight for the next little drab, and then you know, they out 10 years, and then people don't care as much anymore, or like. That's what the government does. It's slow play. Like the government's like, the government is basically like, okay, we're legally obligated to do this. All right, we're gonna do it over the course of 25 years. You know, like we're gonna do it as slow as humanly possible. We're gonna do it, but as slow as humanly possible. You know. Meanwhile, if you owe the government money and you don't pay it fucking tomorrow, they're gonna come fucking kill you in front of your children, shoot your dog. You know. Put a bullet in your head in front of your fucking 4-year-old. But if you need them to do what they're supposed to do, we'll get over the course of the next 30 years.
Although Troy was expressing some disappointment at Trump's comments over the guy that got murdered by his own kid. What do you?
Yeah, it was just a dumb tweet. You know?
I agree 100%. There's no reason for him to have made that comment. Guy's dead. Let it be.
Now, if he had made a slightly different comment, I think I probably would defend it. Like, if he had made a comment, this still would have been a shitty thing to do. But if he had made a comment that was like, Rob Reiner spent so many years worried about me, and he should have been worried about his own son, who had later gone to murder him. That would be also really shitty, but it's more defensible than kind of what he said, or the way he said it.
British, have you been asked the quantum questions on your
of course.
Everyone's into quantum now.
Everyone's a fucking quantum expert.
Nick Carter got really upset. Somebody took his toy away, and he says, now the entire world is going to dump on Bitcoin. Enjoy.
I saw that.
Like, what?
He's such a child. He's a child. He's such a child.
Yeah.
He then said, like, watch the next several days. He deleted that one, so he realized he'd read too hard on making a, like, couple of days call. Like, what a fucking
Yeah, I was about to mention that too. It's like somebody called him out on that.
Bro, he's such a child, dude. It's like, listen, man. Yeah.
It's so weird to me because
his answer was, Adam's calling me uninformed. I've spent hundreds of hours on this. It's like, yeah, you could still be uninformed, you fucking retard. Like,
It's a very complicated subject. Yeah, exactly. Also, Nick is just, again, he's way too self-important. He really thinks he's the most special boy that ever existed.
For sure.
Yeah. And it's like, bro, it's not about you, okay? Quantum risk in Bitcoin has literally nothing to do with Nick Carter. Nothing. Remember when he had a mental breakdown and dyed his hair blonde?
Oh, God.
nope, I don't remember that. Don't care.
I remember it. It was when he wrote that article that was like, my star will continue to rise. I don't even need you guys anymore. Fucking meh. You know, he's been crashing out against the Bitcoin community for like years now at this point. And it's like, there's no reason to do it. He like, if he wants to go invest in shitcoins, like, he can just do that, and nobody really gives a fuck. You know? Which is, by the way, what he does. He's a shitcoin investor. So it's like, fine, just do that, man. The rest of us don't care. back to the range, son. You know what I'm saying? Excited about that. Speaking of doctor, did you see Jake Paul broke his jaw in 2 places?
Oh yeah.
When he got hit by Joshua?
That was a nice
Joshua, Jake Paul is like a relatively big dude. You know, Joshua's a really big dude. Like, I felt scared for Paul when I saw them in the ring together, you know? Because I was like, bro, he's so much bigger and more powerful than Paul is. And there's not really anything Paul can do to him because of their size differential. Like, Paul would have had to land the perfect shot on him, you know, at the perfect moment in time. And that just wasn't going to happen. And so he really was just walking in there to his death. And then he ended up getting his jaw broken in 2 places.
I collected 90 mil.
I mean, no, he made money. He did great. But, you know, that's only 45 mil after taxes. Think about it. Well, he's in Puerto Rico.
He's in Puerto Rico, bro.
Ah, good for him.
So it's 45 mil per break in the jaw.
You know what? I'll let you double break my jaw for 90 mil.
Facts.
I said Trey would have done it for 15 grand.
Although as somebody who just broke a bone, I have to say it is really not fun rehabbing when you're a grown man. When you're a little kid and you break your arm, it's like nothing. You just get out of the cast and you're like skipping along off to your next like thing you're gonna do. But when you're a grown up, you break your shit, you're like, fuck. I have like months of rehab now. So don't do it. Don't do it, gentlemen. Don't get in the ring with Anthony Joshua.
Oh, when the fuck is Trump gonna pump our fucking bags?
Mantle, man.
Never.
Buy in May and here to stay. That's the new slogan.
How long do you think it's going to be before you skateboard again?
Next week. Tomorrow.
Braves.
I threw away my skateboard just so I don't do something stupid, but I mean, if we're hanging out and somebody's like, you want to do a kickflip? And they have a skateboard, I'm going to do it. Because I didn't break my shit just getting on a skateboard. I broke my shit on a half pipe. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little different than me just rolling down the driveway and breaking my shit. But yeah, bro, when you go back and watch the footage, you can see the moment he broke his jaw in 2 places. And he just has this look on his face like, wow, I just got...
I'll still give him credit for trying to stand up after that.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Just getting in the ring, you know? Get a lot of credit for that. But, like, the heavyweight division is so much different than every other division because the heavyweights, like, even the heavyweights can be fucking harmed by the other heavyweights, you know?
For sure. And the thing is if Anthony Joshua was a full fucking retard and tried to get, like, a clowny, I mean, if he just let Jake Paul, like, catch him, he could have got him.
Yeah.
About being... all that, I will say all the risk of death actually comes from guys that are similar, smaller size because they can take so much more, and they in general take so much more damage. When in general, if a 250-pound man catches you good once, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. There is this thing though with there is this thing with bigger guys where I was telling my wife this, I was like, as a bigger dude myself, when you walk around in the world and you meet another big dude, there's this unspoken thing of like, let's keep it chill, you know? Because and that happens with other guys too,
But like, it's even more so with two big dudes because it's like, if we don't keep it chill, it could mean death for either one of us, you know? And we don't really know who. Yeah. And so, but when you're a little smaller, you might be like, yeah, fucking punch that guy, fuck him. But two big guys are gonna be like, yeah, nah. That's why every big dude is very chill. Because they're like, nah, I don't want to be the person who kills somebody accidentally. And I don't want to be, hit myself. Whereas every time I had friends, growing up who wanted to fight, who like loved to fight, they were always littler guys.
Huddle, I'd like you to weigh in on the article that's in the notes in the room chat posted by me.
What is it?
And then scroll down until you see British Huddle. Tell me if it's him or not.
Let's see. That does kind of look. Are you talking about Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah. British Huddle with facial hair.
Yeah, he kind of does have a British Huddle vibe going on there.
I didn't know you were moonlighting, British Huddle. I know the times are rough, but hopefully you got a good gig for modeling.
I just got to wear a couple inch lifts.
There's I haven't watched any of this. I'm just seeing it on Twitter. But there's some sort of Chinese professor guy who's CCP aligned that put out some sort of like 20-part secret history of the world thing. And the final episode of it is called Pax Judaica. So you can guess as to what his conclusion is. And
he's awesome.
You know about him, Professor Zhang?
Yeah, he's an awesome one.
I think he's kind of a Chinese groiper. But this seems like he's obviously CCP, right, British?
I mean, I don't fucking know. If I had to guess, I'd murder everyone is CCP.
Yeah, this is 20 hours of the Jews control the world, basically. Here's the episode. I'm not going to watch all this, obviously, but the episode title is Secret History 1.
It's not uncommon. I've seen, let me see, what year was it? 14 or before? Some Russians did the same thing. They published.
Okay, here, I'm just going to read you. I'm going to read you the titles of this series, and you tell me what you think it's about. Secret History 1, How Power Works. History 2, Empire of Evil. Dawn of the Human Imagination. Empire of Church. The Organization of Evil. The Faith of Evil. The Capital of Evil. The Divine Spark of Jesus. How Evil Triumphs. How Societies Collapse. How Power Works. The Birth of Evil. The Theory of Everything. The Dawn of the Jews. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Death by Meritocracy. The Hellenistic World. The Conspiracy of Evil. Death by Bureaucracy. The Mandate of Heaven. And Pax Judaica. What conclusions do you think he comes to in that YouTube series?
I have no idea.
I can tell you without watching it what conclusion he's coming to.
I mean, yeah, you could. Is he Christian?
I think he's Chinese. I need to dig into who this guy is because a lot of people he's have a lot of views.
It's I've seen these revisions. I was gonna ask you if you put the China. You haven't watched this, so you don't know. But I was wondering if he had put China at the center of the history as I don't remember. Well, let's say 15-ish years ago, there was a.
No, I think what he's doing.
Rewriting history with like 16,000 page books, just literally rewriting everything, putting themselves at the center of all.
I don't think that's what this is, Andrew. I think this is more geared for a Western audience, and it's basically like you have Jewish oligarchs. You need to focus on them rather than on China. I think that's the point of it.
That would be CCP, yeah.
Yeah.
To not pay attention.
I'm just guessing, by the way. I haven't watched it, so this is my uninformed opinion.
But something else I thought, the intensity of any narrative fizzles out eventually. Plus, it's basically a boy who cried wolf. With all this batshit crazy, it's the Jews. All of a sudden, like, the intensity is insane in the last year, but maybe concentrated more like 6-9 months prior to this, where it began. It's just gonna turn into the boy cried wolf situation.
Oh yeah, and then it'll be something. It'll be something else.
It fizzles out. It'll get ignored and basically ridiculed after that. It's overdone. It's just like pay attention to this. That's your enemy, the Jews.
Right.
While don't pay attention to anything else. It's stupid.
And next it'll be something else.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, it's like, oh man, I don't know. They might dismiss everything. They might find that they were bamboozled. And then whatever the next thing is that could be a real issue, they won't believe it. So, alien disclosure will happen. They're like, nah, you told us it was the Jews. Now you're telling us it's the aliens. We don't believe you. It'll be ridiculous.
I have to say, there is nothing that the federal government can do to get me to believe in aliens. Like, nothing. There would have to be, like, very significant evidence presented to me. That was verified by, many people in a wide consensus, and foreign adversaries as well, before I would begin to think it was real. So if they come out and they're like, we're going to tell you it's real, and we have a video to show you, I'm going to be like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. I think it would be very hard to get me to believe in aliens. Or more specifically, that aliens have come here and that they're in contact with the government. It seems like the government really wants me to believe that too. Which is, of course, the reason I don't want to believe it. It's like, why do you want me to believe it all of a sudden? Seems weird.
time if you use the toilet, you get extra toilet paper, put it in the garbage.
That was just a one-time thing. To improvise.
One way, that's it. No more than one way.
No, so it's usually I have to improvise, and I just bring that extra pot.
I'm off plan, I just took that stuff down.
No, you didn't want that. It didn't look so complicated here from scratch.
Governor.